Chapter 1: The Rebirth of the Ace Female Killer. A loud noise rang in her ears, and Shirchi opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. Why does this place look so familiar? Didn't she die in the explosion? How could? It's a bit of a loss to sell this girl for 5,000. She's been here for so many years, she must have eaten more than that. It's all your fault. You kept pressing cigarette butts on her, leaving her with scars all over her body. I had to beg Mr. Chien for a long time before he agreed to give her 5,000. Bitch. Now you're blaming me? Didn't you say it was a good deal? And you've given her a lot of scars, haven't you? Zhang Godan. How do you know she has scars? Did you peek? You shameless bastard, I'm not done with you. Before Li Chunhua finished speaking, she slapped Zhang Godan hard in the face. You bitch. How dare you hit me? I'll teach you a lesson. Zhang Godan grabbed Li Chunua's hair, and the two of them fought and struggled together, completely unaware that Shirchi had already woken up and was lying on the bed. Shirchi frowned and pinched the soft flesh of her waist. The pain brought her back to reality. Was she being reborn? Although she found it hard to believe, there was no better explanation. Her dazed eyes became fierce, and a wave of hatred surged through her heart. Since I have been reborn, it is time to settle old and new accounts. She reached for the windowsill and picked up the all-used for sewing shoes. She quickly rolled over and, with a wave of her hand, opened the arteries in Zhang Godan and Li Chunua's necks. In an instant, a gush of bright red blood spurted out. The two men felt a sharp pain in their necks. By the time they reacted, their clothes were already stained red with blood, and a pool of blood had formed on the ground. Only then did they stop fighting and hurriedly covered their necks. You. The two turned around and tried to run out to get help, but were stopped by Shirchi, who quickly stepped forward. You little brat. If you don't get out of my way, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Guodan pretended to be calm and tried to scare Shichi away. He couldn't understand how the girl had become so vicious after just a short period of time. Shirchi snorted, holding a needle in her hand and pressing them closer and closer, forcing them into a corner. The two of them were also gradually fainting from blood loss and their feet were weak. They fell to the ground between each step. You, don't come over. You little bitch, get out of here. Li Chunhua shouted. Shirchi crouched down and looked at their distorted faces with a mocking expression. Where did you kidnap me from? If you tell me, I might let you die quickly. Otherwise, he said, staring at the bloody awl in his hand, as if admiring a beautiful work of art. Li Chunhua shook her head desperately, pointing to Zhang Godan with a trembling hand. He did it. I don't know anything. Please let me go. Shirchi raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Zhang Godan. I forgot. Zhang Godan's eyes were wandering when he spoke, and it was clear that he was lying. Shirchi nodded. Okay, I know. Before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, Shirchi waved the awl in his hand and stabbed Zhang Godan again and again, each time avoiding the vital points precisely, so that he would not die so quickly. Zhang Godan kept begging for mercy, calling out in a vague voice. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. Oh. Unfortunately, I don't want to hear it anymore. After saying that, a thorn pierced his heart. After Zhang Godan was dead, Shirchi smiled and looked sideways at Li Chunhua, who had already retreated to the corner. Next, it's your turn. No. Shirchi looked coldly at the two corpses in front of her, picked up the curtains beside her, and carefully wiped the blood off her hands. She was so calm, as if it was something she was used to. After wiping her hands clean, she rolled up her sleeves and rubbed her arms, which were covered in cigarette burns and marks from whipping. These were just the tip of the iceberg of her scars. She was abducted to Zhangjia village when she was young, and she doesn't know where her family is or who her parents are. From the day she could remember, she had been serving the husband and wife here, enduring their perverted beatings and living a life worse than that of a pig or a dog. On the day of her last life, the husband and wife sold her to the Peony nightclub in the county town for 5,000 yuan. Although she was a loser, she would never compromise on being sold. For the nightclub, there are many people like her. After a few severe beatings and some coercion and bribery, they will always give in. But Shichi was a hard nut to crack. She would rather die than compromise. It was really difficult to subdue her, so she was sold to the black market in Country X to fight in underground boxing matches. It is not known whether she was too lucky or too strong-willed. She was able to escape from death every time, gradually developing her own skills and improving her status in treatment. But her good fortune didn't last long. She was bought by a man with a mask for a large sum of money and sent to an island. She began a 3-year period of perverted training and study. She eventually stood out in 300-person battles and became a top female assassin. On her last mission, she was betrayed by her partner and died in an explosion. She woke up today. Shichi has no name. She may have had one in the past, but she doesn't remember. As for Shichi, she was sent to the island before, and her codename was 17, which was transliterated. Shichi pulled herself together and began to look around. When she saw the bronze ring in the corner of the closet, she was suddenly enlightened. This is what she was looking for. In her previous life, this ring was worn around her neck on a red string. Because the material looked cheap, they didn't have any desire to snatch it. But then the red string broke and they didn't know where it had gone. She never thought that Li Chunhua had hidden it. Shurchi put the ring on his thumb and didn't choose to leave. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be another guest coming soon. I have to be hospitable, don't I? He picked up Zhang Godan's cigarette and lighter on the table, took out a cigarette, lit it, and turned his head out of the room and climbed onto the wall, looking at the road into the village. The cigarette was still burning when the guest arrived. A black car drove from afar, illuminating the dirt road in the village and stopping outside the gate. Shurchi jumped down from the wall, stubbed out his cigarette, and hid in the darkness. Zhang Godan. Li Chunhua. I'm here to pick up the goods. Mr. Qian seemed to be in a hurry, and he trotted into the yard without even turning off the car. Seeing that there was no response from inside the house, he cursed and pulled open the door and walked in. Chapter 2, Ring Space, The Fox Can Talk. The sound of chop chop came from the ground as Mr. Qian stepped on it. He looked down and saw the dark red blood all over the ground. He turned his head in horror and saw the two people he was looking for, lying in a pool of blood, twisting their bodies. He was in a terrible state, screaming and quickly covering his mouth, and subconsciously reaching for the switchblade at his waist. He retreated towards the door step by step. The next second, a strong force suddenly grabbed him by the hair from behind, and at the same time, a sharp object was pressed against his throat. Even a fool would know what was facing him at this moment. Money, I have money, spare my life. He said this, but he was not honest. Shichi looked down at him as he trembled and searched for the button on the switchblade. He sneered and without hesitation, he stabbed him in the temple with a pin. The huge body fell to the ground, no breath. Shurchi roughly turned him over, took out a wad of cash from his pocket, which looked to be several thousand yuan, and when he got up, he also took off the gold necklace with a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck. Money Boss was the beginning of Shurchi's nightmare in his previous life. He specialized in some reselling work, earning the difference in the middle. This kind of villain naturally could not be spared. Shurchi turned around and left the house, went to the barn in his memory, found a bucket of gasoline, and splashed it on the three bodies. Then she went back to the courtyard, took a brick, and got into Qian's car. She jammed the brick into the accelerator and slammed her foot down on the gas pedal. At the moment of impact, Shurchi jumped from the car, rolled twice on the spot, and then stood up straight. There was a loud bang. The car crashed into the brick house and exploded. The flames ignited the gasoline inside the house, and the fire shot up into the sky, staining the dark night sky red. With the light of the fire, Shurchi turned away with a lit cigarette in her mouth. What she didn't see was the faint light from the bronze ring she had casually slipped onto her thumb. By the time Shurchi arrived in the county seat, it was already light out. She had been delayed along the way by police cars. Although she was abducted and has no identity information, she has lived in the village for more than 10 years. If nothing unexpected happened, the police should have already identified her by her physical appearance. This was not a problem for Shurchi, who was an old hand at getting out of such situations. The reason she took the risk of going to the county seat was because there was one more important thing to do here. Corn. Hot, sticky corn. Tofu, braised tofu. The hawker's shouts at the market interrupted Shurchi's thoughts. Her stomach was also grumbling from the smell of food in the air. He found a nearby stall and sat down, ordering a bowl of sour soup dumplings. After taking a bite of the dumpling, I couldn't help but sigh that it was good to be alive. In her previous life, Shurchi finally realized the taste of freedom after becoming a top assassin. When she has time, she likes to travel and taste the food from all over the world. She is still quite interested in food. Of course, if you have to label her as a foodie, it is also reasonable. After the last dumpling, Shirchi had already planned her future. After getting her revenge and earning enough money to settle down in a beautiful place, she will not have wasted the chance that the heavens gave her to be reborn. She wants to live the way she wants to. After paying, she continued on her way and passed a stall that was surrounded by a crowd. Come and have a look. New designer clothes from the provincial capital. Reasonable prices for young and old. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Shirchi looked down at her own clothes and realized that it was hard to describe them in a few words. A pair of cloth shoes with a big toe sticking out, the clothes on her body were patched over and over again, and there were also scattered bloodstains. Although it is not eye-catching, it is definitely a hidden danger. Since it was still dark, she simply went up to the stall. She was originally on the outskirts, but she was pushed into the crowd by someone and didn't stop until she reached the stall. Young lady. Looking for clothes? I have all the latest fashions from the big brands. I'll help you choose something that you'll love. The salesman was enthusiastically promoting his wares. Shirchi followed the direction of his finger and looked over. A t-shirt with a clover on the chest and a check mark underneath. It said Adidas. Adidas? Shichi couldn't help but say it out loud. The voice was not loud, but the salesman still heard it. Oh, you know what you're talking about. This is a collaboration between two big brands. How about it? Do you want one? It's definitely fashionable. Shirchi's mouth twitched, but she didn't respond. She picked a plain black outfit from the pile of clothes and handed the owner a pair of black shoes. Young lady, that's 170 yuan. Cash or QR code? Shirchi took out 200 yuan from her pocket and handed it over. She didn't wait for the boss to give her change, took a black baseball cap and a mask, and then struggled to squeeze out of the crowd. Thank you for your patronage. Come back when you're ready to wear it. Shirchi turned around and went to the knife booth. After buying a pair of scissors and a fruit knife, she found an unregulated small hotel and checked in. After entering the room, he went straight to the bathroom and took a shower. Then she stood naked in front of the mirror, holding the scissors and cutting along the jawline. Her hair was dry and frizzy from a lack of nutrients over the years, and the ends of her hair had become tangled. She cut it off for two reasons, to save time and to change her appearance. It was a bit difficult to do it myself, and when I cut, I didn't cut many hairs, but I cut a hole in my wrist. Shirchi shook her hand in pain, and blood flowed down her thumb, staining the bronze ring. Just as she was about to turn on the tap to rinse the wound, she saw the bronze ring glow a dark red, and the next second, it sucked all the blood around it dry, and the bronze ring turned black. Something was fishy, and Shirchi quickly tried to take the ring off. But there were some large rings before, and for some reason they suddenly started to shrink, fitting snugly on her finger, and no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't get them off. Oh, you little hussy! A young voice rang out. Shirchi's eyes narrowed, and she hurriedly covered her private parts, raising her head with a bad look. Even she, with her strong mental constitution, was stunned when she saw the scene before her. The environment that Shirchi was in had changed. It was no longer the bathroom of a small hotel, but a blue sky and green grass. A snow-white fox was floating in the air in front of her, its fluffy tail swaying back and forth, and its two chubby little paws blocking its eyes. Its big round eyes were peeking through the fingers at Shirchi. Can you talk? Where am I? Shirchi asked coldly. The little fox felt that Shichi was extremely boring, sighed, and lowered her paw. Chapter 3, Soul Pills Are Not Equal to Jerks. Of course I'm talking. I'm the one who saved you, aren't I? You don't even say thank you, and you're not even nice when you talk to me? You're hurting my young heart. The little fox looked heartbroken, covering its belly with its little paw. Shouldn't it be covering its chest? Shirchi's eyelid twitched. Could it be that this fox is a drama queen? But, lifesaver fox? When did it save her life? How could she not know? Shirchi's puzzled expression did not escape the little fox's eyes. I knew you wouldn't believe me. You lost your ring space in your last life. When I woke up, I couldn't sense your breath anymore. I searched for you with great difficulty, but I was too late. You were already dead. so I had to go to a lot of trouble to bring you back to life. Luckily, you weren't too stupid this time around and found the ring. Although Shichi didn't show it on the surface, her heart was already in turmoil. I never imagined that such an inconspicuous ring could be so special, and I never imagined that I would be reborn because of this little fox. She is a person with a poor vocabulary, and she didn't know how to express her gratitude. After holding it in for a long time. Thank you. The little fox spun around happily, waving her little paw. Hey, hey. No, no. This independent ring space is yours, and I am the spirit that was born here, so I am yours too. From now on, you are my master, so why are you still being polite to me? Shurchi looked down at the ring on his thumb. What is the purpose of this space? There are so many uses for it. You can rest here, store things, and I, this little cutie, can keep you company, talk to you, and keep you company. The little fox smiled and showed off. Shurchi nodded, but there was still one thing she couldn't understand. Since you are a spirit born from this place, why are you a fox? The little fox shook its head, and its ears trembled. I don't know any more than you do. Maybe there are still many secrets here, and we can only figure them out later. Shurchi stopped worrying about this and began to look around. Next to the little fox was a 1-meter high stone platform with 2 stone bowls on it. It looked like it had been there for a long time. Curious, he went up to take a look, but before he could see what was inside, he was attracted by a tempting aroma. In each of the 2 stone bowls, there was a round ball the size of a peanut, except that one was red and the other was white. You can't tell from the outside, but there is an urge to swallow them in one bite. What is it? Can I eat it? Shurchi's mouth watered as he spoke. The little fox was holding back a laugh. You'll know if you try them. Shurchi was still a little wary, but when she grabbed the red ball, all her caution disappeared. She put it in her mouth without hesitation. Although the aroma was strong, after entering her mouth, it only had a faint sweet taste. Before she could continue tasting the ball, it suddenly turned into a stream of clear liquid that flowed down her throat and into her stomach. Then a burning pain spread from her throat to her stomach, as if she had just swallowed a piece of red-hot charcoal. The sensation was so intense that a layer of fine, dense sweat appeared on Shurchi's forehead. Just as she was thinking that the little fox was playing a trick on her, the pain disappeared, and a wave of coolness swept over her body, making her feel extraordinarily comfortable. Shurchi slowly closed her eyes. She felt a surge of energy filling her body, slowly nourishing every part of her body. After a few minutes, the feeling disappeared and Shurchi opened her eyes. She just caught a glimpse of the fox's eyes. Pain? Shurchi was a little confused. When she looked again, the little fox still had those big, clear eyes with a smile on them. Maybe she had seen it wrong before? What was that I ate? Can I eat the other one too? Although she was asking, her hand had already reached into the other bowl. The little fox rushed forward and grabbed the bowl, and Shurchi's hand missed out. No! This one is not allowed. The white one is for me. You can't eat it. The bowl with the white stuff is for you. And judging by your current physical condition, you can only eat one in a short period of time. Shurchi embarrassedly withdrew her hand from the air. What is this thing? Can it improve my constitution? She realized that she was still naked, and her hand that had been covering her private parts had just been distracted by her sudden craving for food. She blushed and realized that she had really earned the title of female rascal this time. Oops. I was just teasing you. Although we are not the same species, she is still a little sister. The little fox said nonchalantly, then looked up and thought for a moment. You can call it a soul pill. It can improve your constitution, cure diseases, and expel poisons. It can also be effective on your scars, but since your constitution is so poor, it will first improve your constitution before expelling the scars. Soul pill? Asshole. Is this the only one? Well, there is only one at the moment. If you want more, you'll have to figure out how to get it yourself. That one was a reward for activating the space. At this point, the expression on the little fox's face suddenly became serious. There are a lot of people outside, and they seem to be looking for you. Shurchi was stunned. After entering the space, she had been so curious that she had been careless. She had forgotten her current situation, which was not something she should have done. At this time, there was no one else who could find her except for the PC. I didn't expect them to be so fast. How do I get out? Shichi asked. As long as you think about it, it's the same with taking things. Shichi left the space and returned to the bathroom. As soon as she came out, she heard a rustling sound outside the door. The next second, the door was knocked. Hello? Hotel service. Shichi rolled her eyes helplessly. Hotel service in a small hotel? She had just praised them for being smart, but now she realized that they weren't very smart at all. Shichi quickly put her things back in the space, including the few hairs she had dropped on the floor. Knock, knock, knock. Hotel service. Open the door. This time the voice was obviously more urgent than the last time. Shichi took a towel and wiped the water stains from her previous shower. The person outside the door seemed to have lost patience and started kicking the door. Just before they kicked the door open, Shichi grabbed the towel and slipped back into the space. Seeing this, the little fox waved her claws, and a picture appeared before their eyes, showing the scene in the room. 7 people in uniform, armed with guns, were searching the room. Shichi had not left anything behind, and had cleaned up very well. They naturally found nothing, looked at each other in confusion, shook their heads and left. Chapter 4, Peony Nightclub. Late at night. In a dark alley, a thin figure dressed in black, wearing a black hat and a black mask, stands alone. If you look closely, you will see that the sleeves of her clothes are one long and one short, and the pants are one wide and one narrow. Shichi pulled at her sleeves in silence, not knowing how the clothes vendor had managed to make his stall so popular. Even big-name co-branded items. Bah, profiteer. 200 yuan is a waste. Shichi looked up and coldly looked at the Peony nightclub across the street, which was full of luxury cars and bustling with activity. In the penthouse office of the Peony nightclub, 3 burly men were sitting on the sofa, with several bottles of alcohol on the coffee table in front of them. One of the men with tattoos shook his glass. Biao, I forgot to ask you, how is the investigation into the case of the fat man with money going? Have they caught the murderer? What did your relative in the police station say? Biaozi exhaled a smoke ring and sat up straight, solemnly saying, We have already identified the murderer. It was the goods that Fat Xian picked up from Zhangjia village. The killer was really ruthless. I heard that the seller's husband and wife were stabbed over 100 times and their arteries were cut to bleed them out. Guess what weapon she used? A knife. What else? The man with a scar on his face said disdainfully. Wrong. It was a awl, the kind used for sewing shoes. The awl was stuck in Xian's temple, leaving only the handle sticking out. The 3 men who spoke were the 3 bosses of the Peony nightclub, and what they did had long since exceeded the scope of a nightclub. The scarred man put away his disdainful expression and sat up straight. Damn! Is this little bitch so ruthless? There's something even worse. Before she left, she poured gasoline on the corpse. She also put a brick on the accelerator of Qian's car, which caused the brick house to collapse by half and the fire to soar. It was only because the villagers put out the fire in time that the fire was not too strong. I can't figure out one thing right now. You said she was a village girl, so how could she be so ruthless? Where did she get so many tricks? How could she figure out the car? Biao asked out of curiosity. Could it be that our sworn enemy helped us? The scarred man said thoughtfully. The man with the scar on his arm finished his drink and shook his head. No, the main thing now is whether this will involve us. After all, it was us who instructed money to go to the deal, and the one above has repeatedly warned us not to cause trouble recently. The scarred man looked at him disdainfully. Fuck, what's the big deal? I'd say it's just a little girl's cleverness. Do you believe it? In 3 days, we'll definitely catch her. There's no movement today, so I guess she's hiding in the mountains. Their conversation was heard by the black figure clinging to the 5th floor window. I think we should keep a low profile for now. Don't entertain people you don't know. Let's wait until this is over. I'm just worried that if we can't solve the case in time, the authorities will get involved. If they find out, we'll be in trouble. Biao frowned and said. Damn, buying a little bitch is really fucking troublesome. With a loud crash, gravity shattered the office window. Countless pieces of glass flew in their direction. The 3 men instinctively raised their arms to block. Fuck. Who the fuck? Scarface had not finished his sentence when he saw a woman in black standing in front of the broken window, her posture straight and her face obscured. "Who are you?" the man with the scarred arm asked coldly. "The one who wants to kill you." After saying this, Shurchi flipped his hand and a fruit knife appeared in his hand. He threw it up and then grabbed the handle of the knife, stabbing it at the face of the man with the flowery arm. The man with the flowery arm instinctively leaned back, and although he avoided the vital area, a deep cut that exposed the bone was still made on his arm. "Ah!" The armless man covered his arm in pain. Realizing that the person coming was not a good person, Biao and Scarface turned around and picked up the tools in the corner, and at the same time threw an iron rod at the armless man. "Who the hell are you? Do you know where you are? You're asking for it by pissing us off," the man with the flowery arm said coldly. "Ha, who am I? Didn't you just discuss me? What, you've already forgotten?" Shurchi played with the fruit knife in his hand while talking. The blade quickly flew back and forth at his fingertips, and as the speed increased, the blade appeared to have a shadow. This skill could not be done without years of practice. They had investigated the people they were going to buy from. The little village girl had grown up in the countryside, never attended school, and was submissive. She definitely wasn't the black-clad man in front of them. "Don't try to fool me with this little village girl. Tell me who sent you." Shurchi saw that no one believed what he said, shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, and was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with them. 80% of the girls in their nightclub were kidnapped, sold, or trafficked through illegal means, and they also engaged in some illegal transactions, gambling, contraband, black and yellow, all together. Although it is in a county town, its customers come from all over the country. These three evil people are not worth dying for. "You bitch. You're asking for it." Diaozi brandished a machete over a meter long and swung it down at Shurchi's head. Shurchi ducked down to avoid the attack, and then kicked Diaozi in the wrist with a backflip, knocking the machete out of his hand. After landing, he quickly turned around and quickly slashed the fruit knife, cutting directly through Biao's throat. The speed was so fast that the machete only made a clang as it hit the ground. Diaozi's eyes widened, and he stumbled back a few steps, falling onto the sofa in a daze. At this moment, the scarred man quietly came up behind Shurchi and stabbed her in the back. At the same time, the iron rod of the man with the flowery arm also swung toward Shurchi's head. Shurchi smiled, and her petite body suddenly burst with incredible strength. She bent down and delivered a side kick, which hit the scarred man in the stomach. The scarred man groaned and stumbled back. At the same time as Shurchi kicked, he threw a fruit knife at his face, and the scarred man had not yet reacted when the blade had already sunk into his eyebrow. Such a powerful blow was thanks to the soul pill she had eaten today, which had increased her strength a little, although not much, but enough. Otherwise, with her current undernourished physique, it would be difficult to pierce the skull with a flying knife after climbing on the building for so long. Shurchi's continuous movements caused the man with the flowery arm to swing his stick in vain. He didn't want to fight, so he turned his head and ran towards the door. Neither of them is a match for him, and now that he is alone, he is not a fool and does not run. Shurchi naturally wouldn't let him leave. Taking 2 steps forward, he slid and knocked him to the ground. He quickly rolled over and stamped on the back of the man with the flowery arm. "Who are you? What do you want? You have to be clear about it. I can give you everything. Just let me go." The man with the flowery arms gave in. If he could trade his entire fortune for his life, it would be worth it. Chapter 5, Video sent successfully. Who are the people behind you? How can you protect them and do evil things in this small county without anyone daring to interfere? As Shichi spoke, he applied pressure to his foot. The bones of the armless man creaked, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I don't understand what you're saying. The three of us made our way here by our own abilities." Shurchi snorted, "Do you think I believe you?" The man with the flowery arm had a vein bulge on his forehead and stopped talking. Shurchi lifted his foot off his back. "If you're so stubborn, then you'll have to suffer more." He turned around and picked up the iron rod on the ground. The armless man took advantage of the gap and quickly got up, still not giving up the idea of escaping. "TSK. Bad boy." Shurchi threw a metal rod at him, hitting him in the back of the head. The armless man fell limp to the ground. Shurchi touched his nose through the mask, a little out of control. After confirming that he was only unconscious, he didn't rush to wake him up. He looked around the office and noticed a fingerprint safe in the corner, nearly 1.6 meters high. He had noticed it when he first entered the office. He turned and looked at the scarred man closest to the safe, dragged his body over to him, and pressed his right thumb on the fingerprint lock. Wrong fingerprint. Shur-Chi frowned. The three of them were the owners of the nightclub, so it was impossible that only one person could open the safe. Just as he was considering whether to send someone else to try, he noticed that the cigarette smoke on the left middle finger of the scarred man had turned yellow. In other words, he was probably left-handed. He grabbed his left hand and pressed it against the fingerprint lock again. Sure enough, the safe opened with a sound. When Shur-Chi opened the door and saw what was inside, her eyes completely turned cold. She originally only wanted to know what kind of person could be their umbrella, but now she doesn't think so. In her previous life, Shur-Chi became a killer, and it can be said that she was inextricably linked to these three dogs. If she could, who wouldn't want to have a stable life? Although she was reborn and free. But these scumbags, and the dogs who connive behind their backs to let these villains roam free in society. They all deserve to die. This is also her rebirth, atonement for her previous life, and a contribution to the world. After thinking for a moment, Shur-Chi took out the man's cell phone from his pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and turned on the video recording function. First, she filmed the safe full of white powder and colorful candy. Judging by the amount, it would be enough to turn these three trash into a sieve. Shur-Chi paused the recording, walked over to the man with the tattooed arms, grabbed him by the hair and dragged him to the safe. He picked up the knife, stabbed it into his thigh, quickly pulled it out, and put it away in the space. Cough cough, this knife is quite useful, and Shichi reluctantly accepted it. The armless man let out a cry, waking up from the pain. Seeing the safe open next to him and Shichi pointing his cell phone at him, he felt that things were not going to be good. What the hell are you doing? Shur-Chi tapped 3 times on his throat, changing his voice to a much deeper tone than usual. Confess your crimes and the people behind you. The man with the flowery arm could not resist. This woman was too strong. He could only lower his head and not speak. Shur-Chi picked up the wine bottle on the coffee table and, after thinking about it, smashed it on the windowsill. She was worried that she would accidentally kill the man with the flowery arm, so she asked who would answer the questions. The man with the flowery arms instinctively shuddered, but still kept his head down and said nothing. Shur-Chi also lost her patience and stabbed the broken bottle into his thigh. The armless man screamed again, clenching his teeth and refusing to speak. You're really stubborn. Shur-Chi grabbed the bottle by the neck and twisted it. The broken glass stirred in his wound. The armless man couldn't take it anymore and began to confess with a sob. We abduct and sell contraband, we. I beg you, please let me go. The man's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and tears and snot flowed uncontrollably, and he couldn't stop crying. If Shur-Chi didn't know about the evil they had committed, he might have been fooled by their pitiful appearance. But this is nowhere near the truth. Shur-Chi doesn't want to hear this at all. I'll give you one last chance. You know what I'm capable of. Please, I beg you, kill me. I can't tell you, if I do, my family will die. The man with the flowery arm begged for mercy. Shur-Chi sneered, what do I care about your family? Have you ever thought about the families of the poor people you have killed? Someone is listening outside the door. It seems like they are going to get help. The voice of the little fox rang in Shur-Chi's mind. Shur-Chi did not pay any attention to it and pulled the wine bottle out of the armored man's thigh, bringing out a large amount of minced meat. Needless to say, the man with the flowery arms wailed again, trembling all over. Usually they are the ones doing the evil deeds. When have they ever experienced such abuse? Just as Shur-Chi raised his hand to stab him in the other thigh, the armless man shouted. No. I'll talk. Gu Jiming, Secretary Gu. We'll give him 70% of all our profits. He protects us. I beg you, please let me die. Shur-Chi's goal was achieved. He took a few steps back and looked at him coldly. He watched as he crashed into the pillar. The man died instantly. The door was also smashed on the spot. With the sound of the door being smashed, Shur-Chi said her last words, Tony County, Peony Nightclub. She then turned off the video function, opened a few video apps on her phone, and uploaded the video she had recorded earlier. After confirming that the release was successful, she received the phone back in the space. They all have weapons. There are so many of them. Do you want to come to the space to hide? The voice of the little fox sounded in Shur-Chi's mind again. Open the door. If anything happens to our boss, I'll kill you. Open the door. Shit. What the fuck? Hurry up and smash it. It might be dangerous if you wait too long. Then came the sound of a metal chisel hitting the door. Not to mention, the security door of this office is quite sturdy. Shur-Chi raised his eyebrows and jumped onto the window. Don't go in, it's easy to get lazy. After saying that, he quickly climbed down along the shape of the outside of the building. The police car arrived much earlier than Shur-Chi had expected. She had just landed and hid in the alley when the Peony nightclub was surrounded. Shur-Chi quickly climbed over the high wall in the dead-end alley and shuttled through the darkness. Space is a treasure, and it is also Shichi's life-saving talisman. She didn't want to get into the habit of going into the space whenever she encountered a little difficulty. Chapter 6, Leaving Tony County. Tony County is in a unique geographical location, being a border county. Because there are steep cliffs on both sides, the only way out of the city is via an elevated bridge. In the past, it was extremely isolated, and it took 2 days to travel to the nearest city. 10 years ago, after the bridge was built, it slowly began to develop. Shur-Chi hid in the dark of night, feeling a bit worried. At the exit of the only road, there was already a checkpoint. Watching one car after another being stopped, not only were their documents checked, but even the trunk was not spared. Shur-Chi rolled her eyes in frustration. Without a protector, it's quite frustrating. The 3 people who just died had someone to protect them, but she killed a few evil people, and it was like stabbing a hornet's nest. Just when she was thinking about how to avoid the roadblock, a heavy truck loaded with coal came from afar. The truck slowly stopped when it was near the bridge. Hello, please show your driver's license and vehicle registration. The driver cooperated and got out of the truck with his documents. One person checked the documents, while the other 2 began to inspect the cab and the surrounding area of the truck. After confirming that the vehicle was in good condition, the officer took out a printed sketch and showed it to the driver. Have you seen this person? The driver looked at him carefully for a moment, shook his head. No, I haven't seen him. Is he in trouble? Nothing. You can go now. If you see anyone suspicious, remember to call us. The driver nodded, climbed into the car, and was about to leave when he was stopped again. What's in the back of the truck? Coal. Do you want to go and have a look? The driver said seriously. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, and that it was indeed coal that was visible from the outside. No, you can go. The truck left smoothly. After crossing the bridge, a head with a black hat appeared from under the running car. Slowly, from under the truck, along the back of the truck, he climbed up the guardrail and finally onto the back of the truck. He didn't care if he was dirty or not, he just sat down. Phew! Shur-Chi shook his aching arm and let out a sigh. Just now, when the truck was about to leave and was stopped again. She quickly climbed under the truck, found 4 points of leverage, and then climbed out of Tony County with the truck. She was really tired today. Although the soul pill is good, it can only slowly improve her constitution. Even if it was slow, she had borrowed a lot of strength today, otherwise she might have been exhausted and fallen when she was eavesdropping on them from the 5th floor window. Shur-Chi took out the cigarette case in her pocket, which had been flattened at some point, and took out a cigarette from it, which was also flattened. She was about to light it to keep warm when the voice of the little fox appeared in her mind again. Do you want to come in and rest for a while? I'll keep an eye out for you, and let you know when you're there. Shur-Chi was a little surprised. Will I come out and stay at the same place I entered the space? If that's the case, forget it. She really doesn't have the energy to walk to Zhanghai City right now. No. You entered the space in the car, so you'll definitely be in the car when you come out. Hearing this, Shur-Chi had no more hesitation and slipped into the space. She lit the cigarette in her mouth, took a puff, and then laid down on the grass. The little fox waved its paw in disgust, and after a moment of hesitation, asked, Why do you want to smoke that smelly thing? Shur-Chi was stunned for a moment. Smelly? He looked at the cigarette in his fingers and suddenly understood. After a long silence, the little fox thought that Shur-Chi didn't want to talk, so she didn't want to ask again. Just as she was about to find another topic, Shur-Chi slowly opened her mouth. When I was fighting in the dark, I had to find a way to kill the other person in order to survive. I remember that was the first time I killed someone. Although my injuries weren't any better, I still had psychological problems because of the killing. I felt helpless, guilty, sad, and the smell of blood filled my nose. I vomited for a long time. At this point, Shur-Chi smiled. Later, a woman with the same fate as me handed me a cigarette. She said that it could cover up the smell of blood in my nose. I tried it with some skepticism, and although it almost choked my lungs out, it did indeed make me feel better, just as she said. Later, this became my habit. Although I no longer had fear in my heart, I would still light one after every kill. The little fox wanted to persuade Shur-Chi, but didn't expect there to be such a story behind it. She just nodded and didn't say anything else. Shur-Chi's eyes looked at the cigarette in her hand, and her thoughts drifted far away. Although she had a miserable life in her previous life, she also met a few warm-hearted people during the most difficult stages of her life. If you count the time, there is still some time before they die. Give myself a deadline. If I can make a fortune before then, I must help those few people escape from the sea of death. The cigarette was already burnt out, leaving only a butt. After thinking about it, she threw it into the bag of clothes that she had not yet had time to dispose of. She turned her head to look at the little fox with big eyes that were blinking and melting. I have a question for you. Where did this ring come from? The little fox shook its head seriously. Every time it shook its head, its two fluffy ears would tremble. Shur-Chi had already held back several times the urge to go up and pinch it. But, cute as it is also a real headache. The little fox is really clueless, and sometimes Shur-Chi wonders if it really is a spirit born from space. Looking down at the ring, Shur-Chi came back to life, searching for the ring, actually wondering if it had anything to do with her original family? Would she be able to find her family one day through this ring? But, do you have any plans for the future? The little fox asked curiously. I'm going to find a place to settle down for a while and think about my future. Shur-Chi's thoughts were interrupted, but she wasn't angry. She said honestly. The little fox tilted his head. Don't you want to find your family? Shur-Chi smiled. When she threatened Django Dan, she really wanted to hear even one place name from him, so that she could have a goal. But when Django Dan was about to say it, she suddenly didn't want to look for it. Forget it. Even if I find them, my presence will cause them trouble. After all, people like me may make them feel sick. What Shur-Chi didn't say was that she had looked for them in her previous life, but there was no missing person report that matched her. Maybe they were already dead? Or maybe they didn't want to find her at all? The little fox wanted to say something comforting, but suddenly found that she was running out of words. She scratched her ear with her little paw. Fortunately, Shur-Chi's stomach started growling, breaking the awkward atmosphere. She was so hungry that she hadn't eaten anything since the previous morning when she had eaten a bowl of sour soup with dumplings. Chapter 7, Arriving in Haijian City. At this moment, a faintly familiar aroma wafted through the air. Shur-Chi and Little Fox looked at each other, and one ran and the other flew, quickly reaching the stone table. Sure enough, in each of the 2 stone bowls, 3 soul pills appeared. This quantity made Shur-Chi think. 3? Could it be related to the 3 people I killed before? The little fox thought about it thoughtfully, and suddenly her eyes became bright and she nodded vigorously. This must be the reason. The 3 you killed were all extremely evil people. Shur-Chi felt something was wrong. Why did you have 3 in your bowl? It should be that the master has it, and I have it too. The reward for activating the space last time was also one of mine. The little fox said with a smile. Shur-Chi's hand once again reached out to the stone bowl uncontrollably, but before it could touch it, it was pushed away by the chubby little paw. I told you before, you can't eat it yet. The little fox said sternly. Shur-Chi looked at the white soul pill in the other bowl and then at the little fox. The look in his eyes was like he was accusing her. You only have soul pills because of me, and now you're stopping me from eating them? Is there any justice in this world? The little fox ignored Shur-Chi's gaze. You haven't fully absorbed the first soul pill you ate, so you can't eat the second one. Really? If I lie to you, I'm a dog. Shur-Chi was amused. They were both canines. Who gave you the courage to look down on puppies? Don't laugh. I'm telling the truth. When your body is back to normal, you can eat as many as you want, but not now. The little fox said with conviction. Shirchi could only reluctantly withdraw his hand. What about you? Can you only eat one at a time? No, I can eat as many as I want. The little fox proudly shook his fur. Shirchi now had an urge to abuse the little animal. Turning her head away, she lay down on the ground and closed her eyes. I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up when we get there. Shirchi slept very soundly and deeply. This was an experience she had never had in her 2 lifetimes. When she was woken up by the little fox, she felt particularly relaxed, except that she was still very hungry. I can already see the city. The little fox shouted. Shirchi sat up, stretched, and slipped out of the space. The temperature difference between inside and outside the space was too great, and Shirchi shivered. Looking forward, the scenery of Haijian City came into view. There were many speed bumps on the road into the city, indicating that they were about to enter the city and slow down. The truck also slowed down. After making sure there were no other vehicles around, Shirchi hung one hand over the edge of the guardrail and jumped down, rolling in a circle on the ground as a buffer. After standing up, in order not to make himself appear too abrupt in the middle of the road, he quickly ducked into the bushes by the side of the road. This startled the truck driver, who was looking in the rearview mirror from time to time. In the dim light of dawn, a dark figure quickly darted past his car. The strange experiences that fellow night bus drivers had told him about kept flashing through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so he sped up. Shirchi naturally didn't know that her actions had scared the driver, but she did see the truck suddenly speed up, bouncing over the speed bumps and throwing out a lot of coal. After about 20 minutes, they finally entered the suburbs of Haijian City. He found a breakfast stand that had just opened. With the owner's surprised gaze. Xiaolongbao, shumai, majuan, fried cake, huladang, soy milk. All of it. As long as it was in front of her, she didn't leave anything behind. She was really hungry. It was also a good opportunity to test how long it could be stored in space. If it can be stored for a long time, she can buy more food to put in it in the future. She found an inconspicuous corner and, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, slipped into the space. She sat down on the floor and began to stuff her mouth with Xiaolongbao. She coughed and burped, and when that didn't work, she drank some soy milk to calm her down and then continued the battle. The little fox came to the front of the room, smelling the aroma of the food, and squatted down to sit. Her tail wagged uncontrollably. The big black eyes looked at the steamed buns in Shirchi's hand. Master! What is this you are eating? Is it delicious? In the meantime, suspicious unknown liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth. Shirchi stuffed another bun in his mouth and asked in a muffled voice, "Can you eat it?" The little fox's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, "Yes." Shirchi opened the bag and put it in front of the little fox, looking at it curiously. The little fox stretched out its paw, which was originally chubby, and suddenly, like a sword being unsheathed, it extended sharp nails that were at least 5 centimeters long. He stuck a bun in his mouth. Ah moo! He bit down, closed his eyes and enjoyed it. His tail was flapping so fast it could have been used as a propeller. Shirchi was thoughtful. Although she had never seen a spirit, she had learned about them in books when she was studying on her own in her previous life. It has no physical form and cannot be touched. It is naturally impossible to live like a human or an animal. The little fox in front of her was suspicious in every way. Who eats buns as a spirit? Moreover, she remembered that it had clung to her bowl anxiously yesterday and had patted its own hands with its paws today, which were all physical contact. Shirchi reached out to touch the fox's head to confirm his thoughts. When he touched her silky fur, he turned his hand and touched her ears, which he had longed to touch. He pinched them, and they were just as fun as he had imagined. Ah! No, I've gone off topic. Shirchi finally confirmed his thoughts. This thing in front of him was a real fox, definitely not the spirit that it said was derived from space. This also explains why it always says, "I don't know any more than you do." There must be a lot of things that it doesn't know. The little fox didn't understand why Shirchi suddenly touched it, swallowed the bun, and then looked up and asked, "What's wrong, master?" Shirchi shook his head, "Nothing, just curious about what your ears feel like." "Hee hee, how was it? Was it fun?" The little fox asked with a smile. "Yes, it was fun. Seeing the little fox enjoying the food, Shirchi put aside his doubts for the time being. There will be plenty of opportunities to ask later. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, all the fatigue came flooding back, and she was in desperate need of a good night's sleep. Lying on her side on the grass, she soon fell asleep. After Shirchi started to breathe evenly, the little fox stopped eating. She looked up at Shirchi's thin back and smiled foolishly with tears in her eyes. After a while, she whispered, "Master, I finally did it. I hope that when your soul is repaired, you will remember me, right?" Chapter 8, The Irony from Anonymous. When Shirchi woke up, his short hair was like a chicken coop. The haircut was done under the direction of the little fox the day she returned to the space from the small hotel. Although the frizz was cut, it couldn't withstand the long time she slept. "How long have I been sleeping?" Shirchi asked the little fox while smoothing out her hair. "A day or so." Little fox had a smile in her eyes. Shirchi was a little stunned. Could she sleep like that? Looking down at herself, she realized that she needed to take care of her personal hygiene and change her clothes. She took out the few $1,000s she had in her pocket and counted it. She lay back down on the grass helplessly. "Master, are you still not awake?" Shirchi turned over weakly. "No, I was thinking that this money seems to be insufficient for anything." The little fox heard this and waved its paw, and a golden object floated in front of Shirchi. "Hey, isn't there this? Why don't you sell it?" Seeing the gold necklace floating in front of her, Shirchi's eyes lit up. She had forgotten about this. She held it in her hand and shook it around, estimating its weight. It was about 100 grams, and she didn't know how much it would sell for. She was suddenly full of energy. "I'll go now," Shirchi said, putting on her hat and mask. After confirming that there was no one outside, the little fox flashed out of the space. Tony County and Heian City are incomparable. Although it is a third-tier city, it is bustling with activity, and there are countless high-rise buildings on the main street. The flow of people of all kinds is relatively large, and Shirchi, dressed like this, is not very noticeable when walking inside. Shirchi walked into a large shopping mall standing on the street. After taking a quick look at the sign, she went up to the third floor, where the elevator was directly opposite a jewelry store. Just as she was about to go up, a few people in uniforms walked past her. "Has anyone come to sell gold necklaces recently? Similar to the ones in the picture?" The attendant took the picture and looked at it. "No, recently they have been selling women's models, and they will change them for a small fee. Please keep this picture. If anyone comes to sell a necklace like this, please notify us immediately." Shirchi sneered and turned away. Wasps really are relentless. When she was about to leave the mall, she saw a few people in uniforms standing at the door, talking to each other. Shirchi turned around and went to the bathroom to wash her face. After coming out, she walked towards the back door. Going out the back door, she found herself in an alley. This shopping mall is like a shroud for the city, concealing the mess behind it. Shirchi was walking aimlessly when she heard someone shouting, "Robbery! Robbery! Help me catch him!" A man with dyed yellow hair was running towards Shirchi, clutching a woman's bag in one hand and a gold necklace in the other. A woman was chasing after him, her hands covering her red neck. She had obviously been chasing him for a long time and was running out of strength. Shirchi squinted his eyes and, when the yellow-haired man passed by him, he extended one foot and tripped him to the ground. "Get out of my way! How dare you stop me!" Huang Mao cursed, got up, and tried to keep running. He was grabbed by Shirchi by the back of the neck. Huang Mao stumbled, turned around and was about to fight back when he was grabbed by the neck and thrown against the wall. This knocked Huang Mao into a stupor. Seeing that he had encountered a problem, his attitude softened considerably. "If you let me go, I'll give you half of what I stole." Shirchi tightened his grip on his neck, increasing the pressure a little. Huang Mao's face turned an unnatural red, and he rolled his eyes, struggling to kick Shirchi. Just as he stretched out his foot, Shirchi kicked him in the knee, and he instantly became obedient. "Tell me, where are you going to sell the necklace you stole? If you tell me, I'll let you go. Otherwise..." He increased the pressure on his hand a little more. "Let go of me, I'll take you there." Huang Mao agreed, and Shirchi let go of his hand. He took the bag and necklace he had stolen and threw them in front of the woman who had come forward. Huang Mao was unhappy that Shichi had so easily thrown back the bag and necklace he had just stolen. "You motherfucker," he only said these 4 words and then shut up. He felt a sharp pain in his waist and looked down to see a bright, sharp knife pressed against his waist. "Thank you, young lady." The woman picked up her things and walked towards Shichi, preparing to say a few words of thanks. "Don't take this road next time." After saying this, Shichi dragged Huang Mao away at a fast pace, leaving the old lady alone in the wind. Huang Mao walked reluctantly in front of him. He didn't want to compromise either, but the knife in his waist was really fucking scary. The two of them shuttled through the alley, winding around, and finally stopped in front of a shop at the corner. The broken glass window was covered with stickers, which read "High price for gold and silver jewelry." "This is the place." Huang Mao's face showed a triumphant smile. Shichi smiled and pretended not to see it. She put away the knife and dragged him inside. The room was not very big, about 20 square meters at most. On the left-hand side of the counter, there were second-hand cell phones and laptops, and on the counter directly in front of it were some gold and silver jewelry. A middle-aged man was sitting inside, with the word "Nin" tattooed on his exposed arm. 4 young men with colorful hair were sitting on the sofa watching the old TV hanging in the corner. When Shichi and Huang Mao entered, they looked in the direction of the door, and then looked meaningfully at Huang Mao. Huang Mao broke free from Shichi's restraint and quickly ran to the middle-aged man sitting at the counter, and whispered in his ear. Shichi didn't pay any attention to them. Her eyes were drawn to the content on the TV. A vicious murder occurred in Zhangjia Village, Tongyi County, at 1800 hours on the morning of the 18th. Zhang, Li, and Xian were killed, and the suspect was a girl named Unknown, who was abducted by Zhang 16 years ago. On the 19th, a vicious murder occurred in a nightclub in Tongyi County. The victims were Sun, Lu, and Zhao. A large amount of contraband was found at the scene, which led to several major cases. According to analysis, the 2 vicious murders were committed by one person. If you see the woman in the photo, please call the hotline. Those who provide effective clues will be rewarded 500,000 yuan. Our station will continue to follow up on the story. Master, the person in the portrait doesn't look anything like you. Yes, I think so too. The person in the painting has long hair, lifeless eyes, a pale face, and pursed lips. This is the image of the last life because of long-term abuse, inferiority, in the hearts of the villagers. Of course, Shichi didn't care about these things, but he just thought it was really fucking ironic when he said he was nobody. Chapter 9, Selling a Necklace and Still Having to Write an IOU? Shichi was not the only one who was attracted by the news. Even Huang Mao stopped biting his ear and looked at the TV with the middle-aged man. After all, everyone is very concerned about what is happening around them. Damn! Whoever catches this woman will be rich. 500,000 yuan. How many cell phones can I rob to get that much? Red Hair said excitedly, completely forgetting that there was a stranger in the room. Shichi didn't care. From the moment she came in and saw the second-hand cell phones and computers, she had already guessed the nature of the work of these people. Her purpose was simple, to sell the necklace in her hand, even if she had to take a loss. You think it's easy to catch someone who's killed so many people? Don't wait to be caught, or you'll be the 7th one to die. The purple-haired man on the side spoke out. That's right. You have to walk around such people on the street, or you'll be beheaded. Green Hair also expressed his opinion. After the yellow-haired man finished whispering, the middle-aged man looked at Shichi with a displeased expression. What is your purpose for coming here? To sell gold. Shichi said concisely and clearly. Ha 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 ha. What did you say? You want to sell gold? The middle-aged man seemed to have heard something funny. Shichi looked at him coldly. You're not deaf, judging by the way you're acting. How dare you talk to our brother Dao like that? You want to die. Huang Mao came to his own place, and his confidence grew. Brother Dao looked at Shichi and narrowed his eyes, pretending to be a good old man. He patted Huang Mao on the arm and winked at him. Don't talk to the girl like that. The guest is a guest. Huang Mao received the signal he sent, and closed his mouth with a smug look. Brother Dao looked at Shichi. Take out the gold you want to sell, let me see the quality. Shichi pretended to take out a gold necklace from his pocket, but in fact he took it out of his space and put it on the counter. Brother Dao placed it in his hand and shook it around, his face showing a greedy look that quickly disappeared. He put his left hand under the table and made a small gesture, then waved his right hand and put the necklace on the scale. This necklace weighs 30 grams. You know the rules here, don't you? What rules? Tell me. Shurchi said. This necklace doesn't look like it's from a good source, does it? Let me help you sell it. I can only pay you half the price. Brother Knife seemed to be in a good mood as he said this. How much is half? Shurchi was not annoyed. She wanted to see what kind of tricks he could play. The market price for 1 gram is 550, and after deducting the loss, it is 500. And we, of course, will charge a fee for helping you, not much, just 250 yuan. Brother Dao saw that Shurchi didn't react when he said this, and he decided that she was a pushover. For 30 grams, I'll charge you 7,500. I won't take advantage of you, so I'll round it down to 750. What do you think? Shurchi continued to watch him perform expressionlessly, and the 4 colorful chickens sitting on the sofa next to her let out a stifled laugh. Sister, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. But? Knife brother looked a bit embarrassed when he said this. But what? But my little brother says you just ruined a deal for him. The necklace and the contents of the bag add up to at least 10,000 to 8,000 yuan. Do you have to pay for it? Huang Mao saw that Brother Dao was going to avenge him, and he puffed up his chest like a proud rooster. Compensation? How do you want to compensate? I don't want much from you, just 5,000 yuan. If you don't have it, don't worry, just write me a note and pay me back when you have the money. After all, it must be difficult for you to sell the necklace. Brother Dao rubbed his stubble and was in a particularly good mood. If this deal went through, he would make a fortune today. It's not that easy to write a note. Just do a little something in it. Shurchi was amused. You really know how to be shameless. Shit. You think you can come in here and be so arrogant? Damn it, you're going to write this IOU today, whether you want to or not. Brothers, block the door. Brother Dao removed his hypocritical smile, slapped the table, and his face turned ferocious. As the saying goes, if you don't die, you won't die. I wonder how they would feel if they knew that the woman standing in front of them was the suspect on TV. Brother Dao, she has a knife. Huang Mao taunted, saying that he had just suffered a great loss from this woman, and he was about to watch her get punished, so he was feeling very good. Oh, I'm so scared. Brother Knife said smugly. Shurchi walked up a few steps and looked at him coldly. I can give you another chance. Figure out how much my necklace is worth. Wasn't what I just said clear enough? You owe us. Before he could finish his sentence, Brother Knife was pulled out of the counter by Shichi by the collar. It was so fast that Huang Mao didn't even react. I just gave you a chance. Shurchi said in a deep voice, completely unperturbed by the mention of an adult man. Damn. Do you think you can beat us because you're strong? After failing to break free from Shurchi's restraint, Brother Dao tried to punch her in the face. Unexpectedly, Shurchi easily slapped him away, and then punched him in the stomach. Then she threw him over her shoulder and slammed him to the ground. Brother Dao was thrown into a daze, not to mention the fact that his abdomen was heavily chopped by Shurchi. Brothers, grab your weapons and beat the hell out of him. Huang Mao said as he ran to the side of the 4-colored chicken. Shichi looked at them and saw yellow, red, purple, green, and blue, which was quite dazzling. The colorful chicken took various sticks and stepped closer to Shurchi. Before they could make a move, Shichi knocked their weapons out of their hands one by one. Before they could react, they were already being beaten up by Shurchi's fast, accurate and fierce blows. These colorful chickens are really weak. Before Shurchi could even show his full strength, they all fell down. They lay on the ground, moaning and groaning. Shurchi clapped his hands in disgust and turned around to squat next to Daogu. He reached out and patted his cheek. You were just saying how much my chain is worth? 750, no, 7,500. Shurchi laughed, swung his arm, and slapped him hard in the face. Brother Dao let out a cry of pain, and his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Speak properly. How much is it? Shurchi said coldly. 15,000. Brother Dao roared out, he was really scared. After all those years as a hawk, he had never had his eye pecked out by a chicken before. Chapter 10, you have to write a note when buying a necklace. Shurchi was naturally dissatisfied, and once again gave him a hard slap on the other side of his face. Seeing both sides of his face swollen equally high, Shurchi inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. It's more comfortable to look symmetrical. Brother Knife cried out, "I'm sorry, forgive me, I'll give you the other half of the necklace right now, I'm sorry." Shurchi snorted. It would have been better if he had been more honest before, and he wouldn't have had to suffer like this. He grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the counter. Daogo was trembling and covering his stomach, and he squatted down to pick up the other half of the necklace that he had kicked under the table. When he first did the trick, he thought it was very hidden, but in fact, Shurchi saw it clearly. He hid his left hand under the table, where he had placed a pair of pliers. With his right hand, he grabbed the necklace, swung it under the table, quickly cut it off, and kicked it into the corner. The skill level is obvious from the fact that he has done this many times before. Brother Knife obediently put the necklace he picked up on the scale. 90 grams. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Shurchi's eyes. Could it be that he was doing this because he was afraid of Shurchi? No. He is guilty. I'll give you one last chance. You should know what to do, or else. Shurchi said, and made a gesture with his hand. Knife Brother was scared and shivered. He resigned himself to taking off the magnet that was attached to the bottom of the scale. The number on the scale immediately changed from 90 grams to 120 grams. Seeing that he had no reaction for a long time, Shurchi reminded him, "Let's settle the bill." "Sister, can I stop charging? I was wrong. I shouldn't have cheated you." Brother Dao's tears were falling down his face. Shurchi rolled his eyes. "You're not going to take it back just because you say so? Where's the arrogance you had when you were cheating me? Hurry up and do the math." He then gave him a couple of hard slaps on the head. Brother Dao's trembling hand pressed down on the calculator, and the calculator made a mechanical sound. 120 multiply 500 equals 60,000. Brother Dao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said something, but Shurchi didn't hear it clearly. He turned his head and shouted at the colorful chicken lying on the ground, "If you don't want to be beaten, shut your mouth." The room was suddenly quiet as a needle falling. Shurchi looked at Brother Dao. "What did you just say?" "I don't have that much money." "How much do you have?" Brother Dao seemed to be afraid that Shurchi wouldn't believe him, so he picked up the keychain from his waist, got up and walked to the corner, and opened a curtain. Inside was a small safe. After inserting the key and opening it, he took out 5 bundles of cash from inside and placed them in front of Shurchi. "Sister, this is all I have. If you don't believe me, you can look." She acted like a shy young wife. Shurchi took one of the black plastic bags hanging from the counter and put the money in it. In fact, this was already the psychological price for Shurchi, but how could he be so easily cheated? "Write it down." Brother Knife looked at Shurchi blankly. "What do you mean by right? The total price is 60,000, but you're only giving me 50,000. Shouldn't you write me a 10,000 yuan IOU? Shurchi looked at him like he was a fool. Brother Dao wanted to say something, but he held back. Reluctantly, he took a piece of paper and wrote a note for the outstanding amount of 10,000 yuan, but he didn't write the interest or the repayment date. Shurchi pretended not to see it and forced him to put his thumbprint on it. After Shichi had collected the IOU, he looked at Daogo happily and said, "See you next time." He walked to the door, stepping over the colorful chicken that was lying on the ground and wailing, and was about to leave when he thought of something. He turned his head and looked at them. "If I find out that you are doing something that you shouldn't be doing, I will beat you every time I see you." "Yes," 6 people said in unison, unwillingly. Shurchi left satisfied, seeing no one around, and collected the money into the space. She tore the 10,000 yuan note into pieces and threw it into the trash can. Even if it was for their medical expenses, after all, the necklace was really not clean. Brother Knife didn't lose out, it's just that there wasn't much profit, so it was just a favor for himself. If he had been honest from the start, Shurchi might have been able to get another 8,000 or 10,000 yuan because he was in a hurry for money. As for the IOU, wouldn't it be more interesting for him to always have this thorn in his heart? Wow! Master, you've become a rich woman. The little fox's voice cheered in Shurchi's mind. Where did this come from? She really didn't care about the money, but she was a bit embarrassed by her current situation. She used to get at least 1 million for each job. Master, where are you going next? Spending. Not long after Shirchi left, Daogu became more and more angry. It was all because of Huang Mao, who had brought back a disaster. Not only had he not earned a penny, he had also been beaten up. With the pain in his stomach and face, he kicked Huang Mao. Seeing that Brother Dao had taken action, the four-colored chicken, who had suffered an unjustified disaster, also struggled to get up and joined the queue of people beating up Huang Mao. Chapter 11. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Shirchi naturally didn't know what Huang Mao looked like after being beaten up. Even if she did, she would only say that's right. At this time, she was carrying several sets of change of clothes bought from a discount store, looking for a place to sell household goods. She was not familiar with Haijiang City. Although she had some money, she still had to be careful with her spending until she found another job. Master, what are those red strings of fruit? They look so pretty. I wonder what kind of fruit they are. The shiny shell looks so sweet. Shirchi stopped and turned her head. She looked at the sugar-coated fruit stall and frowned. This was the third time she had been stopped by the little fox. The last 2 times, it was because of the fried chestnuts and the egg cakes. The adjectives used were so gentle. Master. What is that brown food? The exposed flesh is actually yellow? Why can I feel the sweet scent it gives off? Master, look at that yellow pastry. Isn't it particularly fluffy? I just don't know if it's sweet or salty. If you want to eat it, just say so. Don't beat around the bush. Hey, I want to eat. Shirchi smiled helplessly. She once thought she was a greedy person, but she never imagined that the little fox was even greedier than she was. And its plump tummy is like an endless pit, which can never be filled. On the morning of the day she first arrived in Haijiang City, Shirchi bought a lot of food at the breakfast stall. She originally thought that she could eat whatever she wanted when she was hungry, and she could also observe whether the storage in the space could keep food fresh. But when she woke up, she found that the little fox had already eaten everything, leaving only a pile of empty packaging bags in the corner of the space. What if the life-saving fox is a foodie? Pamper it. Pamper it to death. Shirchi bought 10 skewers of sweetened fruit on a stick and let it eat slowly. She put it in a paper bag as a cover and stored it all in the space. Oh, my! Master, baby loves you. After that, the little fox completely quieted down. Shirchi was not planning to stay in Haijiang City, but her current status as a black market resident made it difficult for her to go anywhere. In this day and age, you need an identity to do anything, so she needs to think of a way as soon as possible. Have you heard? The secretary Go mentioned in the bloody video a few days ago has been arrested for investigation. Really? Is he really involved with that nightclub? Really, some people don't look like they're up to no good, but they might be doing something behind the scenes. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let the manager hear you. Shirchi listened to the cashier's gossip without a word, and placed the selected household goods in the shopping cart one by one on the cashier's counter. She paid, took her bag and left. If she guessed correctly, they were discussing the video she had taken at the Rose nightclub. She thought that video would be forgotten, but it had caused a ripple. She had bought everything she needed, so there was nothing else to look at. She was now more curious about the follow-up to the Peony nightclub and who Secretary Go was. After leaving the mall and heading straight for the suburbs, she put her things away and found an internet cafe. The moment the door opened, a strong smell of smoke and tar hit her face. The network administrator, with a cigarette in his mouth, was playing a battle game when he saw Shirchi come in and raised his eyelid. Internet? ID card. I forgot to bring it. Shirchi said calmly. Tut. The network administrator reluctantly opened the drawer and took out an ID card from it. He scanned it and then held out his hand. Money. Shirchi handed over 50 yuan. 30. The network administrator immediately went back to the game and ignored Shirchi. She didn't care, found a seat and turned on the computer. She clicked on the web page. The top search is anonymous filming a video to expose the truth. Shirchi froze for a moment, feeling a bad feeling. When she clicked on the video, she realized that it was the part where she was at the Peony nightclub, forcing the man with the tattooed arm to reveal who his backer was. However, the video was heavily censored because it was too bloody and cruel, but the voice was still very clear. Shirchi was a little stunned. She had only thought that she had stirred up a little ripple, but who would have thought that it would be such a storm? The video has been viewed over 100 million times, and public opinion is overwhelmingly in favor of the authorities. Instead of focusing on the cruelty of the unknown person, everyone is calling on the relevant departments to completely eliminate the hidden social cancer. The second most searched term was Guo Jiming is under investigation. Shih-chi had been wondering who Guo Jiming was, and now he was here. The first thing that catches your eye when you open it is a group photo from a meeting, with two people in the frame. A big red arrow points to the one on the left, and the words Secretary Guo are written above it. This person looks to be about 40 or 50 years old. Judging from his face, he has kind eyes and is amiable. It really is true that people are not to be judged by appearances. Looking at the description of his position below, Shih-chi narrowed his eyes. If it weren't for my exposure, I'm afraid he would have covered up the world with one hand. Continue reading the third most popular search. Peony nightclub's connections were uprooted in one day, and the family members of the traffic people were searched for. There are some pictures and text. Some of the girls who were trafficked, as well as a series of contraband, controlled knives, firearms, etc. that were investigated and dealt with. It also involved several casinos, bars, karaoke bars, bathhouses, and other places. The comments section below was full of praise for the officials' swift and decisive actions. Even Shih-chi couldn't help but nod in praise. She thought that the forces involved in the Peony nightclub were relatively large. She couldn't do much damage with a small video. I didn't expect these PCs to be so powerful. The fourth most searched term is Zhang Gudong and his wife Li Chunhua, who trafficked women and children to villagers many years ago, and only stopped when they brought back John Doe. At the same time, photos of the abducted people in the village were released, hoping to find their families. This is not the point of concern for Shih-chi. It's best if they can find their family, but if they can't, it's none of their business. Shih-chi lived in the village for more than 10 years in his previous life, and can say with certainty that the atmosphere in Zhangjia village is indescribable. Otherwise, people like Zhang Godan would not be allowed to live in the village without a care. Now that they are dead, they dare to tell the truth, but they just want to refresh their popularity. This is how people are. The more guilty they feel, the more they want to say something to cover up their own dirt. From the fifth hot search, it's all about entertainment news. Shih-chi tilted her head and looked confused. Why wasn't there anything about her killing in the hot search? Reading down the list, at the very bottom, she found her own trace when she clicked on the 11th item on the complete list. Wanted. There were only 4 words, and when I opened it, it was a sketch of myself, just like the one I had seen on TV before. It said that anyone who provided a valid clue would be rewarded with 1 million yuan. TSK, the price has gone up? Shih-chi said it unconsciously, but fortunately, her voice was not loud and no one around noticed her. Chapter 12, Can't Turn a Blind Eye. When she opened the comments section again, she was completely lost. It's normal to have some people scolding her, but there are also half of the people praising her and feeling sorry for her. Shih-chi's mouth twitched, and she read through the comments one by one. The nameless person is also a poor person. She was abducted and then abused. She didn't even have a name. She must have been forced to be so cruel. What the person upstairs said was that I saw a live broadcast of the Zhangjia village residents talking about the suffering of the nameless person, and it was so sad. Anyway, she did a great thing. She single-handedly eliminated the evil forces hidden in Haijian City. 10,000 people wrote a petition to the authorities, asking them to be lenient in sentencing her. She is a ray of light in the darkness, and she has restored peace to Tony County. I don't care what you think, our whole family thanks Anonymous. My cousin has been missing for several years, and I never thought she had been abducted to the Peony nightclub. Our whole family is driving there to pick her up. Don't forget, Anonymous is also a poor child who was trafficked. Damn it, is there any justice left? You've made a murderer into a hero. Are you all sick? Have you ever thought about how dangerous someone like this is in society? I'm the only one who's curious. How could such a fragile girl have killed so many people? Could it be that she was impersonated? This kind of person must be arrested and shot. What right does she have to end someone's life? This kind of person is a demon. Shut your mouth upstairs. Is your sixth uncle among the evil people she killed? Are you defending her so much? Or are you one of the fish that got away? Shirchi looked at the comments section with a blank expression. After a while, she finally figured it out. The reason why not many people are condemning her is because the people she killed were all extremely evil. In other words, if a person rushed to the Burmese border, killed the Kachin and saved thousands of lives, then, even if he is wrong, in a sense, he is also right. It's just that in this era, this kind of approach is still not allowed by law. Shirchi didn't care what others said, as long as she was clear in her conscience. She had eaten enough melon, and now she was hungry. She got up to leave, but then sat back down again. She typed in a string of web addresses that she knew by heart, and hesitated for a moment before placing her hand on the enter key. In the end, she pressed the backspace key. It was already dark when Shirchi came out of the internet cafe. Just as she was thinking about what to eat for dinner, she heard a female voice. "Don't come over." Shirchi's footsteps stopped for a moment, and she turned her head to look at the alley opposite. Four men dressed like gangsters were approaching a beautiful girl in white, probably about 16 or 17 years old. "Get away from me. If you take another step, I'll scream," the girl in white said in a trembling voice. The thugs looked at each other and laughed lewdly, not at all deterred by the girl's words. Shirchi didn't want to get involved in other people's business. She was in a difficult situation herself. Pretending not to see, she continued walking, but after a few steps, she stopped again. She sighed and turned to walk down the alley. She really couldn't ignore it. At this moment, the girl in white was pressing her hand against her chest and panting heavily. The thugs didn't notice anything wrong at all and kept on teasing. Their hands were not content to stay on the girl's fair face. "Medicine, medicine," the girl in white said weakly. "Ha ha, do you want it? What do you want? Do you want your brother? Your brothers are right in front of you. Let's go somewhere else to talk." Ah! Just as one of the thug's lewd hands almost succeeded, he was kicked away by a flying kick. The other three thugs fell into a pile together. Shirchi hates men who bully women the most. He was about to give them a good beating when he heard a somewhat anxious voice from Little Fox. "Master, don't worry about those trash, hurry, she's in bad shape." Shirchi turned around and saw the girl in white sitting on the ground against the wall. At this moment, her face was pale and her lips were purple. "Where does it hurt? Can you still speak?" At this time, the thugs also got up and swore at her, then punched her. "You fucking bitch. You're meddling in our business." Shirchi was a little annoyed, and grabbed the fist that came at him. He squeezed his hand and snapped it. With a loud ow, the thug let out a cry of pain as the bones in his hand creaked. Then he punched him in the nose, and the whole bridge of his nose was like it had been hit by a brick. It was flush with his face. Shirchi looked at the other three thugs who were stunned by her imposing presence with cold eyes. "I'll deal with you later." After saying this, she crouched down and quickly checked on the girl in white. Her hands were clenched, her teeth were locked, and her breathing was getting weaker. When Shirchi's hand was on her carotid artery, there was no heartbeat, and then her breathing stopped. Shirchi quickly laid her down on the ground. If she waited any longer, it would be too late. She began to perform CPR on her and had to take off her mask. After a few rounds of compressions and breaths, the heartbeat finally returned, and Shirchi also breathed a sigh of relief. Gradually, the girl in white recovered and her face no longer looked so pale. When she opened her eyes and saw Shirchi in front of her, her eyes were red. "Do you have a heart condition? Where are the pills? Do you need to take them now?" Shirchi asked. "The medicine is not here." Thinking of the injustice she had suffered, tears fell down her face. "Don't cry. I'll help you beat them up." This is how Shirchi comforts people, simply and roughly. When she turned around, she realized that the four thugs had already disappeared. "Master, they ran away just now." "I didn't tell you because I thought you were busy saving people." "Yes, I know." Shirchi turned her head with a hint of helplessness. "They ran away. Can you stand up now?" It is said that women are made of water, and Shirchi felt that the girl in front of him had the ocean in her eyes. "She cries too much, doesn't she? It's as if she was the one who bullied her." The girl wiped her tears and nodded. Shirchi helped him sit up first. At that moment, there was a commotion and the sound of footsteps and someone calling out "Miss" in the direction of the alley. The next second, four burly men appeared at the alley entrance. They were all dressed in black suits, and they looked like they were trained fighters. "Who are you? What have you done to Our Lady?" Shirchi rolled his eyes, put on his mask, and turned to look at the girl in white. "Do you know these people?" "Yes, I do." The girl in white nodded obediently. "I'm leaving." Shirchi stood up and left in the opposite direction. "Thank you for saving me, sister. What's your name?" The girl in white shouted at Shirchi's back. Shirchi just waved her hand and left quickly. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Little Fox. After all that, it was completely dark. Shirchi hid in the dark and watched as the girl in white was escorted by a bodyguard into a car and left. Recalling the meaningful words of the little fox just now. "Master, the seeds of good deeds have been sown, and the fruits of good deeds will not be far off." Shirchi did not pursue the matter, and the little fox did not explain it in detail. According to what I have learned about the little fox these few days, it seems to be mischievous and cute on the surface, with a greedy and spoiled personality. But Shichi knew in her heart that the little fox was never that simple. The fact that it could bring herself back to life alone meant that it had many secrets that were unknown to others. There is still a long way to go in the future, so there is no rush. Recovering his thoughts, Shirchi bought 2 meals and went to a small hotel near the internet cafe. There was a long staircase at the entrance, and the dark walls were covered with many small advertisements. At the end of the corridor, there was a door that led to the bar. At this time, there was a heavily made-up woman sitting inside, eating sunflower seeds and watching a TV series. She looked up at Shirchi, who was wearing a hat and a mask, and her eyes showed a hint of surprise. She looked up and down at Shirchi, and then looked behind him, revealing a look of understanding. The proprietress spat out the skin of the melon seeds in her mouth. "Are you staying or looking for someone?" "Staying overnight." The proprietress typed a few times on the keyboard. "ID card. I lost it." Hearing this, the proprietress looked up and frowned at Shirchi, and after a while said, "In theory, we can't check in without an ID card." Shirchi nodded and didn't force the issue, turning to leave. The proprietress hurriedly shouted, "If you stay for a long time, I can give you some leeway, but the price won't be discounted. Don't look down on my small hotel, it's full every night." Shirchi deliberated for a while, 5 days. The proprietress' eyes lit up. "Okay, if someone comes to check the room, just say that you are a relative of mine. 200 a day, plus a deposit of 1,200, but if you use the things in the room, we will charge you." Shirchi pretended not to see the writing on the back of the proprietress that said the room was 100 yuan, and took out the money and put it on the bar. The proprietress spat on her fingertips and counted the 1,200 yuan several times. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were so happy that they could almost pinch a fly to death. She then handed Shichi a room key, 310, the innermost room on the 3rd floor, guaranteed to be private. She even winked at Shichi after she said that. But when Shirchi opened the door with the key card, she was dumbfounded. The transparent bathroom was directly opposite the bed, with garish pink wallpaper and a large circular bed surrounded by a fiery red curtain. There were all kinds of strange things on the shelves. For example, there were leather whips, leather bracelets, candles, and several straps hanging from the ceiling. On the bedside cabinet, there were small packages of items and unknown small bottles of liquid, all with price tags. Looking to the side, there was a card that said Miss Bao with a dense array of phone numbers on the back. Shirchi couldn't help but feel a chill. No wonder the proprietress looked at him strangely before. But just looking for a place to take a shower, and I actually found this place. Shirchi felt that he was really a genius. There was no reason to leave after paying the money, so she locked the door and began to check every corner of the room. Sure enough, she really found 2 pinhole cameras, one facing the glass bathroom and the other facing the bed. She took a tissue from her pocket, moistened it with water, and covered the cameras. While taking a shower, she thought about how to quickly get a new identity and be reborn. She couldn't keep hiding like this forever, could she? After taking a shower, she still had no idea what to do. She was a little irritated and entered the space with the food. As soon as she entered, Shirchi felt like she had 3 heads and 1 body. The space was littered with trash, including chestnut shells, sugar-coated skewers, and the oil paper that wraps the egg cakes. At this moment, the little fox was lying on the new pillow that Shirchi had bought that day. With his fat legs dangling, he was humming an unknown song, and he was simply too comfortable. "I'll give you 1 minute to clean up the mess you made," Shirchi said in a harsh tone. The little fox rolled over, lying on the pillow, shaking its tail and looking at Shirchi with twinkling eyes. Master, this pillow is so comfortable, buy me one someday. Seeing Shirchi's increasingly cold gaze, the little fox's words came to a sudden halt, knowing that things were not good. It almost flew into the air, and said with a forced calmness. Master, if I say that a sudden gust of wind blew all the trash I had tidied up into the air, would you believe me? Shirchi looked at it with her arms crossed, as if to say, do you think I believe it? The little fox looked away awkwardly, and with a flick of its paw, all the trash in the space was gathered into one place. Then he waved his paw again and all the trash was collected in a trash bag. Then it looked at Shirchi with a face full of flattery. Master, I don't have enough mana to destroy it. Shirchi did not respond, sat down on the ground, put the 2 meals on the grass, and waved to the little fox. The little fox sat opposite Shirchi with a smirk on his face, and sniffed the aroma of the food. She ate the food happily and kept her mouth busy. Master, I just looked at it. You can take the second pill tomorrow. Shirchi's chopsticks stopped for a moment. When she was cleaning up the 4 rascals today, she felt her power increase. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to kick one of them away and knock down 3 others at the same time. Even if they were weak, they were still 3 grown men. She was naturally happy to learn that she could eat the second one. After some deliberation, she asked casually, how do you know when I can take the next pill? The little fox's eyes flashed, but she didn't answer, instead changing the subject. Master, do you know? The effect of the soul pill on you may be too slow, but for ordinary people, it is especially useful. Shirchi frowned, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the little fox was saying something today, so he simply asked. What are you trying to say? The little fox said, while eating, half a pill can cure all diseases, 1 pill can cure terminal illnesses, and 2 pills can win the battle with the king of hell for a person's life. Shirchi poked at the rice with his chopsticks. Why can it only improve my constitution? Wow! Master, this meat is delicious. Shirchi was confused and didn't know what the little fox was trying to hide. After finishing the meal, Shirchi lay on the pillow, thinking about something and fell asleep without realizing it. In the middle of the night, he felt a soft, warm object in his arms. He instinctively hugged it and fell asleep. Chapter 14, That's enough. Master. Wake up, it's light outside. Master, the sun is shining on your butt. Master, the baby is hungry and wants to eat buns. Hurry up and get up, the buns are going to be sold out. Shirchi was annoyed by the little fox's constant nagging, so he sat up angrily and glared at it. But for some reason, the little guy, who used to be able to read his moods, was acting like he couldn't see him today. Master, hurry up. Shirchi reluctantly got dressed and left the space. After a quick wash, she went out to buy buns. On the way, the little fox kept giving orders. Master, not this one, the one next door looks better. Oh, no, the other one. Shirchi was so annoyed that the little fox was challenging her patience. She shouted in her heart, that's enough. The little fox didn't seem to hear her. Stop. Yes, this is the right one. Their buns must be delicious, hee hee. Shirchi looked at the long line of people and felt a headache. She sighed helplessly. She had said she would spoil him, but she had to keep her word even if it meant biting her back teeth. She let out a sigh and looked around at random. At this time, a black car stopped on the side of the road. A girl got out of the car and stood behind Shirchi. The girl looked carefully at Shirchi's back, hesitated for a moment, and patted her on the shoulder. Sister? Is that you? Shirchi had just recognized the girl behind her as the white-clad girl she had saved the day before, but she had no intention of greeting her. She thought that she would not be recognized because she had changed her clothes, but she was still recognized. At this point, it was pointless to pretend not to hear her, so she turned her head reluctantly. The girl said in surprise, Wow! Sister, it really is you. Thank you for saving me yesterday. Shirchi nodded. At that moment, the window of the passenger seat of the black car parked on the side of the road opened. A middle-aged man stuck his head out. It's still a bit chilly in the morning, so get in the car and I'll buy you something. Although he said this, his eyes were constantly on Shirchi. The girl excitedly said to the middle-aged man, Dad, this is the sister who saved me yesterday. She spoke loudly, and everyone in line to buy buns turned around to look in her direction. The man nodded to Shirchi and looked down at his watch. Thank you for saving my daughter yesterday. I have some time this morning. Would you like to have a meal with me to show my appreciation? Before Shirchi could say yes, the girl grabbed his hand. She wanted to shake it off, but the girl's small hand was cold, and thinking about her illness, she simply let him hold it. Moreover, the man in the passenger seat was someone Shirchi had met not long ago. He was the one sitting on the right in the photo of Gu Jiming, Wang Guoqiang. He is the second most powerful man in Haijiang City after Gu Jiming. Ah! Master, the baby is sleepy. Let's eat the bag tomorrow. Sure enough, this little fox. After getting into the car, the girl was very excited and chattered nonstop the whole way. She said that Shirchi was so cool and heroic yesterday. She was so scared at the time, and Shirchi rushed forward like a hero. Shirchi didn't know what to say, so he could only nod from time to time. This girl and the little fox are definitely going to be good friends. They are both great chatters. Shirchi also noticed that Wang Guoqiang was looking at him the whole time. After driving for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a restaurant and the three of them went into a private room. After ordering, Wang Guoqiang asked casually, "I still don't know your name." After hearing what Ran said yesterday, I wanted to thank you, but you didn't leave your name. Fortunately, I ran into you today. I feel a bit presumptuous, Wang Guoqiang added. It's nothing. My name is Shirchi. Sister, my name is Wang Yanran. You can call me Ran. My father is Wang Guoqiang. Wang Yanran happily introduced herself. Shirchi nodded. Wang Yanran started talking again. Sister, how old are you? Where do you live? You're so skinny. Don't you eat well? Can I play with you later, sister? Sister. Ran, don't be rude. Wang Guoqiang snorted. Wang Yanran stuck out her tongue. This child has been in poor health since she was young and has few friends, so you must be embarrassed. Wang Guoqiang explained. Shirchi shook his head. When the food was served, Shirchi took off her mask and hat. She didn't bother to be polite, and picked up the chopsticks to eat the shumai that Wang Yanran had picked up for her. When Wang Guoqiang saw the full picture of Shirchi, he squinted. He felt that Shirchi's eyes and demeanor were not at all what she should have at her age, and the temperament exuded by her body, he had only felt it before on people who had been to war. Judging from his experience of meeting countless people, the Shichi in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. He asked tentatively, Shichi, you're not from here, are you? Shirchi raised the corner of her mouth and looked Wang Guoqiang straight in the eyes. Oh? How did you figure it out, Uncle Wang? Wang Guoqiang did not evade at all, intuition. Shirchi smiled, you have a good sense. I'm from Zhangjia village. With a clatter, the crystal shrimp dumpling on Wang Guoqiang's chopsticks fell onto the plate. Shirchi put down his chopsticks and leaned back in his chair. Uncle Wang, you're surprised to hear that I'm from Zhangjia village? Wang Guoqiang looked away. I'm sorry, I just thought of something. The meal ended with Wang Guoqiang and Shirchi thinking about different things. As they were leaving the private dining room. Sister, do you have anything to do today? Can I invite you to my house to play with me? Wang Yanran looked at Shirchi with longing in her eyes. She was really lonely because she had been taking a leave of absence from school due to her health, and she had no friends at all. Shirchi did not agree, and looked at Wang Guoqiang. Wang Guoqiang was a little flustered. Ran, I still have things to do, so I can't be rude. Shirchi smiled and turned to Wang Yanran. Okay. Wang Yanran happily hugged Shirchi's arm. Wang Guoqiang wanted to stop her, but he couldn't think of any excuse. Seeing his daughter's rare smile, he didn't want to discourage her. He had just had a heart attack yesterday, and it would be dangerous if he had another one. After a long struggle, he walked over to the car and whispered a few words to the driver. I understand, but how are you going to get there? There's a meeting later. It's fine. I'll take a taxi. After getting into the car, Shirchi looked back at Wang Guoqiang, who was standing on the side of the road with a gloomy expression on his face, and smiled. Chapter 15, Pretend You've Never Seen Me. Wang Yanran's home is not far from the suburbs. It is a luxurious single-family villa with many bodyguards and servants in the yard. In Shirchi's opinion, this Wang Guoqiang didn't seem like a good guy either. But that's fine, she won't have any psychological burden when she does what she needs to do next. Wang Yanran was happy that she had finally brought a friend to her home. She started to show her home to Shirchi, who didn't say a word, but just followed behind her and listened quietly. The more she looked around, the more she was certain of her suspicions. Everything here should not be in Wang Guoqiang's position. And Wang Guoqiang, who had just had an important meeting, couldn't stop his eyelids from twitching this morning. He hurried back to the office and dialed the phone. "Did you find the person I asked you to look up?" "There is no such person." Wang Guoqiang hung up the phone in frustration. It was as if Shirchi had appeared out of thin air. There was only one piece of news about her: she had saved her daughter. To confirm his suspicions, he opened the file his secretary had sent him. Looking at the sketch and the characteristics inside, his intuition told him that Shirchi was the murderer of the two major murders, the unknown person. Thinking about the look and expression in her eyes, he became more and more anxious, and began to worry about his daughter. He kept speculating about this kind of cold-blooded murderer. What was the purpose of his contact with his daughter? Is he trying to threaten me with my daughter? Wang Guojiang clenched his fists and pounded the table. He picked up his phone and wanted to call the police, but he was worried that he would anger Shirchi. He finally called the housekeeper. "Give the phone to the guest." Shirchi sat on the sofa, looked at the phone that was handed to her, and raised an eyebrow. She took the phone and walked to the window. "What do you want?" Wang Guoqiang's voice came over the phone. Shirchi laughed. "It seems you know who I am." "Don't hurt Ran Ran, she's just a poor sick child." Wang Guoqiang growled in a low voice. "Don't worry about that. As for what I want, let's talk when you get back." Shirchi hung up the phone directly after that. At this time, Wang Yanran came over with a painting in her arms. "Sister, who were you talking to? What do you think of this painting I've done? Is it good?" Shirchi looked at it carefully. It was an oil painting. The painting shows a girl in a white dress running happily through a sea of flowers. From this painting, we can see that Wang Yanran is full of love for life. After returning the phone to the housekeeper, Shirchi praised her. "You're a good painter." Wang Yanran was very happy to receive the praise. Thank you, sister. I really long for the life in the painting, but I've been sick since I was a child. Every time I run fast, I faint." Shirchi looked at the girl, who had gone from happy to sad, and unconsciously reached out his hand. The bodyguards who had been ordered to keep an eye on Shirchi were so nervous that they almost rushed up. But the next move made by Shirchi left them embarrassed and unable to move. Shirchi only touched Wang Yanran's soft hair and gently reassured her, "Don't worry, it will be fine." Wang Yanran changed from her previous sadness. "Sister, what's your phone number? Can I call you to chat? My parents are busy every day, and I'm bored at home by myself." This girl is really simple. If someone with malicious intent hears this, it might cause a lot of trouble. Don't tell outsiders about your family's situation in the future, okay? Looking at the obedient Wang Yanran nodding, Shirchi couldn't help but think that it would be nice to take the fox's heart and give it to this silly girl, otherwise she would help others count money even if she was sold. "I'm afraid I can't do as you wish. I don't have a cell phone." Shirchi said indifferently, and indeed didn't want to have anything to do with this girl anymore. "Sister, wait for me," Wang Yanran said, and quickly walked to her room. Soon she came out with a new cell phone in her hand. "Sister, this phone is new. I'll give it to you. I've already saved my number in it. When you get a SIM card, you must call me." Seeing the girl's sincerity, Shirchi swallowed his words of refusal. She took it and said, "Thank you. It's fine." She still has some things to check, and having a cell phone will make it easier. Shirchi knew that everyone in the room was staring at her movements, but she was very calm and just sat on the sofa. At this time, Wang Yanran's phone rang, and she said a few words and then hung up. "My mother said her business trip was delayed and she won't be back today. My father is also very busy. Can you stay at my place today? I'm scared to be alone." Shirchi nodded, which was exactly what she wanted. After dinner, Wang Yanran went to bed early because she was weak. Shirchi went to the guest room arranged by the housekeeper alone. She could feel that there were two bodyguards guarding the door, but she didn't care. She searched Wang Guoqiang's information on her phone, wanting to see what kind of person he was. But this search was a big surprise to Shirchi, and the results were completely the opposite of what she expected. Wang Guoqiang was not only not a corrupt official, but also a good official who was honest and incorruptible. All the news about him was overwhelmingly positive, especially after Gu Jiming was investigated. The masses were very vocal about him. They all expected him to become the top leader of Haijiang City. And his extravagant lifestyle was all made possible by his wife, Chen Wan, who ran the company. Moreover, Chen Wan's reputation in society was also very good. She was never absent from various charities and rescues. Shirchi turned off her phone and pinched her brows. It seemed she misunderstood. The sound of the car driving interrupted her thoughts. She got up and went to the window, and saw 4 cars parked in the courtyard. Wang Guoqiang got out of one of the black cars, but the people in the other 3 cars didn't get out. After a while, the door to the room where Shirchi was located was knocked on. Shirchi sat back down on the bed. "Come in." Wang Guoqiang walked in with a serious expression. "Tell me, what do you want?" Shirchi pointed out the window without any concern. "Haven't you already thought of a countermeasure?" "Yes, I have brought people back. If you really want to fight to the death, you won't be able to escape." Wang Guoqiang's words carried a hint of intimidation. Puff! Shirchi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Uncle Wang doesn't think these people can stop me, does he?" Wang Guoqiang said noncommittally, "I know you are ruthless, but you are a girl after all. Those people outside are all armed. I appreciate that you didn't hurt my daughter, so I don't want to make things too ugly. If you leave now, I'll pretend I've never seen you." Chapter 16. Put your clothes on. What are you doing? Wang Guoqiang had his own thoughts. Shirchi is a dangerous person, and there is no denying that. But she had single-handedly solved a major drug problem in Tongyi County and had also successfully brought down Gu Jiming, who had been unable to prosecute him for years. So as long as Shirchi is willing to back down, he can let her off the hook. There's been some misunderstanding between us. I thought you and Gu Jiming were the same kind of person. But before you came in, I just checked your reputation and learned that you are a good leader who is loved by everyone." Seeing that Shirchi was ready to talk to him, Wang Guoqiang relaxed a little and sat down on the sofa. "I know you approached me with an ulterior motive. Go ahead, I'll help you if I can." Shirchi understood that this was a preparation to negotiate with himself, so he was not polite. "My request is very simple, a legal identity." Wang Guoqiang shook his head. "That's impossible. I won't do anything illegal for a murderer." Shirchi laughed. "What? Aren't you worried about what I might do to your daughter?" You can only kill me at most. I have already had my daughter protected." Shirchi stood up. Wang Guoqiang thought that she was going to attack him if they had a disagreement, and he became nervous. But unexpectedly, Shirchi suddenly turned around, turned her back to him, and began to undress. "Put your clothes back on. What are you doing?" Wang Guoqiang's reprimand was just about to come out. He saw that Shirchi's emaciated back was covered with shocking scars and cigarette burns, and almost no skin was good. Seeing this, he shuddered all over, unable to imagine how much suffering Shirchi had endured. "I was abducted and sold as a child, and I have scars all over my body. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Now do you still think I shouldn't kill them?" Wang Guoqiang wanted to say that he shouldn't, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't say them. It turned out that all the rumors about Anonymous on the internet were true. If it were his own daughter, he didn't know how he would feel, and he might have killed them himself. Although it is against the law, it is also a rabbit being forced to desperation. Shirchi slowly dressed, turned around and sat down on the bed. Wang Guoqiang clenched his fists. "I can let you go, or even send you to a place where no one knows you, and give you money. But giving you an identity is impossible. This is my bottom line." Since it didn't make sense, Shirchi was ready to use his trump card. "What if I said I could save your daughter?" Wang Guoqiang smiled helplessly. "You don't need to play mind games with me. I know about my daughter's condition. I've seen this kind of trick more than once." Shirchi shook his head in disdain. "It's just a congenital heart defect." "That's it? There is no treatment other than a heart transplant." Wang Guoqiang thought that Shirchi was too naive. "Yes, that's it. I have a solution." Wang Guoqiang didn't say anything, just quietly watching Shirchi. He wanted to see what she was up to. "Do you know that there are many forces and people in the world that humans cannot understand?" Shirchi had no choice. A soul pill could save Wang Yanran's life, but in order to convince Wang Guoqiang, she had to start making up lies. Wang Guoqian had been taking his daughter to see doctors for many years and had heard that there were some people with extraordinary powers who could cure illnesses with unknown human powers. But after searching for so many years, he still hasn't found any. When he heard Shirchi say this, his heart couldn't help but beat a little. Shirchi picked up the glass on the coffee table. How do you think I was able to commit 2 murders without leaving any clues, after being abused for so many years, not eating enough, and not wearing warm clothes? At this point, he crushed the glass in his hand with a single forceful movement. Because I have a master, and he is this kind of master. Shirchi admired himself so much that he almost fell for it. Wang Guoqiang was shocked and a little shaken. His eyes were full of hope. You mean, your master can save me? Shirchi waved his hand, and 2 red soul pills appeared in his palm. These are the pills my master gave me. They can cure all diseases and make up for my innate shortcomings. I can give you one as a reward. Wang Guoqiang looked at the red pill and couldn't believe it, but smelling the fragrance it gave off, he thought it couldn't be a simple thing. Just one whiff and he felt refreshed. And he still can't figure out where Shirchi came from. If it was hidden in his pocket, the smell would have been impossible to hide. Seeing Wang Guoqiang's perplexed expression, Shirchi asked, You don't think I'd poison you, do you? How about this, you choose one of these 2. Wang Guoqiang subconsciously pointed to the one on the left in his palm, and Shirchi grabbed the one on the right and stuffed it into his mouth. These 2 are the same. My master told me to eat them to recover from the injuries I have accumulated over the years. I only have 2, so I'll give you one. One is because you are a good person, and the other is because I don't want such a cute girl to die. Wang Guoqiang was silent for a moment, then seemed to have figured it out and looked up. I promise you, but I can't help you until tomorrow. I'll come back for the pills tomorrow. Whether it is real or not, as long as it is not poisonous, he wants to try it on Ran. Maybe a miracle will happen? Shirchi placed the pill on the coffee table. I trust you. You can give it to her now. There will be some burning sensation in the mouth, but don't worry. Wang Guoqiang looked at the red pill on the coffee table and didn't know what to say. Shirchi didn't care. I'm leaving now. Please ask your friends in the courtyard to give me a ride. When you're done, come find me. I live at 310. Shirchi walked to the door and then turned back, picking up the cell phone that Wang Yanran had given her. Your daughter gave me this phone, so I'm taking it. Then she left without looking back. She got into one of the black cars downstairs. The plainclothes officer sitting inside was confused. What did this mean? Was she walking into the trap? He was hesitating whether to handcuff her when the phone rang. It was a misunderstanding. You guys help me take her back. Shirchi returned to the hotel in their car. She glanced at the time on her phone and saw that it was already 12 o'clock. Walking into the hotel, she finally understood why the proprietress said that their hotel would definitely be full by midnight. It was a complete mess, and it was hard to look at. A woman in high heels, revealing clothes, and heavy makeup knocked on the door next to Shirchi's room. Hello, sir, I'm Miss Bao. The door opened in an instant, and a man wearing only shorts grabbed Miss Bao's hand and dragged her in. Shirchi made a tisk sound and returned to her room. Chapter 17, You better tell me the truth. Shirchi hadn't returned for a day, and she felt as if someone had been in the room. After a careful inspection, she discovered that the tissue paper that had previously been covering the pinhole camera had inexplicably disappeared, and there were no traces of it on the floor. The tissue paper has a strong adhesive force after it is soaked in water, and it will not easily fall off even when it is dry. After covering it with the tissue again, Shirchi took a shower. Before she could finish her shower, the Miss Bao in the next room started singing a high-pitched song. Shirchi had originally wanted to do some laundry, but had to give up and quickly return to the space. Looking at the little fox lying on his pillow pretending to be asleep, he grabbed it by the fur on its back and lifted it up, forcing it to look at him. Tell me the truth. How did you know that girl was going to buy buns with her dad? What else do you know? Shirchi pretended to be angry, but when she saw the 4 fat legs hanging obediently and meekly, her heart was almost melted. The little fox opened its big innocent eyes and yawned as if it hadn't woken up yet. Master, I'm sleepy. Shirchi was determined not to give it a chance to play the innocent, staring coldly into its eyes. The little fox looked at Shirchi shyly, and the next second, it wiggled its 4 fat legs and laboriously moved closer to Shirchi. It kissed her on the cheek. Good night, master. The baby loves you. Sure, she was completely taken aback by this, but she also knew that if she didn't force the fox to say something today, she would probably be fooled around by it in the future. With a heavy heart, they faced each other. Time passed by minute, and the little fox finally couldn't take it anymore. It gave in. It conceded. It rubbed its two front paws together and said, "Okay, I'll tell you." "Say it." "Well, Master, you know who I am." "The little fox asked with a smile. "Fox." Sure, she answered with a blank expression. "That's right. Baby is a fox. There have been legends about foxes since ancient times, right? There's Sudaji, the jade-faced fox, the holy ant, and there's also Xian Shirxin Yang. There's even the more well-known immortal Hu Sante." The little fox counted them one by one. Sure, Chi was confused. "I asked you why you know so much, and you had to tell me about myths and legends? What are you trying to say?" "Oh, my dear master, what are you so anxious about? Tell me, what are the characteristics of the foxes I just mentioned?" Sure, Chi didn't think about it deeply, but she knew that the foxes that could be written into legends were all very powerful, so she simply said it out loud. "They're powerful." The little fox wagged its tail. "No. Your understanding is too superficial, master. We foxes naturally know some magic, such as divination and the like." "So, you want to say you are a fox spirit in the Taoist religion?" The little fox immediately slumped, his whole body hanging limply, supported only by the fur on his back that Sure Chi was holding. "Nana! Master, it's so tiring to talk to you." Sure Chi gave the little fox a sharp crack on the head without mercy. "Then just say it, what are you beating around the bush for?" "Well, I can sense some cause and effect, but not all the time. After you met that little girl yesterday, my senses were stronger. Whether it's a blessing or a curse depends on you, the master. And even if you encounter danger, you can enter the space to take refuge. I told you to go." The little fox said this with a look of grievance. Sure, Chi naturally didn't believe it. "Is that all? Is there anything else you want to say?" The little fox shook its head and wagged its four legs. "Master, please put me down. If you keep doing this, my fur will not be so beautiful anymore." Sure, Chi knew that no matter how she asked, the little fox would not say anything else, so she simply put it on the ground. After the little fox was free, it shook its fur vigorously, turned its head and looked behind it. It was still in a mess, so it laboriously stretched out its short legs and reached behind it to try to straighten it out. It lost its balance and fell on its face. "Oh no!" Sure, Chi suppressed her laughter and reached out to help it smooth out its fur. "Get some rest." Shichi lay down and fell asleep quickly. The little fox let out a sigh of relief as it turned its back to Shichi. Its master was really becoming more and more difficult to fool. The little fox felt bad every day with a bunch of secrets, but it had to restrain itself. The timing was not ripe yet. Once it triggered the owner's memories, it was afraid that all the efforts it had made would be in vain. Sure, Chi slept until the middle of the next day. He was still woken up by the little fox. "Master, there is someone outside the room. It seems to be the boss lady." Sure, Chi frowned, slipped out of the space, quickly messed up the quilt on the bed, put on a mask, and opened the door with messy hair. The boss's wife, who was listening to the sound of the room through the door, almost tripped. Sure, Chi looked at her coldly. "Is there something wrong?" "What?" "Ah, I just wanted to see if you needed your room cleaned, hee hee." The landlady explained with a flattering smile. "No need." Sure, Chi said, and was about to close the door. But she was blocked by half of the boss's body, and her eyes were darting around the room. Sure, Chi simply opened the door completely, and looked at her with a sidelong glance and a scowl. "Have you had enough?" The proprietress was a little embarrassed. Sure, Chi already guessed what her purpose was. She sneered, "I lost my ID card, so I can stay here for double the price." When she heard that Sure, Chi knew that she had received double the price, she felt a little guilty. "If you dare to remove the paper covering the pinhole camera again, don't blame me for being rude." The proprietress was a little taken aback and immediately laughed twice. "Ha, you're really funny, sister." "What camera? Don't talk nonsense. I'm just checking to see if I need to clean up. You can go back to resting." Sure, Chi rolled her eyes and closed the door. The boss walked back, looking back and forth. "It's strange, I really have people who just sleep here?" Master, it seems that they are still doing some illegal things here. Who cares? They're not exactly the nicest people here. Shirchi paused, as if she was scolding herself. Shirchi was still very sleepy. She didn't know what was going on lately. She was super sleepy. If it wasn't for the little fox calling her to get up, she could have slept for a few days without a problem. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. After hesitating for a long time between filling her stomach and going back to sleep, she finally returned to her space and fell headfirst onto her pillow. She fell asleep again in a flash. I don't know how long it took. Master, that little girl and her father have brought a lot of people with them. Chapter 18, There is only one pill left. Hearing what the little fox said, Shirchi immediately perked up. He frowned and thought for a moment before leaving the space. When he opened the door, he saw 4 bodyguards following the father and daughter. When they saw the scene in Shirchi's room, they were all stunned. Wang Guoqiang quickly reached out and covered Wang Yanran's eyes. Frowning, he looked at Shirchi and asked, "How can you live in a place like this?" Shirchi shrugged, "There's no way, no ID is required here." Wang Guoqiang narrowed his eyes. "Dad, why are you covering my eyes? I want to talk to my sister." Wang Yanran tried to pull Wang Guoqiang's hand away, but failed several times. "Let's talk outside." Wang Guojiang took Wang Yanran outside. He was really worried about dirtying his innocent daughter's eyes. Shirchi smiled. Wang Guoqiang had brought his bodyguard and daughter here to avoid suspicion. He probably never imagined that he would be so unprepared. After putting on a mask and a hat, she closed the door and followed them out. When passing by the bar, Shirchi glanced over and saw that the proprietress was not there. Standing outside, Shirchi began to take a good look at Wang Yanran. Her face was rosy, and she was holding her hand, which was no longer cold, but warm. Shirchi was a little surprised and turned to look at Wang Guoqiang. Wang Guoqiang nodded with restrained excitement. "Ran, you go sit in the car in the back for a while, and I'll have a few words with your sister Shichi." Wang Yanran let out a "oh" and reluctantly let go of Shirchi's hand, walking back to the car with 3 steps and 2 turns. Shirchi opened the car door and sat in the back seat, while Wang Guoqiang sat in the passenger seat. He took out a document bag and took out a household registration booklet from it, handing it to Shirchi. "This is the household registration, and the ID card is also in it. Since there is no photo of you, I had my secretary make a photo of you. Take a look. I think you should look a lot like this if you gained a few more pounds." Shirchi opened it and looked at it. It really looked a lot like her, almost exactly like she did before she died in her previous life. "Will I be unable to travel?" "Don't worry, it won't," Wang Guoqiang promised. Shirchi nodded, "Thank you." She was about to open the door and get out of the car. "Wait a minute." Wang Guoqiang stopped her. He took out 2 cards from his briefcase. "This is a phone card, I got it for you on the way." After Shirchi took it, Wang Guoqiang continued, "This one is a bank card, also made with your ID card, no password." Shirchi was a little confused. Why was she given a bank card? "My wife is on a business trip and can't come back. There are 5 million yuan in this card. She asked me to thank you for saving our daughter's life. She hopes you can live a good life, and if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can ask us for help." Shirchi did not refuse and nodded. She was more curious about the results of Wang Yanran's hospital checkup. What did the hospital say? She had a full body checkup and they said she is in very good health and has no illnesses. When Wang Guoqiang got to this point, his voice began to tremble. He was so moved that he covered his eyes with his hands and a few tears rolled down his cheeks. After a while, he said, "Our daughter is the life of both of us. For so many years, we have always blamed ourselves for not being able to give her a healthy body. Fortunately, everything is fine now. Anyway, thank you." Shirchi didn't want to take credit for it, even though she liked the simple and kind girl. But if she didn't have a clear purpose, she naturally couldn't help out for no reason. "We each take what we need. You are only 2 years older than me, and I thank you again, uncle. Do you have any plans for the future? I hope you can live a stable life." Wang Guoqiang said in a tactful way, and the meaning behind it was self-evident. Shirchi laughed, "I haven't thought about it yet. Maybe the next step is to leave here first." "Well, I wish you all the best." After Shirchi got out of the car, Wang Yanran ran over from the car behind and hugged Shirchi's arm. She looked at Shirchi with a bright face and said, "Sister, do you have time this afternoon? Dad said I could go out to play. Shall we go together?" Shirchi gently pulled away her hand. "You're better now, and when you go back to school, you'll have new friends." Wang Yanran was a little confused, "But that doesn't affect me playing with my sister in the future, does it?" Shirchi shook her head. "I'm not suitable to be your friend because I'm not a good person." Wang Yanran was a little at a loss. She didn't understand what Shichi meant by not a good person. It was obvious that her sister had saved her life before, but she turned to Wang Guoqiang for help. Wang Guoqiang looked away and did not look at her. Shirchi patted Wang Yanran on the shoulder. "I'm going to another city soon. I hope we meet again in the future. I hope you have a wonderful life in the future." She took out the cell phone Wang Yanran had given her. "The cell phone you gave me, I will use it well. Goodbye." Shirchi looked at the tears in Wang Yanran's eyes, touched her head, and turned and left in big strides. Wang Yanran was at a loss, wiping away her tears. She had been so well protected that she didn't know what to do to keep Shichi. Wang Guoqiang never said anything to her from beginning to end. In fact, this is what he wanted to see. Although he knew from a father's perspective that Shirchi had suffered a lot, he felt distressed. But she is also a dangerous presence, and he cannot risk letting Ranran come into contact with her. He naturally appreciated that Shirchi could understand his feelings as an old father. Shirchi was in a good mood and did not choose to return to the small hotel. With a new identity, she also represents a new life for her. She hailed a taxi. Airport. Great. Shirchi installed the SIM card in her phone, which already had 2 phone numbers pre-programmed. One was for Wang Guoqiang, and the other was for Chen Wan. Shirchi found Wang Yanran's phone number and deleted it. After driving for about an hour, he arrived at the airport. He walked into the airport lobby feeling refreshed. "Master, where do you want to go?" the little fox asked curiously. "I don't know, I haven't thought about it yet." Shirchi decided to see where the nearest flight was going and bought a ticket there. The nearest flight was from Haizhou to Qing'an. Shirchi took off her hat and mask and threw them in the trash. This is also a small ceremony for her to regain her freedom. Standing in front of the ticket machine, she was about to buy a ticket when her phone rang. Shirchi subconsciously took out her phone and looked at it. A false accusation has been cleared up and Secretary Go has been reinstated. Do you want to buy a ticket? If not, move away. Hearing the urging of the person behind her, Shirchi moved aside. I clicked on the video. Although I felt a bit wronged by the previous false video, it didn't matter. I have been doing practical things for the people my whole life. I'm not afraid of people misunderstanding me, and I don't care about malicious slander. I will use my actions to prove that what is evil cannot overcome what is good. Shichi snorted at the hypocritical look on Gu Jiming's face in the video. Looking at the dirty hat and mask in the trash can, he found a dead corner to hide in and took a hat and mask from the space. After putting it on, he walked out of the airport. Master, didn't you want to leave here? Why are you going back? The little fox asked in puzzlement. Soul pill, there's only one left, isn't there? Chapter 19, Go down and have some fun. When Shirchi rushed back to the small hotel, he was dumbfounded when he saw 2 seals stuck on the door. After a while, he smiled helplessly with his hands on his hips. Wang Guoqiang, you're awesome. This execution, one word, absolutely. She still had 2 days' accommodation and 200 yuan in deposit to return. Although she had money, she was very stingy. She left in a moment of excitement, but now that she's back, she can't help but feel a pang of pain. Wow! Master, don't you have a place to take a bath? The little fox said something that was not a big deal. Shirchi's mouth twitched, but she ignored it. She was hungry and had to find a place to eat first. As she walked along, she looked at the signs of the restaurants on the side of the road, not knowing what to eat for a while. The little fox was not calm after seeing a shop with a picture of dumplings on the door. Master! I know this. This is dumplings. I want to eat dumplings. The same as you ate that morning. The same as hers? Then it can only be sour soup dumplings. It didn't matter what she ate, she wasn't picky at all. She ordered a plate of dumplings and a takeout plate of sour soup dumplings. Sitting in the restaurant, she ate her dumplings while listening to two men at the next table talking and drinking. Brother son, I've decided to sell the labor insurance store. I can't take it anymore. I'm losing money every day because of the 150 yuan protection fee. Sell it, like me, sell it and find a job in a factory. Although it's a bit tiring every day, it's not as if you're giving your money away. If you put up a little resistance, you'll have to pay thousands of dollars in medical expenses. I don't know when it will end. I was happy when the Black Tiger gang disappeared a few days ago, but I didn't expect them to come back today. Brother Zhao, haven't you heard the rumors? They say that the Black Tiger gang is protected by that person. Brother Sun said, pointing up with his finger. Obviously, the other party didn't understand what he was talking about. Which one are you talking about? That, Ge Jiming. Shoo. Brother Sun, keep your voice down. If someone hears you, we'll be in trouble. What are you afraid of? There's no one else here. Didn't you notice? The day they didn't come to collect protection money was the day that guy was arrested. Today, when the news said he was out, the Black Tiger gang started collecting protection money again. There must be a connection. If you don't say it, then there's really no way to escape. The two of them stopped talking. The next second, 5 rowdy people walked in from outside. One of them, Shirchi had seen before, was one of the thugs who bullied Wang Yanran that day. Shirchi only glanced at him and continued eating her dumplings. They went straight to the bar, took a few bottles of beer without asking, opened them with their teeth and gulped them down. What's the matter, boss? You don't even know how to serve customers when they come in. What do you mean? The dumpling restaurant was not very big, and the owner was alone in the kitchen making dumplings. He heard the noise and quickly ran out. When he saw the people in front of him, he was stunned. He immediately smiled and took out a roll of money from his pocket, handing it over respectfully. Where can I get it? I was just making dumplings inside. I saw that you guys haven't been here for a few days, so I prepared it early. One of the gangsters took the money and counted it, then put it into his black bag with satisfaction. He patted the boss on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, you have good judgment. Keep up the good work." Then he turned and walked out. As he passed by, he stopped at the table next to them. The two people who were chatting before thought that what they said was heard, and they were scared pale. Fortunately, they just grabbed a handful of peanuts from the plate and left. From beginning to end, no one dared to say anything, not even a single glance. When they were sure they were gone, everyone relaxed. Alas, it's starting again. Luckily, my income is barely enough to get by these days. The dumpling restaurant owner sighed. He looked at the two people who were still in shock. Sorry, guys, I'll bring you another plate of peanuts right away. Shirchi finished eating the last 2 dumplings, paid the bill, took the packaged sour soup dumplings, and left the restaurant. After standing at the door and looking in the direction of the few people who had just left, he went to the store next door and bought a pack of cigarettes, tore off the wrapper and took one out and put it behind his ear. He followed them in the same direction. After walking 2 blocks, he saw 5 thugs carrying bulging black bags enter a tea house. Shirchi did not follow them in, but used the darkness to observe the situation inside. The 5 men and the 3 thugs on the first floor said hello and walked down the stairs into the basement. After 5 minutes, a man with a pale face and a strong smell of alcohol pushed open the door of the tea house. Hey, isn't that Brotherly? What, are you going to turn things around today? The man called Brotherly bowed to the 3 thugs in the room. Thank you for your good words. He then took a few steps forward, took out 200 yuan, and respectfully handed it to one of the thugs. Buy 2 boxes of cigarettes for the brothers. After Li Gu left, the thugs who had been smiling before spat out a mouthful of saliva. This idiot. He lost the house to us, and he's still thinking about making a comeback? Dream on. Shirchi raised his eyebrows, put the cigarette clamped behind his ear to his lips and lit it, then opened the door and walked in. What do you do? It was a strange face, and the gangsters were on their guard. Shirchi didn't say anything, took out a wad of money from his pocket, took out 5 bills, and threw them on the table. He flicked the ashes off his cigarette. Go have some fun. Hey, you should have said so. Please, sister. I wish you great wealth. Shirchi turned around and walked down the stairs. As soon as she stepped down the stairs, she heard them talking. Another fool. Shichi sneered and pushed open the door to the basement. She felt sick all over, and the whole room was filled with the strong smell of smoke and tar, mixed with sweat, foot odor, body odor, and alcohol. Luckily, she had the foresight to come down with a cigarette, otherwise she would have had to perform a live vomit of dumplings for them. After taking 2 puffs, Shichi began to take stock of the situation in the basement. It was much larger than the tea house on the upper floor, with about 10 gambling tables, all surrounded by people. They were either crazy, angry, or seemed to have lost their minds. At each table, in addition to the dealer, there was a burly man watching over the game. "Do you know where the 5 people just went?" Shichi asked the little fox. She originally wanted to find them herself, but she noticed that almost all the staff were looking at her from the moment she entered. "Master, they are in the innermost room on your left." Chapter 20, Move to the VIP room and wait. It was definitely impossible to break in. There were too many people here, so she had to change her plan. Shichi was a killer in her previous life and was very familiar with casinos, having trained for a long time. She looked around to find a place to exchange chips. At this time, a burly man walked up. "Can I help you?" Although the words were polite, the look in his eyes was like he wanted to eat people. "Don't you need to exchange chips to play here?" Shichi asked nonchalantly. The burly man then relaxed a little. "No, you can use cash." Shichi nodded, and at that moment, there was an empty seat at a table, so Shichi sat down. Only then did he realize that it was a dice table. A game had just started, and the faces of the people around them were not very good. Obviously they had all lost. The dealer across from him suppressed a smile at the corner of his mouth, placed the dice cup on the 3 dice, and began to shake. Shichi tapped the table with his fingers, and the cigarette at his fingertips flickered. With a pop, the dealer slammed the dice cup onto the table. "Here it comes, here it comes." A group of people started betting on the number of the dice, but Shichi didn't move. She was observing. These people were only betting on the number of points, but no one was betting on the number of points. According to the instructions on the table, the odds of betting on the size are 2 to 1, while betting on the number is 10 to 1. Obviously, most people bet on big, but Shichi didn't want to waste time. She took out a wad of money and placed it on the 6. She had sharp ears, and the 3 dice were 1, 2, and 3. Her actions attracted the attention of the people around her. Not only was she generous, but she also dared to play on the number of points? You know, the probability of guessing the number is very low. The dealer frowned and looked up at the 7, but he didn't think much of it. After all, everyone wants to try it. What if you win? And in his opinion, 10,000 yuan is not a large sum. Once you buy, you have to leave your hand. "I'm going to start," the dealer said, opened the dice cup. Everyone involuntarily gasped, and then exchanged surprised glances. 1, 2, 3, exactly 6 points. She guessed it right. This girl is really lucky. Shichi smiled and threw the cigarette butt on the ground. The dealer didn't react for a long time, and was a bit stunned. "What's wrong?" "I just won a hand." "You're not going to stop now, are you?" Shichi asked with a smile. The dealer finally reacted, and after dividing the money on the table with a long ruler, he took out 10 stacks of cash from under the table, stacked them on Shichi's 10,000, and pushed them to her. Shichi took the money in front of her and lit another cigarette. It's not that she's being pretentious, but this place is really gross. She just saw something in the corner that looked like vomit. Then she tapped the table with her finger. "Go on." The dealer continued to shake with a heavy heart. When he finished shaking the dice cup again, he began to place bets. This time, none of the people at the table with Shichi wanted to place a bet, and they were all watching her. Shichi did not hesitate to put all the 110,000 in front of her on the 18 point. The people around her couldn't help but exclaim. 18 points? 3 sixes? Little girl, not to mention 3 sixes, even the other numbers are rare, you are taking too much of a risk. This is not how you should gamble with money. After listening to the persuasion of others, Shichi pressed the brim of her hat and smiled contemptuously. What's there to be afraid of? It's just for fun. I'm not a sore loser. Since the main character had said so, they had no choice but to give up. However, no one dared to place a bet, and they just waited for the end of the game. After all, if she really guessed it right, she would win the whole pot. Seeing that the dealer was hesitant to flip the dice, Shirchi became impatient and urged him. No one has bought, so you should open it quickly. The dealer looked up at the burly man standing next to him. Seeing the big man nod, he finally opened the dice cup with trembling hands. Shit! It's a leopard. What a miracle! Luckily we didn't bet, otherwise we would have won everything. Shirchi's ears were aching from the shouting around him. The dealer's face was pale, and he was shaking like a sieve. The odds were 1 to 50, which meant 5.5 million. He lost so much money as the banker, the boss will definitely kill him. He looked at the burly man in a pleading manner. The big man snorted and turned his head and ran into the room. She had seen their little maneuver clearly, and she was not in a hurry. 5.5 million yuan was enough to invite the boss behind them. Soon, the burly man returned. Miss, we don't have that much cash on the premises. Please wait in the VLP room inside. We'll go get the money now. Shirchi stood up and calmly took back the 110,000 she had bet, stuffing the 4 pockets of her shirt and pants. Then she followed the big man into the room. The gamblers around him cast envious glances. Shirchi shook his head. These idiots really think it's a good thing to be taken away? After entering the room, the man locked the door and blocked the doorway, seemingly worried that Shirchi would run away. Shirchi looked around the so-called VLP room, which was about 100 square meters. There were more than 20 thugs with various weapons standing in 2 neat rows, and in the corner lay a man covered in blood. Behind the desk in the back sat a man smoking a cigar. Next to him, a man with a swollen and bruised face was kneeling. Brotherly! I still have a house and my mother-in-law's house. If that's not enough, I still have a daughter and my wife is still somewhat attractive. Please. After looking at Shirchi sideways, Li Gu picked up the metal baseball bat on the desk and smashed it on the head of the man kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. The man fell slowly. Shirchi was very calm, not the slightest bit afraid. He walked up to the sofa and crossed his legs. He looked at the burly man blocking the door and said, "What are you doing there? Hurry up and get me the money." Brother Dao was amused by Shirchi's words. You probably don't know what kind of place this is, do you? It's just a third-rate junk casino. What, you can't afford to lose? Shirchi asked sarcastically. Damn. In my casino, there is no such word as losing. Do you see that man? Brother Dao pointed to the corner, the man covered in blood. This is what happens when you win money in our casino and try to take it away. Seeing that Shirchi didn't say anything, Brother Dao thought she was afraid and continued. I advise you to hand over the 110,000 you won to me now, and I can let you leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being merciful. Shirchi laughed. What if I say no? You're not giving me face. Brother Dao roared and waved his hand. The thugs with weapons stepped forward and surrounded Shirchi, looking at her with hungry eyes. Shirchi shook her head and flicked the cigarette butt in her hand back, directly hitting Brother Dao in the center of his forehead. Brother Dao stood up with a cry of ow, and a large blister appeared between his eyebrows. Fuck you. Bitch, fuck her. Chapter 21, You're a nobody? The gangsters were waiting for the sentence from Brother Dao, and they grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Shirchi. They were not at all ashamed of attacking a woman. Shirchi was no pushover either. He lifted his leg and hooked the coffee table. The coffee table rolled in the air a few times before Shirchi quickly got up and kicked it out with a side kick. The explosive force of this kick was so great that the flying coffee table knocked over several of the thugs. At this moment, the iron pipe in the hands of the thug closest to Shirchi was already about to be smashed at her. Shirchi raised her hand and grabbed the end of the pipe that was close at hand. She pulled the pipe and the thug towards her with a jerk. He used his body to block the menacing batons and knives. By the time the others realized that their weapon had hit their own brother, it was too late. Shirchi grabbed the iron pipe in his hand with a strong pull. He kicked the human shield away with a single kick. He knocked down 4 more people. Shirchi sneered, moving his neck a little. It had been a long time since he had fought with so many people. What is it like to be a little cool? The next part was completely one-sided abuse by Shirchi. The advantage the thugs had before they rushed in was gone. After a few breaths, the only people left in the room who were sober were the burly man standing guard at the door, looking confused, and Brother Knife, who was staring blankly at his cigar. Shirchi smiled at the big man, who looked panicked and wanted to run but didn't dare to. TSK, you just said you were going to get me the money, but you didn't keep your word. How should I punish you? Shirchi stepped on a metal baseball bat, rubbed it on the ground a few times, picked it up with his toes, and kicked it back. The bat flew through the air at high speed, whizzing towards the burly man. With a loud crack, the giant was hit in the head and fell to the ground. Shirchi turned around and looked at Dao Ge with a crooked head. Brother Dao was in a bad way. He wanted to say something but couldn't, and the cigar hanging from his lips fell to the ground. Watching Shichi, who looked like death, walking towards him step by step, his body could not help but tremble. He had been in the underworld for so many years, and he had never seen a woman as capable of fighting as Shirchi. After holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to say a few words. Do you know what happens to people who annoy the Black Tiger gang? Shirchi smiled mockingly, showing no fear at all. Brother Dao swallowed his saliva and kept thinking about how to scare Shirchi. Our boss is not someone you can mess with. Even if you are good at martial arts, can you beat 100 people or 1,000 people? If you go too far, you will definitely die without a burial site. Shirchi was unmoved, carrying the iron pipe on his shoulder and not stopping for a moment. Brother Dao's intimidation means nothing to Shirchi. Even if what he said was true, so what? Who is she? She is Shirchi. What is there to fear? Wow! I'm so scared. With these words, Shirchi's face lit up with a brighter smile. Master, you're imitating other people's speech. Shut up. Okay. If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened. Brother Dao was not giving up. Shirchi jumped up and stood on the office desk, squatting down to look him in the eye. Unfortunately, I don't want to pretend that nothing happened. Brother Dao panicked. I'll give you the money, 5.5 million, I'll give you every last penny. TSK, that's a different matter. You must give me my money. But you must also tell me what I want to know. Dao Ge was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the next words from Shirchi, and his heart skipped a beat. What is Ge Jiming's relationship with the Black Tiger gang? Where is he? Brother Dao dared to tell Shirchi about his boss, but he didn't dare to tell him about the relationship between them. Otherwise, even if he survived from Shirchi, he would still die. Shirchi waved an iron pipe and smashed it on Brother Dao's knee. A muffled thud followed by a scream. Damn it, if you want to suffer less, just tell me everything. I don't have the patience to play with you, so don't blame me if I accidentally kill you. I can't talk. Brother Dao said with pain, and sweat dripped from his forehead. He could feel that his kneecap had been smashed by Shirchi. Oh, really? Shirchi said, and another pipe smashed into his other leg. Brother Dao instinctively reached out to block, but how could he possibly be as fast as Shirchi? Another howl sounded. The casino was noisy outside, so naturally they couldn't hear the sound from inside. Moreover, in order to prevent the gamblers from knowing the inside story of the casino, the walls of this room were soundproofed. So even if Brother Dao screamed his head off, no one outside could hear him. But it's just 2 legs, what's the fuss? Look at the 3 brothers from your peony nightclub, I've smashed their meat to pieces. Do you want to try it too? Shirchi jumped off the table. Brother Dao, what is there that you don't understand? You are a nobody. Shirchi raised an eyebrow. They had watched the video of the 3 brothers who died tragically in the field in Shitanji County countless times, and now the nameless person was standing in front of him, and his heart almost skipped a few beats. I said, please spare me, Ge Jiming only communicates with our boss, I am not at his level, my boss definitely knows, I beg you to spare me. Brother Dao begged for mercy. Where is your boss? Shirchi said, clamping the iron pipe under her arm, and took out her cell phone. She wanted to make sure that what he said was true. Brother Black Tiger usually hangs out at our gang's Chongming private club. Shirchi typed the name into the phone. Chongming? Do you worship Ge Jiming? He's really fucking good at licking. Shirchi was intently checking the map on her phone, and Knife Brother's hand reached behind his waist. He quickly took out the gun he had hidden at his back and fired at Shirchi. Shirchi was a man who had come through the hail of bullets. When he opened the safety, his ears had already sensitively caught it. He ducked down to avoid the bullet and kicked Dao's wrist. The gun fell out of his hand. Shirchi looked at him coldly. I didn't mean to kill you, but since you're going to die, don't blame me for being rude. Brother Dao originally thought that Shirchi was doomed, and his face was full of excitement, but because the life-saving talisman fell out of his hand, he immediately became panicked. Before he could use his old trick to beg for mercy again, Shirchi picked up the iron pipe clamped under his arm and threw it like a javelin, piercing his chest. Chapter 22, Night Visit to Chongming's Private Club. If you want to die, then I'll help you. Naturally, Dao didn't hear Shichi's words, but that didn't matter. He picked up the gun on the ground, shook it, and then received it in the space with some disgust. He couldn't help but shake his head and snort in derision. Idiot, why didn't you use the gun earlier? He turned around and looked at the thugs lying on the ground. Seeing that no one was awake, he walked over to the cabinet in the corner and started searching. 5.5 million, this is what Shirchi won with his own abilities, so of course he had to get it back. After going through 2 cabinets, he found nothing. In the 3rd cabinet, he found a large handbag without a zipper. It was stuffed with cash, probably about 2 million yuan. Together with the 110,000 yuan in his pocket, he received it in the space. Shirchi was naturally dissatisfied and began to search through the desk of the knife brother. He found a lot of cash, gold bars, precious stones, various gold jewelry, high-end watches, property ownership certificates, etc. in the small cabinets and drawers below. It was obvious that they were mortgaged by those idiots who hoped to get rich by gambling. Shirchi was unceremonious, and except for the property ownership certificate and the watch, everything else was taken into the bag. He also took the hard drive of the video recorder on the desk and received it in the space. After doing all this, Shirchi was ready to leave. He kicked open the door to the big man who had fainted at the door, opened the door and walked out, then closed the door behind him. The staff in the lobby heard the commotion and all turned to look. Seeing that Shirchi's previously bulging pockets had deflated, they looked at each other meaningfully. They guessed that the boss must have let her go because she had handed over the money, and so they didn't bother to follow her. Shirchi didn't care what they thought, and left with a swagger. After leaving the tea house, she hid in the dark and sent a text message to Wang Boqiang on her cell phone. She didn't hurry to leave, but lit a cigarette and waited. Before the cigarette was even finished, she heard the sound of a police siren in the distance. In less than 5 minutes, Wang Boqiang was indeed amazing. For those thugs, Shirchi simply didn't bother to kill them. Regardless of whether they had committed evil deeds to the extent of being damned, Shichi was already tired of the life she had led as a killer in her previous life. She came here today just to find out about Gu Jiming. It was him who allowed the dogs in Tongyi County to do evil and led to her fucked up life in the last life. Therefore, Gu Jiming is her greatest enemy, and she naturally wants to personally end his life. It was also a good start to her revenge. Moreover, Gu Jiming's death is also a good thing for Haiyang City. After all, dumplings are delicious, aren't they? She put her mask back on and hailed a cab. Chongming Private Club. Shirchi gave the name of the place. The driver looked at her through the rearview mirror with a puzzled expression. Young lady, that place is not open to the public. I can't go there. The driver said honestly. Well, the place I'm going to isn't far from there. I forgot the name for a moment. Just park nearby. The driver then drove in the direction of the private club. Shirchi closed her eyes to rest and chatted with the little fox. Master, have you made a fortune? The baby will sleep on this money tonight. The little fox seemed very excited. Geez, you're not squeamish, but this money is really dirty, said Shirchi with a hint of meaning. It does stink, master. Will you buy me so many delicious things when you have money? Shirchi had already imagined the expression of the little fox at this time, and his mouth unconsciously curled up. Didn't the dumplings fill you up? That's nowhere near enough. It's not even enough to fill my teeth. You really have big teeth. After a while of teasing, the destination was finally reached. After paying the fare and getting off the bus, Shirchi walked along the road. From a distance, I could see where the Chongming Private Club was located. The driver was right, it really is off limits. But Shirchi's whole body went cold. Not only is the club heavily guarded, but there is even a JW? It's downright outrageous. How did they deserve such a show of force? How did they deserve it? It's really fucking upside down. Shirchi couldn't help but curse out loud. The more she thought about it, the more disgusted she felt. She took out her phone and started recording everything she saw that was beyond the norm. Wang Yanran gave her a high-end phone, and it was still incredibly clear even at such a long distance on such a dark day. Looking through the lens, Shurqi also discovered something wrong. Those people in uniform were all standing in a crooked position, and they definitely couldn't be JW. Shurqi revealed a look of understanding. It turned out to be an imposter. Then it should be exposed even more. After recording for a while, she put the phone back in her pocket and looked around at the club's all-encompassing surveillance cameras. It was impossible to go forward. The private club is located on a small hill, surrounded by dense forest. Shurqi walked up the mountain through the dense forest, and after walking for a while, she stopped at a corner at the back of the club. This is the only blind spot she can see at the moment. She climbed over the iron fence and entered the club. The main part of the club is a castle-like villa, which is brightly lit at this time. Shurqi did not move lightly, carefully observing the surrounding surveillance, walking in a serpentine route, and arriving near the villa. Just as she was about to look in through the window, she heard the footsteps of a patrol approaching. Shurqi jumped up and lightly climbed onto the relief on the outside of the second floor wall. After the patrol had gone far away, Shurqi was not going to go down either. There were surveillance cameras everywhere, and the route he had just taken was the weakest point. Climbing onto the relief, he slowly approached a window from which came the sound of laughter. After reaching the top of the window, he hooked his toes into the relief and looked down into the room. At the same time, he took out his phone and continued recording. At this time, the room was very lively. A large round dining table was surrounded by people in suits and leather shoes. Most of them were pot-bellied and had a Mediterranean look. At this time, he was toasting a man sitting at the head of the table, flattering him with a smile. All kinds of unheard-of flattery sounded like a continuous stream of water, and it made me feel like I was going to break out in a rash. After the flattery had subsided, they got up and left. If Shurqi had known them, it would have caused a sensation if anyone in Haiyang City had seen them. After they left, there were only 6 people left in the room, and 4 bodyguards were standing guard at the door. 2 men were sitting. One of them was Gu Jiming, who was already slightly drunk. The other one had a tattoo on his head, a fierce look on his face, and a murderous aura about him. Needless to say, he was the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Chapter 23, Hungry Wolves Pounce. Brother Gu, I just got the news that an underground casino has been shut down. This time it was Wang Guoqiang. Gu Jiming snorted in disdain. Don't worry, he won't be around for long. I've got a lot of old and new grudges against him. Didn't you say not to touch him? Is there a change? Black Tiger looked at Gu Jiming with a fierce gaze. I didn't touch him before because he had someone above him, but that person retired a few days ago. Wang Guoqiang is nothing in my eyes except for a rich and capable daughter-in-law. Hearing Gu Jiming say this, Black Tiger's eyes could not hide his excitement. Shit. I can finally do what I want. I even sent him money before. Damn it, he pretends to be noble, but he kicked out the people I sent over. He's really shameless. Gu Jiming tapped the table. He had thought about letting Wang Guojian stand on the same side as him before. Wouldn't it be better to make money together without any obstacles? He is a stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. Let's talk about his business later. Can you raise 200 million within 3 days? Black Tiger was a bit embarrassed. 200 million? Is it urgent? Well, this time it's a big deal, and it's going to take at least this much to get things going. I don't know if we can do it. Brother Gu, this is a bit difficult. You were away the other day and the place was closed. There hasn't been any revenue recently. Can you give me a few more days? Black Tiger begged. No, I promised 3 days. Do you want me to go back on my word? No, please give me a moment to think. Black Tiger's hand touched the bowl, and suddenly he thought of something. He slapped his head and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've got it. I'll get it done in 3 days. Gu Jiming asked curiously, Oh? What do you have in mind? Didn't we just say that Wang Guoqiang has a rich wife? And she has a precious daughter. Gu Jiming immediately understood what he meant, and beamed at Black Tiger, slapping him on the shoulder. Good. I was right about you. Money has to be found, and people, you know. Oh, don't worry, I'll get Wang Guojiang too. At this point, Black Tiger made a motion of slitting his own throat. I will definitely bring the two of them here for you to train them properly. Shirchi was getting more and more annoyed as he listened, and was about to take action when two women walked in from outside. Shirchi looked at them and was stunned. There was an acquaintance. It was the proprietress of the small hotel, wearing heavy makeup and a voluptuous woman with a seductive look and revealing clothes. Brother Gu, this is my top card, I've been saving it for you to welcome you back. The proprietress smiled seductively, like a big chrysanthemum. Gu Jiming looked up, and his cloudy eyes glowed green the moment he saw Sasa. His eyes scanned her body without any hesitation. The proprietress gently pushed Sasa, who understood and walked 2 steps forward. She accidentally tripped over her right foot with her left, and let out a cry of pain as she fell into Gu Jiming. Then, accidentally, her chest hit Gu Jiming's face. Gu Jiming was not annoyed, pretending to help, grabbing Sasa's rear with both hands and pinching it a few times. He sniffed the soft flesh with his nose. He looked sideways at Black Tiger with a fierce gaze. Black Tiger knew what was going on. Gu Jiming's eyes were almost written with the word animal. He immediately understood and said, Sasa, how careless of you. Hurry, help Brother Gu to the 2nd floor to rest. Sasa stood up with a blush on her face and pretended to be shy and answered. I'll help you rest. After the two of them went upstairs, the boss's smiling face, like a chrysanthemum, disappeared. She respectfully placed the hard drive in the bag on the table in front of Black Tiger. Boss, this is the hard drive. I hid it during the chaos. There are still some videos on it, so I can still make a profit. Black Tiger's face was dark. You bitch. If it weren't for the fact that you've been training girls for good for so many years, I would have chopped you up a long time ago. The proprietress lowered her head and dared not respond. I've already warned you to be careful. Do you think I'm talking nonsense? You didn't even notice when Wang Guoqiang came to the store? Are you stupid? Black Tiger was very angry, and the wine glass in front of him was smashed with a loud clang. Sorry, boss, I wasn't there. Black Tiger was too lazy to talk to her. Have you found the woman in the mask I asked you to look for? Who is she? The boss's wife shivered. I haven't found out yet. The camera was blocked during the days she lived there, and I haven't even seen her face. She just left today, and the place was sealed up right after. Stupid. Go and check it out. If you can't figure it out, chop off one of your own hands. The boss left in a panic. Shirchi sneered. She didn't expect that the small hotel she had chosen at random was connected to them. This time she didn't care so much, and her toes loosened and her body slipped down. She grabbed the window frame and turned over to enter the room. The 4 bodyguards were much faster than the Black Tiger, who was thinking about things. But compared to Shirchi, they were still inferior. The moment they pulled out their guns, Shirchi picked up 4 metal chopsticks from the table and threw them. The chopsticks shot into their eyes and killed them on the spot. Black Tiger was about to get up and pull out his gun from his waist when Shirchi kicked the round table. The edge of the round table slammed into Black Tiger's stomach, causing him to grunt. Shirchi flipped his hand and held a knife in his hand, which he threw at Black Tiger's throat. Black Tiger, who had not yet taken out his gun, fell backwards in disbelief. He covered his neck with both hands and his lips moved as if he was trying to say something. But every time he opened his mouth, a large amount of blood spurted out, and he couldn't make any sound at all. Shirchi stepped forward to retrieve her knife, which she used quite skillfully. Unexpectedly, Black Tiger reached out to grab Shirchi. Shirchi kicked the knife handle with her toes, and the blade cut into the meat. Black Tiger struggled a few times, and then he was completely dead. Looking at his own knife, Shirchi felt a bit uncomfortable, so he decided to get rid of it. He climbed up to the 2nd floor through the window he had just entered. He heard the voices of a man and a woman, so he followed the sound and climbed onto a small balcony. This was a bedroom, and although the curtains were drawn, there was still a small gap. Shirchi looked inside the gap and saw Gu Jiming and Sasa just coming out of the shower. Shirchi just lifted his phone and saw Gu Jiming pull off Sasa's towel with a mischievous smile and push her onto the bed. He pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Chapter 24. You're so bad. Sasa pouted and then wrapped her arms around his neck. Shirchi was stunned, feeling only a burning sensation in his eyes. He flipped his hand and took out the gun he had stolen from the underground casino. Since I've caught up, let Gu Jiming be a playboy. But before he could raise the gun, Gu Jiming fell to the side. He was panting heavily and his hand was still rubbing oil on his body. He asked Sasa proudly, "How was it? Was it good?" Sasa patted him lightly and said shyly, "Oh, Gu, you're so naughty." Shasha didn't know what she was feeling. She was in a bad mood, and her hand holding the gun stopped, almost causing it to go off. Master, what are they doing?" The voice of the little fox rang in Shichi's head. "Shut up!" Shichi shouted in her heart. "Okay." Nima, the mysterious confidence from Master Gu made Shichi feel sick. Even if she has never eaten pork, has she never seen a pig run? Shichi got goosebumps and put the gun in her pocket, kicked open the balcony door and walked in boldly. When Shasha saw someone coming in, she sat up abruptly and was about to scream. She was hit on the head by a flying vase and fainted. Gu Jiming also sat up quickly, glaring at Shichi. "Who are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shichi quickly took out his gun and shot him in the forehead. In fact, before killing him, Shichi had been struggling for a long time. He originally planned to force him to confess to more crimes and post the video online, so that even after he died, he would be reviled by the world. But he was just too annoying. Shichi pulled down the curtains and covered his white body, rummaged through the men's bag on the side, and took out 2 cell phones. One was white, the other black. Unlocked with Gu Jiming's fingerprints, he flipped through them. One of them was a work phone, clean as can be. The other black one had a lot of secrets. Listening to the chaotic footsteps, Shichi could only put the phone away in the space first. He told the little fox, "Touch the screen every few seconds to keep it from turning off." "Don't worry, master." The gunshots just now had attracted the attention of the people outside. Their chaotic footsteps and screams indicated that they had discovered the dead black tiger and the 4 bodyguards. The footsteps have already reached the stairs. Shichi quickly rolled over and jumped off the balcony on the 2nd floor, skillfully avoiding the surveillance cameras on the way. In this regard, her memory is still very good. She jumped over the fence and into the dense forest in one go. By the time they came out to look for her, Shichi had already escaped their search. Shichi did not take it lightly and only stopped when she reached a building. She lit a cigarette and put it in her mouth. She took out one of the white cell phones. The little fox did a good job, and the screen was not turned off, so there was no need to unlock it. He sent the video recorded on his phone to Gu Jiming's phone. He originally wanted to send the video using his own phone, but that would be inappropriate. Technology is so advanced these days that if she sent it from her own phone, it would be easy for someone to trace it. She had just acquired a new identity, like a blank piece of paper, and she absolutely could not make a stain. So she had to make the best use of it and use Gu Jiming's account to publish his own crimes. The video was sent to various video software, and after the video was successfully sent, the phone was received in the space. Then she took out another black phone and carefully looked through it. When she looked at it, she was shocked. There was a lot of evidence of his illegal activities. In each county under the jurisdiction of Haijiang City, there is a similar existence to the Peony nightclub. It was like a web, densely covering the entire city of Haijiang. Shichi narrowed his eyes. The evidence in it naturally could not be allowed to remain silent here. An idea came to mind. She stubbed out her cigarette and hailed a taxi to the airport. This time, she had to leave here and start a new life. As soon as she got off the bus, her phone rang. Shichi already guessed who had sent her the message. She opened it and sure enough, "Wang Guoqiang, it was you, wasn't it?" Shichi smiled. She didn't reply right away, and walked to the bathroom at the airport. She went straight to the farthest stall. After entering, she locked the door, looked around, and stuffed Gu Jiming's 2 cell phones into the gap behind the water tank. She took a picture and sent it to Wang Guoqiang. "Shichi, behind the last stall in the women's restroom at the airport, don't be polite, we don't owe each other anything." This was Shichi's plan. There was no one more suitable than Wang Guoqiang to expose Gu Jiming's crimes. Even if he is a good person, he must have been angered by the video of Gu Jiming and Black Tiger plotting against his wife and daughter. So, it will have the best effect in his hands. After sending the message, Shichi disappeared back into the space. She said hello to the little fox, changed into a new outfit, and bought a plane ticket. It may be a special fate. The flight ticket that Shichi was going to buy when she was leaving during the day was the nearest flight to Qing'an City. After a roundabout journey, the nearest flight was still to Qing'an City. And it was about to take off in 50 minutes. If I had come 5 minutes later, I wouldn't have been able to buy a ticket. I passed through security smoothly and headed straight for the departure lounge. At this time, the passengers on this flight had already boarded. Shurqi was not in a hurry, so he took out his phone and read the message Wang Guoqiang had sent him. I wiped your ass for you this time, so you've finished your revenge, right? Live a more peaceful life in the future. Shurqi laughed. Have you finished your revenge? This is just the beginning. However, what does it mean to wipe someone's ass? She didn't quite understand. When did she need someone to wipe her ass? At that moment, the screen went out. She suddenly realized what had happened when she saw the fingerprints on the screen. She had forgotten about fingerprints, which was a mistake. In her previous life as a killer, she had removed her fingerprints with a laser to make things easier. They all had their fingerprints removed with a laser, which saved a lot of trouble. She had formed a habit and subconsciously forgot that she had fingerprints. Fortunately, the person who helped her clean up was Wang Guoqiang. After sending him an okay emoticon, she put the phone in her pocket and threw it into space. Just as she was about to board the plane, she was rushed by the medical staff. Shurqi stepped back a little and watched the mummified injured person wrapped in a stretcher. After boarding the plane, Shurqi found her seat and closed her eyes to rest. Chapter 25, A Rabbit Will Bite When It Is Desperate. Qing'an City is a first-tier city, and its level of development is simply incomparable to that of Heian City. In his previous life, Shurqi had traveled all over the world and passed through here, but he didn't stop. After arriving, he transferred to Longting City. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Qing'an City Airport safely. Due to the fact that one of the passengers on this flight is seriously injured and needs urgent medical attention, please disembark the plane later. Thank you for your cooperation. Shurqi listened to the announcement, opened her eyes, and stretched. She had to admit that since she had been reborn and had gotten the space and the little fox, she had become much more relaxed and at ease. She had never had the habit of sleeping in public before, and she had never slept so soundly. She looked out the window and saw the medical staff waiting by the runway, already loading the mummy into the ambulance. Shurqi also unbuckled her seatbelt and got off the plane. When Shurqi stood outside the airport, she felt exceptionally relaxed. Qing'an City is located in a special geographical location, with spring-like weather all year round and exceptionally fresh air. Shurqi took out her cell phone from her bag and was about to look at the map of Qing'an City when she received a text message. When he clicked on it, it turned out to be a bank account information. Your bank card has received 5 million yuan at 23:35. It was 4 in the morning, and this was after she had put her phone in the space before boarding the plane. When she saw the balance of 10 million, she couldn't help but wonder if the bank had made a mistake. At that moment, the phone received another message. It was only a few minutes after the transfer. Shenwan, Shurqi, you should know who I am, right? Thank you again, you have saved our family again. I won't say anything else, but if you need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. When we meet again, I will thank you in person. Of course, Shurqi knew who she was. After thinking about it, she replied with 4 words. It was a piece of cake. This guy, when his luck comes, he can't stop it. She understood Chen Wan's thoughts very well. If she hadn't gone to the private club, recorded their conversation and put it online, and killed them, I'm afraid their family would have been killed by Gu Jiming and the Black Tiger Gang. So, Shurqi is very secure with this money. Wow, master, you've become rich so quickly. Shichi smiled helplessly. What, you can read? Of course, I'm very smart. I just want to eat something delicious. Okay, I'll buy you something delicious. Shurqi found a taxi and opened the door to get into the back seat. Where to? The driver asked. Shurqi didn't even lift her head and said casually, find a hotel. The driver looked at the thin girl in the back seat through the rearview mirror and smiled with a sinister smile. Great. Shurqi didn't notice, but the little fox saw it clearly. Master, this driver seems to have a problem. Shurqi didn't care. Can he be any more problematic than I am? The little fox thought for a moment. Well, compared to you, he's still far from being good enough. Shirchi was so annoyed that he didn't bother to respond. He opened his phone and flipped through the front page news. Senior official Go XX's true identity was revealed, and he was suspected of being killed in retaliation. Shirchi clicked in and took a look. The video she posted had been cut into segments, and some key parts had been cut out. For example, Go Jiming and Sasa's late-night discussion, for example, his death by gunshot, etc. But the comments section below was completely blown up, especially the ID of the LP address, which was Haikao City. It's only been 5 hours since the incident, and it was at night. Don't these netizens sleep? Shirchi didn't look at the comments carefully, but instead looked at the news related to Go Jiming below. The dark forces protected by Go Jiming have surfaced. Go XX's bribery and all his links of interest have been exposed. Shirchi clicked on it out of curiosity. When the page opened, Shirchi took a closer look and realized that this was the evidence she had seen in Go Jiming's black phone earlier. She couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Go Jiming's words in the previous video about dealing with the Wang family completely angered him. Even the honest and meek have begun to use public opinion to create a momentum. It seems that the saying "a desperate rabbit will bite" is really true. Wang Guoqian wanted to use the pressure of public opinion to completely expand the influence of this incident in society. This is exactly what Shirchi wanted to see. Even if he dies, he will be reviled by the world. There were also several news reports from self-media that Shirchi did not read carefully. He was more concerned about the official attitude towards this matter. In the city of Haijiang, including the various counties under its jurisdiction, more than 300 officials involved with Go Jiming were investigated and dealt with overnight. The bases of the Black Tiger Gang, a black and evil force, are being destroyed one by one. After searching for a long time, I couldn't find the original video she posted. It must have been deleted by the authorities. It makes sense. This kind of thing that subverts everyone's three views must not be spread. It doesn't matter, as long as her goal is achieved. Moreover, Shirchi believed that this matter would definitely not end so simply. When the phone was shaking, Shirchi's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the meter, which was sprinting like the wind and galloping like lightning. It was jumping like a stopwatch. In the few minutes she was watching the video, the number on the meter had already reached over 200. Shirchi sneered and ignored it. Dare to steal her money? It's okay. Just don't hit back. After watching enough news, Shirchi began searching for a map of Qing'an City and travel guides. She would never let herself down. Since she was here, she would definitely have a good time. The taxi stopped and started, and when Shirchi looked at the time again, it had been more than an hour. The driver still had no intention of stopping, and the little fox couldn't bear to watch anymore. Master! Master! This driver is a bad guy. He's been driving around in circles for a while now. You noticed too? Asked Shirchi. Yes, I've been enjoying the scenery outside, but master, how can you stand it? It's not like you. Shirchi smiled. We'll settle the bill later. Didn't you see the meter already jumped to 2,000? After another 10 minutes, the car finally stopped near a hotel. The driver turned his head with a smile on his face. Beauty, we're here. It's 2,327 in total. I'll give you a discount. You only need to give me 2,000. Shirchi kicked her phone into her pocket, moved her neck, and snapped her fingers. It made a click sound. What did you just say? The driver snorted in disdain and looked at Shirchi with contempt. 2,000. If you don't understand, I'll tell you again. Shirchi nodded, grabbed the backrest of the passenger seat with his right hand, and bent it backwards. With a crack, the backrest broke and lay flat. What are you doing? You have to pay me. The driver was distressed about his seat back and glared at him angrily. Chapter 26, Fixing the Black Car Driver's Car. Shirchi asked with a laugh, Oh? Pay you money? How much do you want? 5,000, no, 10,000. If you don't pay me today, I'll kill you, you bitch. After the driver shouted angrily, he seemed to be worried that Shirchi would run away, so he locked the door. Shirchi was not anxious or annoyed. Worried that she would run away? The driver would be fine if he didn't think about running away himself. With a deft move, she went from the back seat to the front passenger seat. Bitch, don't think that I'll forgive you just because you're sitting next to me and using your beauty. Pay up, not a penny less. Shirchi slapped the driver on the head. Fuck, you dared to hit me? I am. With a loud pop, Shirchi slapped the driver in the face. You forced me to do it. The driver roared and reached out to grab Shirchi's hair. But before he could touch her, Shirchi grabbed his wrist. The driver struggled a few times, but he couldn't break free. He still didn't realize that the woman in front of him was no ordinary person. He raised his left hand and tried to give Shirchi a loud slap. How could Shirchi possibly give him such an opportunity? She lifted her foot and kicked him in the face. A shoe print appeared on his face instantly, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nose. The driver was stunned and shook his head. I'm not going to. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped hard in the face. What's wrong? Say it, what are you going to do today? Ha! Shirchi grabbed the driver's wrist and snapped it. The driver let out a loud cry, and his arm was dislocated by Shirchi. What the hell do you want? You broke my car, you won't pay me, and you broke my arm. I'm not done with you. The driver quickly grabbed his cell phone with his left hand and awkwardly unlocked it. The call to the police had already been dialed, and all that was missing was the call. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any reaction from Shirchi. This was completely different from what he had expected, and he was a little confused. You want to call the police? I'll call for you? I promise I'll sit here and wait with you until they come. I'll also ask about the malicious detour. How will the police deal with the fare that has increased from 100 to more than 2,000? Shirchi said that it wasn't enough, and grabbed the gear lever with his hand and broke it. With a crack, it broke. Oh, I'm so sorry, this is really not strong enough. Shirchi said apologetically. If the driver hadn't realized the difference in strength between the two of them before, he would have realized that the gear lever of this manual transmission car was made of metal. The gear lever didn't break at the base, but in the middle. He finally realized how ruthless the woman in front of him was. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and he didn't know if there was a bubble in his head or what, so the words he said were a bit stupid. Even if you are really good, what can you do? You are just a foreigner, but I am a gangster. If you give me money now, I can let you go. But he didn't sound confident when he said that. Shirchi laughed and reached out. The driver was scared and leaned against the door. He was about to open the door when Shirchi suddenly grabbed him. If Shirchi hit him, he would run for his life. Shirchi had already seen his little move and gave him another look. If you dare to run, I'll tear your car apart today. The driver was suddenly afraid to move. He stays at the airport every night, trying to cheat people from other places and make a big profit before going home for a day of leisure. Who would have thought that he would flip the car today? You just told me how much you want me to pay you. Shirchi asked. 5,000, the driver stammered. Shirchi nodded and reached out to grab the steering wheel. The steering wheel was pulled off. Tisk, it's not very sturdy. I didn't hear you clearly. How much did you say? Shirchi threw the steering wheel at the driver. 2,000. The driver originally wanted the female demon to leave quickly, but since she had damaged the car, he had to pay for the repairs, right? Shirchi nodded and pulled the rearview mirror off. I'm going to ask you one last time. How much? Granny, can I not take it? I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken the detour, and I shouldn't have asked for so much money. You can go. The driver pouted and cried in frustration. Shirchi was amused. Where had the ugly face gone? She wasn't going to play with him anymore, and slapped the dashboard. Are you sure you don't want me to pay for it? Shirchi tilted her head and looked at the driver. Really, you don't have to pay. The expression of grievance was like a young wife whose husband had cheated on her. Then why don't you open the door? Don't you want your car door back? Shirchi said, and then looked at the car door. The driver hurriedly unlocked the door. The small items in the car were broken, but the door was a big price to replace. Shirchi opened the door and got out of the car. Oh, you bitch, I've never seen anyone like you. Oh, my car, my arm. The driver looked at Shirchi's departing back and cursed. What he didn't expect was that Shirchi suddenly turned around and came back. The driver hurriedly tried to drive away, but the steering wheel was gone, the gear stick was gone, and he couldn't move his arm. The door was open from the outside, and the driver was so scared that his lips couldn't stop trembling. He looked at Shirchi, who had half of his body sticking out of the car, and was at a loss. Shirchi pulled down his meter and smashed it with a palm. The pieces of it were as if they had been continuously crushed by a car. It is not a gentleman's behavior to speak ill of others behind their backs. If I find out that you are lying again, I will really tear your car apart. The driver looked at him with tears in his eyes and nodded vigorously. As for whether he had actually listened, Shirchi didn't know. Although it was a detour, Shirchi also happened to get familiar with the city through his phone, so it wasn't a waste of time. But if he hits on his own head, he must teach him a lesson? Shirchi looked up and took a look at the hotel in front of her. It was a 5-star hotel, and she didn't expect the driver to think so highly of her and send her to a place of this caliber. It's okay to enjoy it occasionally. Wow, master, this place is so beautiful. Shirchi walked into the hotel. Since it wasn't a holiday, the suite was on sale for $2,999. Shirchi opened a room with a heroic spirit. After arriving at the room, he was hungry. He called the front desk and ordered a bunch of delicious food, 2 of each, and a bottle of red wine. The efficiency of a 5-star hotel is fast, and the food was delivered in no time. Shirchi ate one for himself and sent the other to the space. After eating and drinking, Shirchi soaked in the bathtub, looking at the scars on his body that had not faded at all, and asked the little fox. I've already taken 2 soul pills, why haven't my scars lightened at all? Master, these scars will not disappear until your body has fully recovered. Shirchi was puzzled. She was just a little thin from lack of nutrition, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with her body. However, no matter how much she asked, the little fox would not answer. Chapter 27, Shopping, Eating, 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 Shopping, Eating. After taking a bath, Shirchi held a bottle of red wine and drank half of it in one gulp. She then collapsed on the bed, her thin body wrapped in the soft bed-in quilt. She sighed in comfort, having spent this time lying on a pillow in the space, on the soft grass. Although it was also very comfortable, it was still not comparable to this bed. Master, aren't you going back to sleep in the space? No. Shichi said sleepily. Ha? Master, you actually abandoned me. The little fox's tone of voice rose a little. I'm willing to. Oh no, my young heart has been hurt by my master. The little fox whined in a hurt voice. Shut up. Shirchi was almost asleep several times but was woken up by the noise, and was a little annoyed. It's over, master, you don't love me anymore. Shirchi sat up helplessly. The little fox thought she had changed her mind and was going back to the space, but she just rolled over. Stop nagging, I'm sleepy. I've already paid 6,000 yuan for 2 days. If I don't sleep, won't I have a brain? Tumor? After saying this, Shirchi fell asleep completely, and she couldn't hear what the little fox was muttering. Master? Master? After calling out a few times tentatively, the little fox slipped out of the space and snuggled into Shichi's arms, looking satisfied. Since the master won't go in, then I'll come out, hee. Shirchi touched a soft, fluffy mass and instinctively hugged it to her chest. When she woke up again, 2 days had passed. She sat up and asked the little fox beside her. How long have I been sleeping? Master, you've been asleep for 2 days. Shirchi was stunned, scratched her head, and yawned. I've lost 6,000 yuan just sleeping like this? Then he turned around and looked at the little fox lying on its back in the bed, lazily swinging its tail. He rubbed his eyes hard. I seem to have had a hallucination in my sleep, my eyes are all blurred. Hee, master, take another look. Shirchi let go of his hand, looked at the little fox again, and reached out to touch its soft belly. He was sure it wasn't an illusion and asked in surprise, how did you get out? Humph, my master abandoned me, but I won't abandon my master. The little fox sat up and said proudly with her chest puffed out. Shirchi was too lazy to care, I asked you how you got out. I could get out on my own, and you never asked me how. Shirchi frowned at it, and this little fox must have been lying about 2 out of 3 times. Okay, I was just joking. I actually ate the soul pill to get out of there. Shirchi nodded, suddenly remembering the soul pill, and calculated in his heart. This time, 6, plus the one left over from last time, do I now have 7 soul pills? Shichi asked. The little fox shook his head. No, master, you have 9 soul pills now. 9? Shirchi was sure she hadn't miscounted. Could it be that she had accidentally killed someone at the casino? Seeing Shirchi with a hairdo and a puzzled look on her face, the little fox didn't tease her anymore. Because there were 2 super villains among those people, and they each got 2 rewards. So Shirchi understood. It turns out that there are different levels of bad guys. This is a good thing, and it can be considered a benefit to her. She couldn't help but nod. That's good. Oh, and master, you need to take your soul pill again. The little fox reminded her. Shirchi nodded. In that case, she would have to take one every 3 days. She took one out of the space and put it in her mouth. The pill turned into a warm current that moisturized her whole body, which was very different from her previous experience. What's going on? I didn't feel this way when I took the pill before. The little fox shook his head and said, Master, you have been sleeping for the past 2 days, and your overall physical condition has improved. Naturally, your feelings at different stages are also different. Shirchi felt her body, and indeed it was much lighter than before, and her strength was also a bit stronger. The little fox got up and threw herself back onto the bed. Master, this bed is really comfortable. Can we buy one and put it in the space? Shirchi nodded, she liked it too. Okay. She has money now, although she will need it for a lot of things in the future. She has to go to X country to rescue her former partner, make more money as capital, go abroad to take revenge, and... But she mustn't be too harsh on herself. She thinks about sleeping on a pillow every day on the grass in the space, and it makes her feel a little sad for no reason. Grumble, grumble. Shirchi was hungry, and glanced at her phone. It was almost time to check out. She picked up the little fox and forced it back into the space. Master! You're annoying. I haven't had enough time outside yet. Shirchi didn't pay any attention to it, quickly took a shower, changed her clothes, and left just before checkout time, which was 5 minutes before 12 o'clock. Standing outside the hotel, Shirchi painfully took out her phone and looked at the map. Damn it, it's fine to spend 6,000 yuan for 2 days, but she spent more than 5,000 yuan on 2 set meals and red wine. Master, where are we going next? When Shirchi was looking at the map of Qing'an City in the taxi, she remembered that there was a food street with all kinds of local specialties, and it had very good reviews on the internet. It was just right for her and the little fox, who wanted to try everything. Let's go eat something delicious. Wow! This is great. Shirchi glanced at the map. The food street was not far from here. She walked while looking at the street view. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at their destination. Standing at the entrance to the food street, looking inside. There were a lot of food stalls on both sides, and there were still a lot of people there at noon. Shirchi was finally able to take off her hat and mask and walk in the sun. She was in a particularly good mood and wanted to try everything she saw. I bought 2 of each. I didn't refuse anything that the little fox wanted to try, and whenever I found a suitable opportunity, I stuffed it into the space. Otherwise, she would really be annoyed by the little fox's nagging, and it was only when it was eating that she could be quiet. Before we had even reached the halfway point of the food court, Shirchi was already full. This fully demonstrates the saying, big eyes, small stomach. But she still bought a lot of food to put in the space. After eating, she went into the shopping mall next to the food court. Shichi wears long-sleeved clothes to cover her scars. The temperature in Qing'an City is relatively high, so she always has to buy something thin, otherwise she will be treated as a lunatic. Maybe it's a woman's nature to shop? Originally, Shirchi only wanted to buy a few replacement outfits, but after a round of shopping, not only did she buy several outfits, but also a bag and a laptop. The mall has a lot of people, so it was impossible to store all of these things in a short time. I had to carry everything in my hands. Master! Beds! Did you see? They sell beds here. The little fox shouted excitedly. No, let's wait until we find a house. Okay. Shirchi's super purchasing power was targeted by people with ulterior motives early on. She was having a great time when she suddenly stumbled into a teenager. The boy only said "I'm sorry" and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Shirchi subconsciously reached into her pocket, where the 1,000 yuan she had was gone. Ordinary people who lose money may be angry, sad, or depressed. But Shirchi had a strange smile on her face. She walked out of the mall in the direction the boy had left. Chapter 28. Don't you think you should explain to me? The boy ran out of the mall with the stolen money in his hand. He kept looking back to see if anyone was chasing him. The boy looked no more than a teenager, about 1.7 meters tall, skinny as a stick, and limping a bit. His clothes were worn and torn, just like when he had just left Zhengjia village. He looked out of place in the city and was shunned by everyone. The boy ran to the corner of the street, his knees trembling as he panted heavily. After standing up for a while, he made a gesture in one direction and then ran to a more remote place. Upon receiving his signal, two people, a man and a woman, who were younger than him, put away the bowls they were begging with and stood up. With difficulty. Their bodies were twisted at strange angles, clearly maimed by malice. They hobbled away in the direction of the boy. The boy arrived at a dilapidated factory in a desolate suburb a few steps ahead of them. Inside, waiting for him were three middle-aged men with murderous expressions. The three men looked behind the boy and saw that he had returned alone, and they were instantly annoyed. One of the men stepped forward and slapped the boy in the face with his rough palm. The boy didn't even have time to say anything, or even hand over the stolen money, before the man knocked him to the ground. Little brat! What the fuck did I tell you? Didn't I tell you to bring that little bitch back to me? How dare you come back alone? Did you not hear a word I said? He kicked the boy in the back. Brother Air, you are too kind. You are too lenient with him. If you beat him up today, I don't believe he will dare to disobey you in the future. The man on the side kept fanning the flames. The second brother listened and kicked the boy again and again. The boy bent over, protecting his head and stomach. The skillful movements made people feel distressed. When the second brother was spying in the mall, he saw a thin girl with a strong spending power carrying a lot of bags. He drugged the boy and told him to bring the girl back by any means necessary. They waited in the factory. The first reason was to see how obedient the boy was and how capable he was. Second, they had too many criminal records in this city. If they were caught by the police, they would never be able to get out of jail. But they never thought that this brat would play double dealing with them. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the harder he kicked the boy. At that moment, the two disabled children also returned to the factory. They could hear the boy being beaten from afar, and the girl begged for mercy. "Uncle, please stop, don't hit him anymore, his brother's injuries from last time haven't healed yet." The two of them limped forward quickly, trying to protect the boy's thin body. But they were knocked out of the way by the older brother, who kicked them away with one kick. "Shit! Get out of the way, you two useless pieces of shit! When did you two get involved? If you keep fucking around, I'll beat you too." The two of them struggled to their feet, neither crying nor angry, and stubbornly tried to charge forward. They stopped when they saw the boy's face, which was red from the pain, shaking his head at them. The disabled boy grabbed the girl. "Yaden, don't go. They're angry. The more we try to stop them, the more they'll beat my brother up." Yadan bit her lip and looked at the boy lying on the ground, holding back her tears. After a long time, it seemed that the second brother had finally stopped fighting. The boy then took out a roll of money from his pocket with trembling hands. He whispered, "Uncle Air, I stole this money." The second brother took it away and counted it. "Only 1,000 yuan? Don't think that this money can make up for your mistake." "Humph, that's right. We've been watching the woman for a long time. The things she's carrying are worth tens of thousands of yuan if we sell them secondhand. 1,000 yuan probably won't even buy a sleeve," the third brother said disdainfully. The second brother kicked the boy again. The boy's eyes were full of hatred, and then he adjusted his expression and sat up. "I followed that woman all the way, but as soon as you left the mall, 4 bodyguards came to pick her up. I couldn't get anywhere near her, and I only stole 1,000 yuan from her pocket when she got into the car." This was the reason the boy made up at the moment he stole the money. Seeing the boy say this, the second brother's face improved a lot. The eldest, who had not spoken much, suddenly said, this is already the third time you've made a mistake recently, right? If there's another time, don't blame us for taking action against those 4 brats. The boy clenched his fists, his forehead veins bulging, then he let go of them weakly, without saying anything else, he could only nod. Old 3, go buy some wine, some pork, and bring me 2 boxes of cigarettes. We're going to drink tonight. The second brother said, and handed over 200 yuan out of the 1,000 yuan. The third brother seemed very happy, and after taking the money, he walked out. But as soon as he stepped out of the factory gate, he was kicked back in. He fell in the middle of the factory and fainted after a cry of pain. Then a woman wearing a hat and a mask walked in through the gate. While others might not have recognized her, the young man recognized her at once. It was the woman who had just been robbed. He hurriedly gave the woman a look, signaling her to leave quickly. The boy didn't want to steal the money either, but he had no choice. They had 4 younger siblings who were being held captive. Master, look, I told you this little brother was a good guy, didn't I? The little fox said with a smug look. Shut up, you're so talkative. Yes, the woman who was robbed was Shi. Who the hell are you? How dare you hit my third brother? Second brother, do it. You've come to us, so don't blame us for being rude. The eldest brother beckoned to the second brother to roll up his sleeves and rush forward to prepare to give Shi a good beating. Shi smiled coldly as she crossed her arms, and in less than 3 seconds, she had knocked the 2 men who had pounced on her to the ground, to the surprise of the 3 teenagers. Shi disdainfully clapped her hands and looked around the dilapidated factory. The teenager thought for a moment, then struggled to his feet. He took the money from the pockets of the second and third brothers and limped forward. Sorry, I just stole this from your pocket. Take the money and leave quickly. The boy didn't have anything to say, and didn't want to explain. He just wanted Shichi to leave here as soon as possible. Shi did not take it, and she did not mind the dirt. She sat down on a worn-out chair next to him, crossed her legs, and pulled down her mask. She took off her mask, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. She smiled at the boy in front of her. Don't you think you should explain yourself to me? Chapter 29, A Bet Between a Man and a Fox. The boy looked at the money in his hand, which had not been picked up, clenched his fingers, and lowered his head in silence. Oh, my! Master, look at you now. You look like a female gangster. You scared them all. Shi helplessly rolled his eyes. Shut up. Do you think they're that fragile? Since they bet with me and let me handle their nonsense, you should butt out. After being scolded by Shi, the little fox gave in. Okay, master, you can do whatever you want. The baby is not talking. Shi looked at the teenager. Why aren't you talking? The boy looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Shi was not in a hurry, waiting quietly, the smoke from his fingertips flickering. The boy was a little uneasy. His eyes occasionally glanced at the old clock in the corner. I'll give you back your money, I'll bow to you and apologize, you can go, I'm sorry. The boy's voice was a little anxious. Oh, you have to tell me why you stole my money, right? Shi asked with a crooked head. Because your money was leaking and I saw it. The boy lowered his head. Shi snorted, is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Can you leave now? The boy looked up and looked directly at Shi. Seeing that Shi was unmoved, Yadin also glanced at the time and anxiously persuaded, Sister, you should leave quickly, or else when they come back, you. Shut up. The boy stopped Yadan from saying anything else. You go. The boy rubbed his dark hands on his clothes and then grabbed the money and stuffed it into Shi's hands. Shi raised her eyebrows and took it and put it in her pocket. At this time, the third person, who had been kicked by Shi, woke up groaning. When he looked up and saw Shi, he didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and let out a string of expletives. Shi got up and, without further ado, stepped on his leg. A loud crack followed by the third brother's howl. Shi carefully observed the boy's expression and saw a flash of excitement in his eyes. Are you worried that I won't be able to handle them? Lao San's howling continued, and Shi stepped on his other leg. Another crack sound, and this time Lao San was completely knocked out in pain. Shi gave him another kick, and Lao San was kicked more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. Looking at the boy, he said, I don't understand you. Don't you want to escape this life? Why do you put up with the abuse? Don't you know how to fight back? When she heard this, Yadan immediately knelt down. Sister, please save us. The boy shouted, Yadan, shut up. Xiaoyang, quickly pull her up. Little Yang, who was standing next to Yadan, completely ignored the boy and knelt down with her. Save us. Shirchi chuckled and pointed at the boy. Whether I save you or not depends on him. The boy frowned and asked, why me? I want to know why you just stole my money instead of bringing me here as they asked. Shirchi asked word by word. The boy was a little dumbfounded. You know everything? Shirchi nodded. In fact, she and Little Fox had noticed them in the mall, and she also knew that the second brother had given the boy a towel with a sleeping drug on it. Shirchi had originally planned to teach the boy a lesson when he tried to rob her, but Little Fox insisted on betting with her. Master, do you believe that this little brother will never do what that man says? Shirchi thought it was a bit ridiculous. No, they're obviously after the money. They'll do anything. Hey, Master, dare you make a bet with me? If you lose, you have to promise me one thing. Shirchi agreed without hesitation. It turned out just as the little fox had said. The young man didn't use the sleeping pills, but just stole the money from her pocket. Later, Shirchi followed him to the factory and saw the boy being beaten for not tying her back. He also heard the lies the boy made up to deceive them. He had no bodyguard and no car. Therefore, Shirchi is very curious now about what the boy was thinking and why he did it. The boy seemed to have made up his mind and said, for people like you, being caught and robbed is secondary. It is very likely that you will lose your innocence and your life. I don't want to see this happen, so I can only steal money to make up for it. If I don't bring back the money, not only will I be punished, but my younger brothers and sisters at home will also suffer. The answer completely surprised Shirchi. He didn't expect that the boy hadn't been corrupted in such an environment. Why didn't you ask the police for help? We tried to ask for help once, but they let them go before we could run far enough. My leg was broken. The little fox sighed. Master, let's cash in on our bet now. Can you save them? They are so pitiful, even more pitiful than you used to be. When the little fox said this, Shirchi felt bad. Although he had been abused since childhood, at least he had all his limbs intact. They had been reduced to this state. How many of your companions are there? Shichi asked. Yadan said first, Sister, there are 4 more, they are at home. Home? Yes, we are in groups of 3, and they are in groups of 4 because they are younger. Our 2 groups take turns coming out every day. If someone in one group runs away, someone in the other group will definitely be killed. We have seen too many of our friends killed by them. We are afraid. We don't want to die. Shirchi sighed. Take me to your home. Yadan and Xiaoyang stood up and held each other's hands, ready to take Shirchi with them. The teenager tried to stop them. I don't want you to get involved. Shirchi followed them out and lightly said, if you don't want to go, just stay here. The boy stamped his feet and followed behind them. As they walked along the dirt road behind the factory, it became more and more desolate. Gradually, there were no more houses. After walking for about another kilometer, at the end of the dirt road stood a dilapidated courtyard. It was surrounded by a 3-meter-high iron fence. This is it, sister, said Yadan. Shirchi walked up and pushed the gate. The door was locked from the inside, and it couldn't be opened from the outside. Shirchi gave it a push and the latch inside was forcefully pushed out. After Shichi stepped inside, his eyes completely turned cold. The yard was like a livestock base, with a row of 1-meter-high iron cages. Inside were dried bloodstains, chains, and dirty dog bowls. The 3 living beings were not dogs, but humans. There was not a single piece of clothing on them, and their exposed limbs were either deformed or scarred in various ways. The 3 of them were shivering in the corner of the cage. Chapter 30, Please Save Us. Shirchi looked up at the sky helplessly. The boy ran over and asked, why are there only 3 of you? Where's Nyonyo? Nyonyo was taken into the house by Dailai. One of the little girls said in fear. Shirchi turned and walked towards the house, and through the dirty window she saw the sight that made her furious. A young girl was tied to the table with a cloth ball soaked in blood in her mouth. Her big, clear eyes expressed fear, helplessness, and pleading. Shirchi's heart was pierced. At this moment, an old woman walked up with a hatchet in her hand. Why are you crying? If you don't do this, how will you get sympathy and earn money? Only by earning money can I feed you. You don't want to starve to death, do you? The old woman said this and raised the hatchet in her hand to chop down. Shirchi kicked open the door. The old lady was startled by the sudden kick and turned her head to look at Shirchi. Where did you come from, you little brat? Boss, did you bring her here? She doesn't know any rules, and she dares to kick the door. Shirchi sneered. Does she think she was kidnapped? But her thin body does look like she was kidnapped. She didn't pay any attention to her and looked around the room. The room was covered in blood and dirt, as if she had accidentally wandered into a slaughterhouse. She could smell the blood. And looking at the old lady's dark brown apron, what else is there to understand? The old lady hadn't heard her son respond for a long time, and she also understood that the person who had come was not a good person. She picked up a hatchet and was about to chop Shichi to pieces. Shirchi grabbed the old lady's wrist and kicked her in the waist. The old lady hit the wall and fainted. This time, the boy had already untied the children who were locked in the dog cage. They rushed into the house to help Nyonyo untie the ropes on her body. Nyonyo was so relieved to be rescued that she started crying hysterically, her big tears falling down her face. The child was only 4 or 5 years old, the youngest of them all and also the most physically fit. Shirchi couldn't stand the smell of blood in the house anymore, grabbed the old woman by the collar and dragged her out of the house. As soon as he came out, he heard the sound of cars pulling up outside. Then 5 people got out of the car, 2 of them were badly beaten and 1 was being carried on a stretcher. They were the 3 people that Shirchi had beaten up at the factory. The other 2 looked similar to them. When they saw the old woman in Shirchi's arms, their eyes turned red. Put my mother down! The leader shouted. Shirchi threw the old lady out of his hand, and she landed at their feet. Such things as respecting the elderly and loving the young, this kind of person is not worthy. The eldest brother quickly helped the old lady to the side and took out various knives from the car and distributed them to the other 3 brothers. One of the men, who had difficulty moving, shouted at the third brother, "Damn it, you actually dared to touch our mother. I'm going to kill you today. And you little bastards. I said I didn't see you when I went back to the factory, but you actually found outside help to take down the nest? All of you fucking die." The children instinctively hid back, and it was clear that they were deeply afraid of the people in front of them. What Shichi didn't expect was that the lame boy came to her side, holding 2 sticks in his hands, and gave one to Shichi. Shirchi glanced at him sideways. She admired the boy's determined gaze. This silly kid seems to have come to his senses. The eldest brother looked at the boy giving Shirchi the stick and became anxious. "You little bastard. I've raised you for so many years, and you dare to turn your back on me." The boy's eyes grew cold. "You raised me? Aren't we the ones who were crippled and sold to you? You bunch of animals. I've been here for 5 years and seen you kill so many of our brothers and sisters. How dare you say you raised us?" The boy roared out these words. "Fuck you, you're next today. Kill them all, not one of them will be left." The old man roared in anger at such a defiant mouth that gave him no face. On receiving the order from the eldest brother, the remaining brothers, except for the third brother, rushed over with various knives in their hands. Shirchi felt the fear of a young man. His hand holding the wooden stick trembled uncontrollably. He chuckled, and at this moment, the boss had already rushed forward, his dagger pointed at Shirchi. Shirchi hit him on the wrist with a stick, and the dagger fell to the ground in an instant. Then he heard a loud bang, and the boy hit the boss on the head with a stick. The force was not great, just a big bump, and it did not cause any substantial harm to the boss. At this point, the other 3 also rushed forward. Shirchi pushed the boy back with his hand and stabbed the boss in the stomach with a solid blow. The boss's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of acid, then fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. Shirchi stepped on his head with 1 foot and jumped up. He swung the stick and smashed it on the heads of the 3 men. He didn't forget to lecture the young man. You have to be accurate and ruthless when hitting someone's head. A light blow like yours can only anger the enemy. The 3 men who were hit in the head fell straight down. Seeing that Shirchi had easily defeated his 4 brothers, Lao San didn't bother with his mother and secretly crawled towards the door. When Shirchi was about to go up, The boy took a step ahead of her and, imitating her, grabbed the wooden stick with both hands and slammed it down hard on Lao San's head. Lao San fainted. Shichi smiled, threw the stick away, and clapped her hands. Okay, from now on, you are free. Shi was about to leave. She saw the boy kneeling before her. You are a capable person. We want to learn from you. Shi was about to refuse, but the other children all knelt down, including the little girl Nyonyo. This was the first time in her life that she had ever received such treatment. In the past, she had only ever been asked to spare someone's life, never to take them in. Sister, you are a good person. Please take us in. Yaden's words made Shi laugh. Did I hear that right? I'm a good person? Ha, do you know what kind of person I am? You want to follow me? Sister, no matter who you are, you saved us, so to us you are a good person. Yes, as long as you take us in, we'll work like a dog for you. Sister, we will definitely work hard to earn money for you. Listening to the children's words, Shichi's expression suddenly turned cold. Earn money for me? By what means? Stealing? Or robbing? No one answered Shichi's question, and they all lowered their heads. Shi was about to turn and leave, but the little fox turned on the persuasion mode. Chapter 31 Master, I'm sorry. Master, don't you have a lot of plans for the future? Why don't you cultivate your own power base? They are definitely determined children. Shi frowned. Was the little fox trying to force her to be a saint? That's enough. You made a promise, so you have to keep it. I'm helping them, so why are you forcing me to do it? I can barely take care of myself right now, so what good would it do to have them around? Besides, how old are they? Shi was very angry. Her future plans were fraught with danger, so why did the little fox have to create a burden for her? And what could the physical condition of those children do for her? In the end, it would only be a problem for her. Master, don't be angry with the babies. Shi didn't say anything, her face was very ugly. Master, I have a way to make them look normal again, and I can also guarantee their absolute loyalty to you. Isn't that enough? Shi closed her eyes. Shut up! Shichi roared in her heart and ignored it. She turned her head and looked at the children kneeling on the ground, unable to get up, and saw their clear and determined eyes. This did not move her. She hated being coerced into doing anything. In her new life, she would never have a weak point. I'll give you two choices. One is to send you to the police station to find your family. The other is to find a welfare institution to send you there for treatment and education. There are no other options. Shichi's tone was cold. The teenager also knew that he had put Shichi in a difficult position, and he felt a little guilty. He told her their story in a soft voice. I don't have a family because I'm still useful to them, so they haven't amputated my limbs. Yadan and Xiaoyan were sold by their parents. None of the three children remember their families, only Nyo came to the hospital last month. Shichi now really fucking regrets coming to Qingyan City, and even more regrets going out for a stroll and betting with Little Fox. He could have just left, but now he's just left with a headache. Regardless of whether they were kneeling or not, he grabbed his phone and walked 100 or so meters outside the hospital, squatting down to fiddle with it. Looking at the only two phone numbers in the address book, he hesitated for a moment and clicked on Shenwan. Shichi, do you know of any welfare institutions in Qingyan City? I found a few beggars who were maliciously disabled. After sending the message, Shichi opened the webpage and searched for welfare institutions in Qingyan City to see what the public opinion was. After searching, she felt a headache. There are two welfare institutions in Qingyan City, and both have had some big problems recently. One of them has had 6 children disappear for no reason recently, and the other had 5 children beaten to death by staff. The final outcome of the case was even more infuriating. Just when Shichi was worried, Shenwan's message came back. Shenwan, Shichi, I don't know much about Qingyan City, but I have donated a welfare home in Longting City, and the environment and facilities are very good. There is also a special relief fund to treat their illnesses. If you think it's okay, I'll send them to Qingyan City to pick up the people now. Shichi was relieved. She believed that the orphanage that Shenwan had chosen would definitely not be bad. Okay, call me when you arrive. Longting City is the capital of Longwa, and it is only a little over 2 hours by plane from Qing'an City. If you count the time, you might arrive in the middle of the night. Shirchi got up and was about to go back and tell the children about the orphanage when she heard a scream. She felt something was wrong and ran to the courtyard. In just a few seconds, Shichi's mind filled with countless images of the dogs waking up and bullying the children. Unexpectedly, when Shichi arrived at the door and saw the scene inside, he was dumbfounded. Yadan and Xiao Yang were protecting the 4 children in their arms, trying to cover their eyes. The teenager was finishing off the lives of those few scourges with each stab. "Stop! Get out of here!" Shirchi roared, pointing an angry finger in the direction of the door. The children were startled by Shirchi's roar and walked outside with their heads down. "Everyone get in the car! No one gets out without my permission." Shirchi slammed the gate shut in a rage, and then a wave of weakness washed over her. She knew that these children had hatred in their hearts, just as she had for Zhang Godan and Li Chunhua. But how could such things dirty their eyes and dirty their hands? Shirchi turned around and saw the boy standing behind her with a bloody knife in his hand. Without saying a word, she took the knife from him, slapped him in the face, and knocked him off balance. "Why did you do that?" Shichi asked coldly. Shirchi's slap was not light, and the boy's mouth overflowed with blood. He was not angry, stood up straight and said calmly, "They ruined our lives, they killed so many of our brothers and sisters, I am the oldest, it is my duty to avenge everyone." Shirchi sighed weakly, "Even if your hands are covered in blood and become a stain on your eternal life, you won't regret it?" The boy nodded firmly, "Never. Since it has already happened, no matter what you say, it will only be pale." Shirchi looked around the courtyard. The boy seemed to know what Shirchi was looking for. There was a deep, dry well in the backyard. Shirchi looked at him and walked to the backyard. There was indeed a well here, with a huge stone sitting on top of it. It was heavy, and even Shirchi had some difficulty lifting it. He picked up a stone and threw it in, and it took a long time to hear the dull sound of it hitting the ground. The next thing that happened was that Shichi and the boy threw all 6 of the dogs into the well. Finally, the stone was replaced. What Shichi didn't know was that when she bent down to move something, the boy saw the scars on her waist clearly. The boy's eyes flashed, then he lowered his head. "Go out and wait for me in the car." The boy obediently turned around and left. Shirchi began to deal with the traces in the yard, including the tools of the crime, which she had all received into the space. She checked everything again before turning around and getting into the car. The boy sat in the passenger seat and looked at Shirchi. "Can you drive? Can you take us somewhere? You can tell me the way." Shirchi finished speaking and started the car, stepping on the clutch, shifting gears, and then accelerating to drive off. "You just drive straight down this road and stop at the river." Shirchi nodded and drove in the direction the boy had indicated. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the river. After getting off the car, the group of children ran to a large pit by the river and all knelt down. "Brothers and sisters, we met a good person today. She saved us. Just now, all those people died. No one will be buried here anymore. When we have money, we will definitely buy a cemetery and bury you in it." Shirchi stood not far away and watched quietly, her heart full of helplessness and sighs. She also seemed to understand why the little fox had gone to such lengths to get her to take them in. "I'll send them to the welfare center. This time you should be relieved, right?" Shirchi asked the little fox in her heart. The little fox sounded a little depressed. "Master, I'm sorry, I can see some of the things they've been through, so..." Shirchi was stunned. If she had this ability, she might also become irrational. The past is in the past. "I know you have a lot of things you're hiding from me, and if you don't tell me, I won't ask. I just hope you don't try to control my thoughts anymore." The little fox was silent for a long time, and then said softly, "Master, I did hide some things from you. I will tell you everything in the future, but I can't right now." "Whatever. I hope you remember what I said." Chapter 32, Yuni, the young master of Longting City. Shirchi's words were just enough to get the point across. She believed that after this, the little fox would never again be able to sway her thoughts. Seeing the children stand up, Shirchi called the young man over. "I'm going to buy some food. By the way, I contacted a welfare institution in Longting City. They should be here by night." After saying that, Shirchi turned and left, naturally not seeing the expression on the boy's face, which suddenly turned cold after hearing the word Longting City. Shurchi drove off in a broken-down car. Nyo walked up to him and grabbed his hand. "Brother, is big sister going to abandon us?" The boy softened his expression and touched Nyo's head. "Don't worry, she won't." Shurchi parked the car near the abandoned factory and walked to the city. This broken car doesn't even have a license plate, so it's going to be a lot of trouble to drive it into the city. It was already dark, and she was worried that she wouldn't be able to buy anything so late, but fortunately the night market was still open. She bought a lot of food and bought a whole set of clothes for each of the children according to their sizes in her memory. When she drove back, the kids were already taking a bath by the river and were shivering in the cold. Shurchi handed the clothes and food to the teenagers. "Distribute these. I just bought them at the night market. After you change, go to the car. It's still warm there." The teenager took the clothes and said thank you, and helped them change into the clothes with Yaden. The children were so happy in their new clothes and eating bread that they couldn't stop talking. You could tell that they had calmed down and were no longer as scared as before. As the night deepened, the children fell asleep in the van, snuggled up together. At 12 o'clock, Shurchi's phone rang. "Chenwan, the staff of the welfare institution have arrived in Qing'an City. Where are you?" Shurchi thought for a moment and sent the address of the food court. Soon, Chenwan sent back the license plate number and a phone number. Shurchi got up and got into the car. He drove the 7 children in the direction of the food street. They still stopped near the factory, woke up the children, and walked together to the food street. From a distance, they saw a van parked there, with the same license plate as the one Chenwan had sent. 2 people, a man and a woman, got out of the car. "Hello, are you Shurchi?" "My name is Li. We are from the Longting City Sunshine Welfare Institute. Mr. Chen asked us to come and pick up the children." "Are these all the children?" Shurchi nodded, "Yes." "Well, if there are no problems, we'll take them away and catch the next flight." Shurchi frowned. "They don't have any identification information. Can they fly?" At this time, the man next to him took 2 steps forward, took out a folder from his briefcase, and opened it to show it to Shurchi. "Of course they can. This is the orphan certificate we prepared before we left. With this certificate, they can board the plane without any problems." Shurchi glanced at the official seal on it and pointed to the youngest girl, Nyo, and explained. "This child was only lost last month. You can try to find their parents. Of course, we will provide them with specialized treatment and look for their parents. If they cannot be found, they will remain in the orphanage or be adopted by a family. If you are not at ease, you can add our contact information and I will send you updates on the children." Shurchi did not refuse, and added their account through social software. "Chen is a benefactor of our Sunshine Welfare Institute. These children are all specially entrusted to her, so please rest assured and trust us." Shurchi nodded and signaled the children to get on the bus. One by one, they reluctantly got on the bus. Some even had red eyes from crying. Although they had only spent a few hours together, they had already developed feelings for this cold and distant older sister. Shurchi squeezed out a rare smile. "Be good, don't cry. Your good day has finally come. Let's go." After everyone had boarded the bus, the young boy was still standing by his side. Shurchi looked at him in confusion. "Why aren't you getting on the bus?" "I'm 18 years old, I'm an adult, I don't need to go to a welfare institution," the boy said firmly. Shurchi is about 1.68 meters tall, and the boy is not much taller than him. He looks particularly immature and doesn't look like he's 18 at all. As if he understood Shurchi's distrust, the boy said seriously, "I'm not lying to you. I really am 18 years old." Shurchi turned his head and gave a sign to the 2 people from the Welfare Institute. They drove off. "Okay, adult, goodbye." Shurchi turned and left. The boy followed Shichi. "I want to learn from you." Shurchi stopped and turned his head in confusion. "Learn skills?" "Yes, I can do everything you want me to do, as long as you teach me your skills," the boy said firmly. "Are you crazy? I don't have any skills to teach you." Shurchi glared at him and continued walking. The boy quickly caught up. "I'm not crazy, I have a big grudge to avenge." Shurchi frowned and looked at the streets that were still lively late at night, and glanced at the boy, talking while walking. Seeing that there was a chance, the boy happily followed Shurchi and began to tell his story. My name is Yun Yi. I am a Yun from Longting City. The Yun group was founded by my parents. Oh? Then why are you in this situation? Shirchi naturally didn't believe him. When my parents died in an accident, I was 13 years old and the first heir. Because I was young, my uncle took over the business and the inheritance and became my guardian. Later, on an outing, he tricked me into going to the edge of a cliff and pushed me off. I was lucky to fall into the water, and when I was drifting, I grabbed a piece of driftwood and passed out on it. When I woke up, I was in Qing'an City, and they caught me. Later, I happened to see the news on TV, saying that Master Yun had fallen off a cliff and died. My uncle's family took over all the property my parents left behind. If you don't believe me, you can check. The teenager was very weak, talking and breathing heavily as he walked. Shirchi stopped walking, picked up his phone and searched for it. Longting City Yunshur Enterprise. The news from 5 years ago was exactly the same as the boy said, and it was accompanied by a black and white photo of the young master of the Yun family, which was 90% similar to the boy. What? How? Do you believe it? Chapter 33. I hope you can give me a chance. Shirchi just found it funny. Whether I believe it or not is not important. You should know that I don't owe you anything. Besides, I have already saved you from the fire and water. What do I have to do with your revenge? After saying this, Shirchi continued walking. Yuni was speechless after being silenced by Shirchi, and he stopped talking. He wasn't going to leave either, limping behind Shirchi. Shirchi ignored him and drove the broken car into the factory. He used the light on his phone to clean the marks on the car. After everything was in order, she walked out of the factory. Yuni still followed her step by step. Shirchi was too lazy to deal with him, so she found a nearby hotel and went in. This time, Yuni didn't follow her, but stood at the door watching Shirchi's back and wanting to say something but not being able to. Shirchi didn't even turn her head. After taking a shower, she looked at the bed, which was not very clean, and returned to the space. The little fox had been waiting for her for a long time, and the moment she saw her, it jumped into her arms. The two fat paws grabbed Shichi's neck, and the fluffy head rested on her shoulder. Shirchi shrank her neck in an itchy manner. What are you doing? Get away! Shichi scolded. I don't want to. The little fox was shamelessly cooing. Shirchi suppressed a smile, but her tone remained cold. No! If you don't hold me, I won't let go of your arms. The little fox is being a brat. Shirchi tried to pull it a few times, but the little fox's two short legs were surprisingly strong. He was worried that he might hurt it if he pulled too hard. So he grabbed its fat waist and turned the little fox's plump body onto its back. She began to organize the things she had bought that day. She had bought a lot of things, and had spent a lot of money. Next time, she'll have to buy a shelf or a cabinet. She'll have to find a way to store all the things she buys, because she can't keep piling them up like this. The little fox was still hanging behind Shirchi, quietly watching her actions. When Shichi was finished, the little fox started to coax her master. Master, don't be angry with the baby. I really know I was wrong. From now on, I'll only make suggestions, okay? I won't say anything that will make you feel stressed, okay? Shirchi smiled helplessly. I'm not angry anymore. If you don't believe me, then hug me. Shirchi now finally knows why King Zhou didn't go to court. Foxes are simply a kind of annoying little demon. Who can stand it? He reached out and grabbed the fox by the fur on its back, pulled it in front of him, held it in his arms, rubbed its fur vigorously, pulled its ears, hugged it again, and finally put it on the ground. Are you satisfied now? The little fox lay on its back in the grass, shaking its big tail and laughing happily. Suddenly, as if remembering something, it sat up and looked at Shirchi with its big, uncomprehending eyes. Master, did you know? You have 12 more soul pills. Shirchi was stunned. She had done nothing today except throw the 6 dogs into the well. Where did they come from? Of course, it's because of the master's appearance that saved those children. Their deaths are also related to you, and all 6 of them are super bad guys. The little fox said seriously. Moreover, I can see many of the wrongdoings they committed. There were at least 200 children who died at their hands, and the process was extremely cruel. There were also many young girls who were killed by QB. Shirchi smiled. The world is much darker than we know. The unspeakable deeds of that old woman and her 5 sons were just the tip of the iceberg in the darkness. In the previous life, I was lucky, otherwise I don't know how many times I died. But this also made Shirchi realize one thing: it turns out that you don't have to kill someone yourself to get a soul pill. The law of cause and effect is really mysterious. By the way, you told me today that you have a way to restore their bodies? And they can still be loyal to me? What is the method? The little fox felt that Shirchi was blatantly trying to trick it. It had already angered its master today, so in order to show its sincerity, it could only tell the truth. Smear the soul pill with the master's blood, and the person who takes it will be loyal to you. As for treating deformed limbs, you can crush the overgrown bones and then take the soul pill. In a few hours, the bones will regenerate. Shirchi nodded knowingly. She was no longer surprised by the magic of the soul pill. Except that it has no special effect on herself. Shirchi laid down on the pillow and fell asleep. She felt like she hadn't slept long before she was woken up by the little fox. It was the same old routine, complaining that it was hungry and saying that Shirchi still owed it a bun. She glanced at the clock. She had gone to bed at around 2 a.m. and it was only 6 a.m. She knew that the little fox was up to something, but she didn't expose it. After washing up and checking out, she decided to rent a house today. Staying in a hotel all the time is not a good idea. As soon as she left the hotel, she saw Yuni sitting in the corner, huddled up with his arms around his knees. Sure enough, the reason why the little fox was so eager to let her out was found. She sighed helplessly and walked slowly forward. Yuni felt someone approaching and was startled awake. He opened his eyes and looked up, and when he saw Shirchi in front of him, he smiled sheepishly. "Are you trying to impress me with your pathetic act? I tell you, this method won't work on me," Shirchi said coldly. Yuni struggled to stand up. He had curled up all night and his legs were numb. He stumbled 2 steps. "No, you're mistaken. I have nowhere to go, and I don't want to use the old tricks to make a living. I really want to be with you." "Stop. You don't need to give me so many reasons. Here's something for you." Shirchi took out 2 wads of money from her bag as a cover. Yuni was stunned and didn't reach out to take it. "Take the money and go live your own life. If you want to get revenge, find a way to get stronger. I can't help you, and you can't help me either." I don't know if Yuni's legs were numb or if it was because of what Shirchi said, but his handsome brows furrowed. Not to mention that this kid looks pretty good after washing and changing his clothes. "Do you think I'm useless?" Shirchi didn't explain anything, just held out the money in his hand, signaling him to take it. He didn't bother to explain his thoughts to him. Yuni thought for a moment, then looked up at Shirchi and asked, "Can you give me your phone number?" When Shirchi heard that he could finally get rid of this silly kid, he didn't hesitate to give out his number. Yuni reached out and took a stack of money from Shirchi's hand, then said solemnly, "I hope you can give me a chance." Chapter 34, Pushin High Quality Mail Agency. What kind of opportunity? Please give me a month's time, and I will give you back this 10,000 yuan 100 times over. If I do, please take me as your younger brother and teach me the ropes. Yuni looked at Shirchi with a firm gaze, waiting for her answer. Shirchi suppressed a smile. What the hell is a little brother? He can't possibly think he's a womanizer, can he? But, 1 month, 10,000 becomes 1 million? If he really has the ability to do this, he wouldn't mind teaching him the so-called skills. However, can he overcome his own greed? Shirchi didn't believe that someone with such a strong business mind would come back to learn some bullshit skills from him. Yes, but it must be clean. I think you know what I mean. I, Yuni, swear that every penny I earn is legal. Please remember your promise today and don't go back on your word. After Yuni finished speaking, he didn't wait for Shirchi to respond, and turned and left. Seeing his back, Shirchi let out a sigh of relief. The little problem was solved. As for what would happen a month later, let's talk about it later. In fact, it doesn't matter if she takes in those kids or teaches Yuni how to do things. If she weren't seeking revenge in this life, she could do it. However, she didn't know how difficult the road ahead would be, so how could she put them in danger? Shirchi was in a good mood, and the previous confusion had been chased away by Yuni's words. Since the little fox said it wanted to eat buns, then let it eat as much as it wanted. But who knew that the little guy was so fickle? Master. Master. Hula Tang. I love it, I want to drink Hula Tang. Shirchi looked over and she was also quite interested. She went into the store and ordered a takeout and one to eat in the store. She took out her phone and searched the local information network, looking at the houses for rent and for sale. Master, are you looking for a place to live? The little fox asked curiously. Well, first find a place to stay. Good hotels are too expensive, and cheap ones are too dirty. Wow. Master, can we buy a bed now? Ha, are you going shopping today? And also. Shirchi was so distracted by the noise that she finished the last bite of the fried dough stick and left the store with the takeout hot and spicy soup. After finding a place where no one was around, the little fox calmed down. Shirchi looked at the rental information and flipped through it one by one. She wanted to find a quiet location, a single family house that would not be disturbed, so that the little fox could come out and take a stroll from time to time. After some searching, she really found a suitable one. The house was in the suburbs, and the ancient style in the pictures was quite to her liking. She didn't hesitate to call the number on the ad. The phone rang for half a minute before it was answered, and before Shirchi could say anything, a male voice yelled from the other end of the line. Damn! What's wrong with you? Don't you know that people sleep at night? Who are you? If you're not serious, I'm not finished with you. Shirchi was stunned for a moment, and she was about to hang up, but then she said, I'm here to see the house. The person on the other end of the line didn't know what had happened, and then there was a plop sound, followed by a rustling sound. Then the attitude changed 180 degrees. Hello, miss, I'm really sorry, my child just picked up the phone without thinking. Shirchi was dumbfounded. He thought that if he changed his pronunciation to a more melodious tone, he wouldn't be able to tell it was a human voice? Did he think she was stupid? Seeing that Shirchi was silent, the other party became a bit anxious. May I ask where you are looking for a house? Can you tell me? A house in the suburbs. Really? Are you buying or renting? The agent seemed very surprised and asked in a voice that was several degrees higher. Shirchi was shocked and a little impatient. I'll take a look first. Okay, where are you? Shall I come and pick you up? This flattery is a bit annoying. No, I'll take a taxi. Okay, miss, then I'll see you later. I look forward to meeting you. Shirchi got goosebumps. She could only accept this tone of voice from the little fox. She took a taxi and arrived at her destination. The agent had not yet arrived, so Shirchi was not in a hurry and looked around. The environment here is very good. Not far behind the house is a small hill surrounded by greenery. The location was relatively remote, and the surrounding houses were not compact, which was exactly what she wanted. There was a 2-meter-high wall around the house, and a double wooden door that fit perfectly. Shirchi couldn't see what was inside, but the little fox could. Wow! Master, it's not bad in here. It's not big, but it's enough for the two of us to live in, hee hee. When Shirchi was thinking about whether to climb over the wall to take a look, he heard the roar of an engine. A scarlet car came speeding up and stopped next to Shirchi with a crunch sound. A man in his 20s with a slicked-back hairdo got out of the car. He was wearing a plaid suit and had a men's briefcase under his arm. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses without lenses. Before he even got close, Shirchi smelled a strong scent of cologne, which almost made her fall over. This made Shirchi think of the high-quality male she had seen in her previous life. When the man saw Shirchi, he also looked at her clothes without saying a word. Although the appearance was low-key, it was obviously not cheap, so he knew what to expect. He adjusted his glasses and said with a self-assured air, I'm really sorry, miss, but my children were disobedient this morning and answered the phone by mistake. Oh, is this guy trying to whitewash himself? Shirchi didn't care. She had a bad temper, but she didn't want to lose her temper with the little fox. But that didn't stop her from giving him a piece of her mind. Your kid is pretty mature. The agent was taken aback, smiled awkwardly, and immediately changed the subject, pulling out a business card from his briefcase and handing it over. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Pu Xinnan, an IKEA real estate consultant. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shirchi took it out of courtesy. Pu Xinnan tidied up his big, greasy hair that was sticking out in a 2-to-8 ratio. It's starting to smell. He's becoming more and more like a high-quality man. The name is also very appropriate, Pu Xinnan, Pu Xin. A normal and confident man, right? Open the lock, I'll go in and take a look at the house. Okay, miss, just a moment. Pu Xinnan took out a bunch of keys from his small leather bag, found one of them, and opened the door. Then he stood by the door and held out his hand to invite her in, please. Shih-Chi also didn't hesitate, stepping inside and taking in the view of the courtyard. Although this house is not big, it is quite old. If you really count it, it is also an ancient building. The feng shui is excellent, and anyone who lives here will rise in rank and become rich. Pu Xinnan introduced it in a pompous manner. Shih-Chi didn't take it to heart. The yard was about 100 square meters, surrounded by green landscaping, stone paths, and a small fish pond. Chapter 35, The Great Con Man is Online. Pu Xinnan knocked on the wooden door. Look at this door, listen to the sound. This door has been around for 100 years, without the slightest deformation or corrosion. This house is made of real materials. After talking for a long time, he didn't get a single response. He turned his head and saw that Shih-Chi had already arrived at the entrance. He covered his embarrassment with a cough and quickly walked up to the door, taking out the key to open it. Before he could say please, Shih-Chi had already gone inside. The house only looks retro on the outside, but the interior has been redecorated. The black, gray, and white color scheme is quite in line with Shih-Chi's aesthetic. The house is 150 square meters, with a living room, dining room, cloakroom, 3 bedrooms, a study, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Shih-Chi listened to Pu Xinnan's introduction and walked into the bedroom on the left. The bedroom you entered is the master bedroom, with its own bathroom and excellent lighting. It seems that Pu Xinnan was worried that Shih-Chi couldn't hear him clearly, so he shouted. Shih-Chi was quite satisfied, mentally calculating the furniture that needed to be prepared. However, she also sensed something was wrong. Pu Xinnan gave very little information about the interior of the house, and he would rather shout instructions to Shih-Chi than set foot in the room. This is suspicious. Before Shih-Chi could ask, the little fox gave her the answer first. Master, there's something wrong with this house. Shih-Chi was stunned. What kind of problem is it? Master, this house has a very strong yin energy, and it has been tampered with. Shih-Chi was a little surprised. She seemed to have discovered a new skill of the little fox. It can actually read feng shui? You can tell all this from looking at it? The attitude of Shih-Chi made the little fox very happy, and it immediately became complacent. That's right. My baby is so smart and capable. What does it mean to climb up the ladder? This is it. Shih-Chi suppressed a smile. You're really something. Nana. Master, I can really tell. Staying here for a while will bring bad luck, and if it goes on for too long, you may even lose your life. Shih-Chi was stunned. How could this be? Judging from Pu Xinnan's behavior, he must know what's going on here. Otherwise, why is he just standing at the door and not coming in? But, Master, you can rest assured. I can handle this easily. If it can be solved. A plan suddenly came to mind. Shih-Chi turned his head and looked at Pu Xinnan, who was standing at the door. Is this house for sale? How much? Pu Xinnan froze for a moment, and the next moment, his expression management completely failed. I don't know if he was nervous or happy. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and his nostrils were opening and closing. It's not surprising that he's like this. The house looks good to Shih-Chi, but in his eyes, it's already a scourge. When he first started working as an agent, he came across this house, which was originally worth 2 million yuan. The owner said that he needed the money urgently and would sell it for 500,000 yuan. He had a clever idea. If he bought it and resold it, he could make 1 million. After borrowing a large sum of money to buy it, he got it in his hands. He couldn't sell it, so he thought he would renovate it and move in himself. He moved into the house happily, but from that day on, he started to have bad luck. He had nightmares when he went to sleep at night, and he almost had a car accident a few times when he went out. He fell down the stairs, thinking that someone had pushed him, but when he turned around, he realized that there was no one there. He almost choked to death when he drank water, the airbag inexplicably popped out when he was driving, he bit his tongue when he was eating, and he had to go to the hospital to get stitches. He sensed that something was wrong, and after asking around, he learned that the house was really evil. Since the renovation, the house has had countless owners, and they have all died, been injured, or gone insane. Then he, this big fool, bought it. What's going on? Hurry up and move out. I asked a moving company to help me move all my things, and I didn't even dare to show my face. In recent years, he has been desperate to get rid of this hot potato, otherwise he wouldn't have been so excited when he heard someone wanted to see the old house in the suburbs. Shurchi saw that Puxin Nan had not responded for a long time, so he asked again. Do you want to sell it? If not, I'll go to the next house. Pu Shinan finally calmed down from his excitement. Yes. This old house is 2 million. Shurchi laughed and did something that Xiaohu and Pu Shinan didn't expect. She suddenly closed her eyes, mumbled something, and quickly calculated on her fingers. It was as if at that moment she was Master Shi, the great master of deception. Pu Shinan was stunned and asked softly after a while, Master? Are you a Taoist priest? Shurchi didn't pay any attention to him, and it was only after a long time that she stopped her actions. She frowned, turned her head sharply, and looked at Pu Shinan with piercing eyes. You dare to lie to me? Yes, the great master of deception is about to start making up stories. This room is located in a place of evil spirits. This underground area was once a battlefield where millions of people died, and the anger and resentment have not dissipated for a long time. Those who live here will be plagued by bad luck and will die suddenly within a month. Even if they don't die, they will become crazy and stupid. Ha ha ha. Master, ha ha ha. You're killing me. Ha ha, the little fox laughed while rolling around on the grass. Quiet. I haven't finished yet. Ha ha, okay, master, I'm quiet, ha ha ha. Pu Shinan was stunned by Shurchi's tricks, and it took him a long time to recover. He looked at Shurchi in surprise, and cold sweat dripped down his face along with the foundation on it. Shurchi couldn't help but think to herself, why is this kid so white? He's wearing perfume and makeup. Pu Shinan swallowed his saliva and forcibly explained, no, it's not true. This house is very good. Everyone who lives here gets promoted and gets rich. Shurchi sneered in a mysterious manner, took a few steps forward, grabbed his tie and dragged him into the house. Of course, she didn't use much force, and there was no need to offend him because of this trivial matter. Pu Shinan clung to the doorframe with both hands, refusing to go in, and his lips turned purple with fear. The terrifying images he had experienced all echoed in his mind. He was really afraid to go in. He was still young. He sat on the ground, not bothering to maintain the high-quality image he had created. Master. No. Master, let's talk about this. Shurchi let go of his hand. Pu Shinan rolled his eyes and did not deny Shurchi's statement. Master, since you concede that there is a problem with this house, do you have a way to solve it? Of course I do, but I don't have the money. I'd never do it. I'd have to deal with 1 million angry spirits, and they'd die a horrible death. Shurchi shook his head and held out his hand. Chapter 36, After 2 lives, I finally have a home of my own. Shurchi's decision to buy this house was made on the spur of the moment. Originally, she just wanted to rent it, but after looking around, she really liked it. The size is just right and the surroundings are quiet. In the future, after taking revenge, it will definitely be no problem to retire here. Can Shurchi not tell Pu Shinan's little thoughts? His eyes were already betraying him. Once he helped her with the deal, he would raise the price. He cheated people first, then calculated later, and he has no regrets. We must nip his shameless thoughts in the bud. Pu Shinan looked at Shurchi's outstretched hand and asked cautiously, 50,000? Shurchi snorted and was about to walk out. Pu Shinan quickly stood up and blocked her way. You're not saying 500,000 yuan, are you? He kept thinking to himself how confident he was that he could sell the house for a high price. If he sold it for 2 million, he would still make a lot of money. He was having a sweet dream, but then Shurchi poured a bucket of cold water on his head, the kind with ice cubes. 500,000? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? He already knew the answer. If 500,000 yuan was considered a pittance, then 5 million yuan would be a fortune. His face instantly fell. Even if he sold it, it wouldn't be worth that much. He was completely depressed. He had already consulted a master to solve the problem, but not only had it cost him a lot of money, but the people he had consulted were all frauds, none of whom could solve the problem. The master in front of him had found the problem as soon as she came in, so she must be someone special. If she leaves, it will be a long time before someone comes to look at the house next time, and even if they do, they may not buy it. Even if he bought it, if there were problems, he would definitely go to the company and make a fuss, which would also have a great impact on his future career. Once he had figured it out, he stopped worrying and asked the price. "Master, how much are you prepared to spend?" Shurchi knew that he had figured it out, and he held up 2 fingers, 200,000. Pu Xinnan was about to cry. "Master, you see, even if there are problems with this house, it is still in Qingyan City. This house was once priced at 2 million, and 200,000 yuan is not enough to cover the cost of renovation." Shurchi didn't say anything, just quietly looking at him. Those eyes seemed to pierce through everything. In an instant, Pu Xinnan's defenses were completely broken. "Okay, master, let me tell you the truth. I bought this house a few years ago for 500,000 yuan, and spent another 200,000 yuan on renovations. Not counting the masters I hired, I spent a total of more than 700,000 yuan. Can you at least let me make a small profit?" 300,000. Pu Xinnan shook his head. 700,000, don't let me lose money. 40,000. How about 600,000? I'll just lose a little. Pu Xinnan begged. 500,000. Pu Xinnan had a feeling that he had been tricked. But he had no proof, and he was torn for a long time. 55,000, okay? Shurchi snorted. "You can keep it for yourself and live in it. No one can handle this house except me." Then he walked out, but not very quickly. Pu Xinnan was torn between heaven and earth for a moment, and quickly ran to the front gate to stop Shurchi. He said anxiously, "Master, 500,000, deal." "Wow! Master, you are so awesome. I admire you." Shurdaxian, the great con man, put on a show of being a great man, calmly watching Pu Xinnan take out a stack of pre-drafted purchase contracts from his small leather bag. After searching for a long time, he found the one for this house. "Master, let me tell you first, if there are any problems with this house in the future, don't come to me. If you agree, just look at the contract. If there are no problems, just sign it." Shurchi laughed. "This is the heart of a villain, and the belly of a con man." He took a quick look at it and signed his name. "First, I transferred 200,000 yuan to Pu Xinnan, and the rest will be transferred to him after the transfer is completed. The landlord is an agent, which is quite good." He took Pu Xinnan's red car to the transfer office. In no time at all, Shurchi got the receipt. "Within 7 to 10 days, you will receive a notice to pick up the property ownership certificate." However, after Shurchi paid the final payment, Pu Xinnan's previous smile disappeared completely. I don't know if he was afraid of offending the master or what, but he insisted on sending Shurchi back. As soon as Shurchi got out of the car and closed the door, he drove off with the accelerator to the floor. "Gee, this guy is so small-minded." The little fox couldn't help but complain. Shurchi, however, was not at all bothered. She took the key and opened the door, feeling very happy. She had lived 2 lives, and finally had a home of her own. As soon as she entered the house, Shurchi couldn't wait to tell the little fox. "Hurry up and get it done. I don't want to live here and be unlucky." The little fox snorted. "Master, you can just drop it. The evil energy in you is so strong that even if you were thrown into the darkest place in the middle of the night, you would be fine. I guess even ghosts would be scared to death when they see you." Hearing this, Shurchi was not happy. "If I understand you correctly, you mean that whoever stays with me will be unlucky?" The little fox hurriedly explained. No, you've misunderstood, master. What I meant was that you're not affected by these things at all." Shurchi let it go. "Master, you walk 3 steps forward, and there is a beam above you. There are 7 nails in it. Just pull them out. The remaining negative energy will be dealt with by me personally at night." Shurchi moved a stool and stood in the position that the little fox had said. Fortunately, the ceiling was decorated with decorative panels, which opened with a gentle push. Shurchi jumped up, grabbed the beam and turned over. Sure enough, it was exactly as the little fox had said, with 7 nails nailed from top to bottom. Shurchi used 50% of his strength to hit the nails in the opposite direction, and the nails popped out. He then pulled them out one by one with his bare hands. It took him less than a minute to finish. 1 minute for 1.5 million, it's not a loss at all. Shirchi jumped back onto the stool, restored the buckle plate, and asked curiously. What is this? Is it a spell? How can it kill people? This is the wisdom of the ancients. Don't underestimate these small operations. A little bit of manipulation can change the feng shui and the energy field. I guess the house must have offended the carpenter when it was being built. Shirchi nodded and couldn't help but praise him. You really know a lot. If I can't make a living in the future, can I make a lot of money by taking you with me as a fake spiritualist? Although the little fox didn't say anything, it couldn't help but think to itself. Master, is this all you've got? I've been here for 1,000 years, and even if I were an ant, I'd have seen the whole world. Not to mention that I'm a 9-tailed celestial fox. Chapter 37. Hey. Can a fox clean windows? Shirchi was in a good mood, and the next task was to fill the house with everything. But as soon as he went out, he was depressed. Although the environment here is good, there is also a drawback, which is inconvenient transportation. It took more than 20 minutes to find a taxi. After getting off at the mall, I saw a familiar figure handing out flyers from afar. Master, look, isn't that the little brother who wanted to learn from you before? What is he doing? Shirchi didn't respond, just smiled and turned to enter the home mall. Yes, that figure was Yuni. If he wants to make $1 million a month by handing out flyers, Shirchi can only wish him good luck. After 2 hours of shopping, he bought a lot of things, from small items like pots and pans to large items like furniture and appliances. The prices were not cheap, and the money in the card was flowing out like water. However, this is nothing for someone who has just bought a new home. You can always make more money. But now, for the first time, she has. Madam, all the appliances and furniture you have purchased are in stock, totaling 368,000 yuan. The boss is so happy that his mouth is about to turn up to his temple. He hadn't had such a big customer in a long time. After all, furniture and appliances don't need to be replaced for years. After paying, she asked, when will the goods be delivered? I'll have the warehouse prepare the goods and load them onto the truck right away. I guarantee that they'll all be delivered to you by 3 p.m. The boss said with conviction. After leaving the mall, Shirchi ate something casual. Thinking about having to walk that far again next time she came out made her feel a bit sick. So she went next door to the restaurant and bought a small electric moped. Wearing a pink helmet, she listened to the song playing on the radio. Riding on my beloved scooter, he will never get stuck in traffic. She rode leisurely back home. Before she even reached her front door, she saw her neighbor. A young man of similar age to herself was pushing a wheelchair. An old lady with gray hair and a thin body was sitting on it. She didn't say hello, but went straight to the door and entered the courtyard. But the grandmother and grandson were both stunned when they saw her. The old lady had lived here all her life, and she knew all too well how evil the house next door was. She had witnessed many strange things. In recent years, no one has lived here, so it has completely quieted down. Some of them were worried and said to the young man, Tianrui, is Grandma seeing things? Did that girl just go into the next house? Xin Tianrui looked at the electric bicycle parked at the door. Yes, Grandma, I saw her this morning. I didn't expect her to move in. Ah. That's bad. Go and find out if she bought or rented the house. If it's rented, tell her to move out. If it's bought. The old lady paused for a moment, thinking about her previous persuasion of the owners, and sighed, alas, even if you tell her, she won't believe you. Just tell her to come to us if she needs help. She was very worried that Shirchi would be in danger. She had seen people who had lived there for a long time commit suicide, die suddenly, or even become mentally ill. Xin Tianrui naturally didn't believe in any of this. In his opinion, what his grandmother said was just a coincidence. But in the end, he complied with his grandmother's wishes. Okay, don't worry, I'll take you back to your room to rest first, then I'll come over. Shichi naturally didn't hear the conversation between the two. But the little fox heard it and told her. Shirchi didn't care, opened the door and was about to push the little electric mule in to charge it. Just as he reached the door, he saw his neighbor approaching. When Xin Tianrui saw Shirchi up close, he obviously froze for a moment, but then quickly recovered. Hello, my name is Xin Tianrui. I live next door to you. May I ask if you bought or rented this house? Qin Tianrui felt very rude after he said that, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Shirchi already knew the purpose of his visit and did not hide it. Bought. Qin Tianrui hesitated several times, and he really wanted to tell the girl in front of him that there might be some problems with the house. But he also felt that it was inappropriate to say those unlucky things about someone's new house. Oh, if you need any help, just call me. We're neighbors. Okay, thank you. After Shichi finished speaking, she pushed her electric bicycle into the courtyard. Qin Tianrui couldn't stay any longer and left with doubts. For some reason, he always felt that this new neighbor looked familiar. The little episode was quickly forgotten by Shirchi. After calling to make an appointment for broadband installation, he locked the door. The little fox had been waiting for this moment, and suddenly appeared from the space, running happily in the yard and sniffing the wildflowers. Master, I like this yard. Can you plant a lot of flowers in the future? And can you keep some beautiful fish in the fish pond? Seeing the little fox so happy, Shirchi's heart was melted, but she couldn't help but want to tease it. Forget it, it's a hassle. Isn't it better in the space? No, it's ugly. There are no trees, no fish pond, and no flowers in the space. The little fox rolled on the ground in disgust. Shirchi thought it was funny, probably because it had been in the space for too long and was bored. The yard had not been cleaned for a long time and was not very clean. Shirchi was about to remind it that the ground was dirty. The little fox stood up. It was completely white, not a single leaf on it. Shichi was surprised and just wanted to ask what the reason was, but the little fox ran into the house. Master, I'll take a look for myself. Shirchi shook his head, filled a basin with water, and began to wipe the glass with a rag. The little fox came out of the house and looked at Shirchi. Master, you said you were so rich, why not just hire someone to clean it for you? Why bother to do it yourself? Shirchi said nonchalantly, this is the first time I've owned my own house, and I want to experience the feeling of opening up a new frontier. The pain in the little fox's eyes flashed away. It leapt into the air, and with a flick of its little claws, it sucked the rag from Shirchi's hand. Master, I'll take care of the window cleaning. You go and do something else. Shirchi looked at the rag flying in midair in surprise. He didn't expect the little fox to be able to use its little magic even after leaving the space, and it was quite clean. She smiled knowingly and turned to start cleaning. The two worked together and soon the house was clean and tidy. Before they could rest, the little fox's ears twitched and it turned its head to look at Shirchi with a smile. Master, the furniture has arrived. This time, without waiting for Shirchi to force it, it returned to the space on its own. Less than a minute later, Shirchi heard the sound of a car outside the courtyard and opened the gate first. A large truck slowly pulled up to the door. After confirming the information, they began to move the furniture into the house. The staff were very professional, and in just an hour, they had installed and placed all the furniture. After they left, the little fox ran out again. It looked forward to seeing Shichi make the bed, and as soon as it was made, it jumped on it. It lay on its back on the bed, laughing. Master, this bed is even more comfortable than the one from the other day. Shirchi glared at it angrily. She also wanted to lie down, but seeing that she was covered in dust, she decided against it. Chapter 38, A Master of Drag Racing. After taking a shower and changing into a pair of loungewear, Shirchi lay down next to the little fox. Master, when will you give me the bed you promised? The little fox rolled over and looked at her with big eyes. Shirchi almost fell asleep on the bed, but she forced herself to stay awake. The bed in the second bedroom will be yours after I take a rest. For the first time, sleepiness had not overcome hunger. Shirchi sat up, took out her phone, and was about to order a takeout. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Master, it's the little brother from the neighbor's house. You should go open the door. Shirchi went out and opened the door in confusion. Qin Tianrui was standing in the doorway holding a plate of dumplings. These are the dumplings I made with my grandma. She said you just moved in today, so you probably haven't had a chance to cook yet, so she wanted me to bring them over to you. You can return the plate when you have time. Shirchi was stunned. Is this new neighbor so enthusiastic? She wanted to refuse, but the aroma of the dumplings kept getting into her nose, and she couldn't resist the temptation of her stomach. She reached out and took the plate. Thank you. I'll bring the plate back tomorrow. Xin Tianrui did not leave and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. This is my phone number. If you need anything, give me a call. He wanted to say that if she encountered anything scary or dangerous, she should call him, but when the words came out of his mouth, he felt strange himself, and hastily slipped the note into Shiqi's hand and left. Shiqi returned to the house in a daze, greeted by the teasing gaze of the little fox. Wow, master, your neighbor is nice to you. After thinking about it, Shiqi understood Xin Tianrui's intention. He must have given me the phone number because he was worried that I would die like the previous owners. The little fox didn't hear a word he said, staring at the dumplings in Shiqi's hand and salivating. Shiqi pinched one and put it in its mouth, and then ate one himself. His eyes lit up. Wow! Master, these are the best dumplings I've ever had. Shiqi thought so too. In no time at all, the fox and the human had finished the entire plate of dumplings. Shiqi had not slept well the previous day, and after folding the bed in the second bedroom into a space, lying on his own bed, he fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. After making sure that Shiqi was asleep, the little fox went to the living room, gradually floating into the air. The round, plump body swelled to twice its size, and the fluffy, large tail behind it turned into 3. His eyes turned from jet black to blood red, emitting a strange red light. A flame-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. The cute look disappeared and she became enchanting. It opened its mouth and countless black spirits gathered from all directions and were sucked into its mouth. After sucking up all the negative energy, it slowly fell to the ground. It returned to its soft and cute appearance, returned to Shiqi's room, and jumped into her arms. It curled up, took a comfortable position, and slowly closed its eyes. Although Shiqi had already placed a bed in the space, the little fox still preferred to be with its owner. It was only when the sun rose the next day that Shiqi woke up slowly. This sleep was quite comfortable. She also had a task today, to fill the kitchen. After putting the little fox back in the space, she set off on her little electric donkey. She had to learn to cook for herself, otherwise it would be a real hassle to find food every day. After buying the oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and ingredients, she also bought a gift for the neighbor's family. There is no reason to return an empty plate. After leaving the supermarket with all her shopping, she happened to see an advertisement for a driving school. Shiqi's mind was also active, and she was ready to try her luck. She found a corner to stow her things in the space, navigated to the address, and rode her little electric donkey to the driving school. She was stopped at the door. Are you here to sign up for a driving course? After weighing her words, Shiqi asked tactfully, how soon can I get my license? The staff seemed to understand, but they were not sure. If everything goes smoothly, it will generally take about 2 months, and the tuition is 3,000 yuan. Something fishy. General? That means there are also other kinds, right? Oh, what if you can drive? Shiqi tried to use his own way to make a coded message. The staff member looked relieved. Well, you'll have to ask our manager. Shiqi saw that there was a chance. Can you take me there? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. You see. The staff member said this, but he gave a knowing look. Suddenly, he had a pink piece of paper in his hand, which he quickly put in his pocket. Let's go. I'll take you there. Shiqi parked the scooter next to the road and followed him to the door of an office. The staff knocked politely on the door and then pushed it open. He winked at the middle-aged, fat, greasy uncle sitting behind the desk. Boss, this person wants to ask you something. The greasy uncle immediately understood. Please come in, you can go back to work now. The staff member closed the door behind him as he left. There was no one else in the room, so Shiqi asked straight away, how long will it take to get a driver's license? The greasy uncle didn't pretend anymore, looked at Shiqi with a look of disdain, and rubbed his 2 fingers together. 2 months. If she didn't understand this, she would be a fool. It was obvious that the length of time would be determined by the amount of money. Using her bag as a cover, she took out a wad of money from her bag and placed it on the desk. The greasy uncle's eyes flashed. Well, it'll take at least a month. Shiqi took out another stack and placed it on top. Half a month. Another stack. The next one, 1 week. Greedy uncle's greedy eyes couldn't help but wander, and his eyes never left the pile of money. There have been many people who have come to ask about the shortcut, but this is the first time I've seen someone so generous. Shirchi took out another stack of money and placed it on top. The greasy old man reached out to take the money in front of him. The fastest it can be is a week. Shirchi rolled her eyes, pressed her palm on the money, and took back a stack of bills. 30,000 and 40,000 are both a week, why should she give 10,000 more? The greasy uncle looked at the money that was taken away with reluctance. Is it legitimate? Shirchi must confirm this, because if it is not recognized at the time, she will lose a lot. It's genuine. After receiving a positive answer, Shirchi took the initiative to push the money over. As if worried that Shirchi would change her mind, she quickly opened the drawer and put all the money inside. He took out a form and put it in front of her. Fill in your information. Shirchi filled it out and handed it to him. The greasy uncle frowned and thought for a moment. You can drive, right? After all, driving on the road is no joke. I have to be responsible for you and us. Yes, do you want to try? The greasy uncle looked at the girl in front of him, who was not very old, and had already received the money. He stood up again, thinking that he should be able to drive a car, and said, let's go for a drive. Shirchi followed him out and got into a training car. The greasy uncle sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt very seriously. Shirchi smiled wickedly. After a few basic maneuvers, the car took off with a burst of speed, which surprised the greasy old man. Without waiting for him to say anything, Shirchi drove the car into the project area. She didn't complete the various subjects as required. Instead, she drove around the field. Although there were other training vehicles, she was able to avoid them every time. The uncle was scared out of his wits, his hands gripping the armrests tightly and his face turning pale. He was about to step on the brake on his side. Shirchi said leisurely, I advise you not to do this, or you may lose your life if you flip over. The oily uncle froze in his tracks. He was so scared that he almost forgot the consequences of braking at high speed. Just as he realized this, Shirchi performed a 180-degree U-turn for him, but the car did not stop. It continued to move in reverse, and then another 180-degree turn, and the front of the car turned back. Seeing that he was already at the edge of the wall, the greasy uncle's lips were trembling. Shirchi slammed the steering wheel and the car began to drift. Greasy uncle had been thrown out of his seat. Fortunately, he had fastened his seatbelt when he got in the car, otherwise he would have been thrown out by the sudden turn. The coaches and trainees on the training ground were all dumbfounded and had no idea what had happened. Shirchi drove in a circle and returned to the starting position, slowly coming to a stop. Looking at the oily uncle who was about to lose his soul, he asked seriously, Have I passed? The greasy uncle stammered, Yes, yes, yes. Shirchi suppressed a smile, You little brat, is my money that easy to earn? Chapter 39, Shirchi's Troubles. Shirchi admitted that she had taken the wrong shortcut in order to get her driver's license quickly. But the greasy old man was holding her money and still making that expression, which made her very unhappy. She glanced at the greasy old man spitting on the flower bed and turned and left. She rode her little electric moped and couldn't help but sigh. All the skills she had mastered were the result of countless lessons and trials and tribulations in her previous life. After a little bit of speeding, Shirchi also sobered up a lot. Her life has been too comfortable these past 2 days, and this is not something she should be enjoying right now. There are more important things waiting for her to investigate. Since her rebirth, she has been plagued by several questions in her mind. Was her death in the previous life really caused by an explosion? Who was it that wanted to kill her? What was the purpose? Could the title of ace female assassin be the cause of envy? She didn't pursue fame or fortune, and she always followed the rules when accepting missions, never breaking any taboos. If she hadn't figured it out before, she was sure of it now. The last assassination mission for the Doctor of Human Biology was a trap set for her long ago, waiting for her to fall into it. The situation was too strange. If Shirchi didn't investigate it, she would never be able to let it go. This is probably what the little fox meant by the inexplicable cause and effect. Master! Master! What's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me? Shirchi froze for a moment. She had been so focused on her thoughts that she hadn't noticed the little fox. I was thinking about something. What's wrong? Master, there was a fish shop by the side of the road. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a beautiful fish for the baby? The little fox said with a hint of grievance. Shirchi pulled over and looked around. Sure enough, there was an aquarium behind her, so she turned around and went back. She parked the scooter and entered the store. Under the direction of the little fox, she bought 10 different varieties of koi. When they got home, the gate was just about to be closed, and the little fox couldn't wait to run out of the space. It waited impatiently for Shur-Chi to pour the koi into the fish pond. Seeing the little fox looking at the fish with a silly grin on its face, Shih-Chi threw some fish food next to it. Your own fish, you can feed them yourself in the future. Don't worry, master, I'll definitely fatten them up. Shur-Chi smiled and walked into the house. She sat down on the sofa and took out the laptop she had bought while shopping. There was no internet at home yet, so she had to connect to her phone's hotspot. She opened the browser and typed in the website address that she had not been able to open in the internet cafe in Haijiang City. After thinking for a moment, she pressed the enter key. 404. As expected, this is the result. In fact, she knew that the address was invalid before, but she still wanted to try it. K is a mysterious killer organization, and the only contact information Shih-Chi knows is this. The killer organization is very cautious in its actions, and the website address is regularly changed. Not only that, they also have special methods for treating the killers in the organization. Shur-Chi had top-notch skills in her previous life, and Carrie had endless money. But they still continued to work as assassins because of their methods. Every killer who becomes a member of the K-Killer organization is forced to have a non-removable, highly toxic positioning chip implanted in their skull. If it is forcibly removed, the toxin will directly enter the brain and kill the person on the spot. When Shur-Chi was released from the island, she did not escape the fate of being implanted with a chip. In order to survive, she could only crawl and could not resist. Do you think that's the end of it? The people behind the killer organization have never shown their faces. Even when Shur-Chi had become the top female assassin, she had never seen him. She only met the masked man who bought her and sent her to the island once. And it is not certain what role he plays in the killer organization. All of Shih-Chi's learning and fighting tasks on the island. All of her learning and killing tasks on the island were communicated through a monitor, and her voice was specially processed. Shur-Chi closed the laptop and placed it on the coffee table. The website is inaccessible, so if you want to know the secrets behind the K-Killer organization, you have to get involved with them. Shur-Chi could think of 3 ways to do this. One is to become a client of the K-Killer website and receive an invitation from them. Only the invitation will have the latest address and dedicated account. Only customers who are qualified to receive their invitations are those who are rich and powerful. This is simply a fantasy for Shih-Chi, who currently has a total of 10 million assets and no influence of his own. The second is to become a killer of the killer organization and obtain your own exclusive account. Shur-Chi really didn't want to do this, not to mention how strict the selection system of the killer organization was. Just saying that everyone has to go through those dark years on the island, she is really fed up. And she didn't want to tarnish her rebirth. So the third option was the only choice for Shur-Chi. Since there is no way to join them, then become their target and let them fall into their trap. Maybe, if you follow the vine, you can reach the melon. This is the most realistic one, and also the most dangerous one. If she chooses to do this, Shur-Chi will have to offend a large number of powerful people and let them come after her. But on second thought, this doesn't seem to conflict with obtaining the soul pill. She can pick out some big shots who have committed heinous crimes and get them to do it for her, so she can get the soul pills and get their attention at the same time. With more soul pills, she could also follow the fox's method and cultivate her own forces. She wouldn't be going against her original intentions. As I said, it's like she's living a second life, making a small contribution to the eradication of social ills. With a general direction, Shur-Chi's nerves also relaxed, and she leaned comfortably against the sofa. The little fox reluctantly ran in. "Master, there are people outside." After saying that, she quickly returned to her space. Shih-Chi smiled and walked to the door to open it. It was to install broadband. Shur-Chi made a registration and paid the bill, and it was quickly settled. After they left, Shur-Chi saw the empty plates on the coffee table. He went to the kitchen and took out the large bags of ingredients and gifts he had bought in the space. As she bent down to tidy up, she heard a crunch sound coming from one of the bags. It sounded like a mouse. Shur-Chi opened the plastic bag and looked inside. The little fox was lying on its back with several red apples on its belly. There was also one stuck in its nails, and it was eating it with a look of enjoyment. Feeling Shichi's gaze, it stretched out its paw. Master. Are you going to eat it? Chapter 40, worried that the owner would starve to death. Shi helplessly raised her hand to her forehead. What a snack addict. He put the bag and the little fox inside it aside. After putting all the ingredients in the refrigerator, she took out a box of cherries and washed them. I filled a plate with them. What a nice gift. They're so red. You stay here and watch the house. I'm going to take the dish to the neighbors. Before the little fox could respond, Shi left. Haijiang City. Wang Guoqiang had just returned home from work. Today, something seemed unusual at home. The bodyguards and gardeners who usually guarded the yard were all gone. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw the bodyguards and servants lying all over the place. He quickly walked over to check on them one by one. After confirming that they had only fainted, he let out a sigh of relief. He got up to check the surveillance camera. The display was completely black, and it was obvious that the surveillance cameras had all been destroyed. Wang Guoqiang was very efficient in handling the aftermath of Gu Jiming, and was highly appreciated by his superiors. He was about to be transferred back to Longting City in the near future. He was very happy that he had let Qianwan take Yanran to school so that she could quickly adapt to campus life. He stayed behind to wait for the handover of work. He dared not think about what would happen if Qianwan and Wan Yanran were at home at this time. He suddenly thought of something and quickly walked to the study on the second floor. After checking around, he didn't find anything missing. Finally, he stood in front of an oil painting and removed it. Looking at the empty back compartment, Wang Guojian frowned. He immediately took out his phone. At that moment, the doorbell rang in the next courtyard. Here's your plate. The dumplings were delicious. After saying that, he shoved the plate into Qin Tianrui's hands. Qin Tianrui was about to say a few words, but then Shichi's phone rang. He nodded, took out his phone and returned to his own courtyard. Did you take the things in the secret compartment of my study? Wang Guoqiang suppressed his anger. Unwittingly questioned, Shichi's voice also turned cold. What secret compartment? Wang Guoqiang froze for a moment, and only then did he realize that his attitude was not right. I'm sorry, I'm a little anxious. Where are you now? Qingyan City. Although he was unhappy, he could also feel that something must have happened to Wang Guoqiang. Wang Guoqiang thought about Shichi's personality. If it was really her, there was no need to pretend to be confused. After a moment of hesitation, he said, You should be more careful these days. What do you mean? I received all the evidence you left behind in the secret compartment of my study the other day. It was just stolen. Nothing was stolen from the house, except for your data. I guess the thief must have come for you. I'm sorry for my bad attitude just now. Wang Guoqiang patiently explained. So that's what it was all about? Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had been wondering where to start, but now someone had come to her rescue. Okay, I got it. Shi hung up the phone with a beautiful mood. Wang Guoqiang looked at his phone and was dumbfounded. If he heard correctly, did he just hear a hint of excitement in Shichi's voice? He really couldn't understand her now. When they first met, he thought that Shi was a dangerous person. But she gave Ran a different kind of warmth. She was ruthless, but she only killed people who had committed heinous crimes. 2 days ago, his wife told him that Shi had even asked her to help settle 6 disabled orphans. This person is really too contradictory, completely an extreme personality. Shi recalled the scenes of her rebirth and couldn't help but wonder who had taken her evidence. Zhang Godan and Li Chunhua had been holed up in the village, and no one would avenge them. The 3 from the Peony nightclub were just minions. Although Black Tiger is a big boss of the underworld, all his decisions are made by Gu Jiming. It is not difficult to judge that Black Tiger was cultivated by Gu Jiming. In other words, among the people who have a grudge against her, Gu Jiming is the most powerful. Someone who is so meticulous about finding clues about themselves must be at the top of their chain of interests. Someone who dares to go to Wang Guoqiang's house to look for clues must be much stronger than Gu Jiming. Let's not talk about whose cake Shi moved. Since the clue was taken away, it proves that someone will soon find her. Shi tapped the armrest of the sofa, calculating how much time it would take for her to rush over if she were the one who had obtained the evidence at that moment. The little fox was eating so happily that she hesitated when she took the last apple. She was a little embarrassed, but she managed to get the apple to Shirchi's forehead. Shirchi no longer had to rack her brains. What was coming would come sooner or later, so she just waited for it. She took the apple in the air and took a bite of it in a good mood. "Master, didn't you say you wanted to cook for yourself? You haven't eaten anything all day. Aren't you hungry?" The little fox didn't say it, but she had forgotten that she had been thinking about so many things that she had forgotten to eat. "I'll cook now." Shirchi put the apple on the coffee table, rolled up her sleeves and rushed to the kitchen. She opened the refrigerator and looked at the ingredients inside, thinking about what to cook. How about braised prawns, lotus root and pork rib soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and some steamed rice? The little fox's eyes lit up at the mention of it, and she eagerly nodded in anticipation of her master's cooking skills. Shirchi took out the ingredients, cleaned them one by one, and prepared the cutting board and knife. Then he took out his phone and opened a web page. Search, how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The little fox looked at Shirchi's back as he carefully read the recipe, and had a hunch. "I'm afraid we won't be eating today's meal." Sure enough, it was right. 2 hours later, the kitchen was filled with pungent black smoke, the kind that even the range hood couldn't suck clean. Shichi sat at the table, looking extremely calm, with a face covered in black ash, eating instant noodles that had just been soaked. A bowl of instant noodles was also placed in front of the little fox. It looked at Shirchi with a look of resignation. "Master, tell me the truth. Are you really cooking? It feels like you're researching bombs." Shirchi ignored it. The little fox continued, "Master, I don't understand. The rice is a bit raw, but why are the prawns like rubber? Also, isn't the fried egg with tomato supposed to be red and yellow? Why is yours black? And most importantly, why did the pot explode when I was making the soup?" Shirchi glared at it. "I forgot to put water in the soup." The little fox suddenly felt very sympathetic towards Shirchi. "Master, I won't steal your food anymore. You should prepare more food in the space. I'm worried that one day you'll starve to death. Otherwise, why don't you go to your neighbor's house and pay them a little living expense? Maybe they'll let you eat for free." Shirchi was so angry that he slapped the table. "Can't you even eat? If you don't want to eat, then forget it." He said this as he made a move to take back the instant noodles from the little fox.